Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
And her song is "The Carnival is Over." This carnival ain't over yet, folks. It's getting close, and we've got those that are going to be doing the right thing standing to my right. Firstly, Skipper from SA. You've got Gabby the coin, have you, or as trainee? Okay.
Me, we're the home team, so okay. I'll be throwing it up.
So you can be the first tosser out here today and give it a flick as high as you want to go, and then we'll see what you want to do.
I'll do my best. Your call, mate.
It's in the air. Paddy Drain, Gabby. Now don't talk to talk to me, will you? Now what's going to happen? Good to see you. Thanks for coming over.
Absolutely, thank you. We're going to have a hit, get the runs on the board. Looks like great conditions, obviously, weather-wise. It's been a great week. The wicket's good, and the outfield, which is what you would expect from a premier first ground. So terrific. So great day to play cricket. Great opportunity for everyone to play well and promote veterans cricket. So we're very happy and grateful to be here. So looking forward to a great game.
It's amazing, you know, that I had a chat with you near the Adelaide Oval scoreboard, and that's about 4 or 5 days ago. Hasn't the week gone quickly?
It's gone quickly, but it feels like there's been a lot packed in a week. Yeah. So we've played the 4 games in a row, so we've 3 games in a row, and this is our 4th. So we're ready to go, and every game was tough. So I feel like we're match hardened, and it's been a great carnival so far. So looking forward to a great game. South Australia undefeated as well.
This is not in any way being negative. A slight hiccup with the transport getting here, but then also a bit of emotional stuff was there beforehand, getting to the players and getting the message across about how important this is by way of getting out there and finishing off this carnival on a positive note.
Oh, it's as much about us as a team and us as individuals, as people. We've bonded really well, so that's what it was about. And we think veterans cricket full stop, though, is a great vehicle for men and women as well to play cricket and for us to support each other, and that's what it's been about for us. I'm sure it's about the similar for South Australia, so that's what our meeting was about pre-game.
Yeah, I can't read all of your CV because there's too much stuff on it. You really have got a lot on your plate, but you've still got enough room to fill in playing cricket, so that's a big boost.
Oh, look, we're in the moment right now, so what's happened in the past for me, I've been really fortunate in lots of ways, but just ready to go today and play cricket, play good cricket, and hopefully have a good result for Victoria and our veterans squad, which has been a bit of a squad mentality.
Drainey, what we've done during the week, we've tried to keep tabs as to how your team has progressed. Any changes today?
No changes from yesterday's team, so we're all fit and ready to go.
Good luck, thanks for chatting.
Thanks, Peter.
Paddy Drain now. Well, here we are. I thought, Gabby, you'd nicked off. You haven't.
No, I'll stick around for you.
Mate, it's the long and the short of it. Drainey's goes at about 6'2" or 6'3", and you'd be about
5'11", 5'11" if I'm a Collingwood list.
Okay, we won't go there.
Yeah.
How good has this week been when you consider it precipitated, and we didn't think we'd be getting cricket very often, but we've got through the full week. It's been wonderful.
Yeah, Telf and his team have done a phenomenal job getting everyone their 4th game today. I know they've done a heap of work late into the night for a lot of times, and for us, going back to Sunday and all that rain, for us to now be under a blue sky with a hard wicket is quite amazing.
I'm from Victoria, I'm from Ballarat, and I've lived in South Australia for a long time, and I love the rivalry. Is there a lot of rivalry when you're wearing a sporting uniform when you're playing for South Australia against Victoria?
I think our rivalry is more historic sort of thing. It's not necessarily like, I haven't played Victoria a lot, and probably most of the boys haven't, so personally there's not that thing. It's more just the myth of the states over the years. So, it's just another bunch of old boys to play cricket against and hopefully have a good time.
Any words of wisdom to the troops just after you did your training and your warming up and before they were getting ready to run around and start the game?
I think these boys have heard all the words of wisdom over the journey, so stay calm, have fun, trust each other, and we'll see how it goes.
And just one question, absolutely thrilled with the cricket this week, but more particularly, and this is a little incestuous, some of the wicket-keeping skills have been breathtaking. Clubs have produced them, and we've seen some really good stuff behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think the quality's everywhere, and if you can keep your body right, then you're just developing your skills year after year after year, as long as your body doesn't let you down, so you can start to become reasonably competent at your skill set, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah, okay. Now, I know Drainey's had a bit of a chat to us about what would have been the situation with the toss. Are you pleased as to where you are before the game starts?
I think it's, obviously you'd prefer to win every toss, so you've got control of the game, but given it's a nice hard deck with good weather today, it's one of those tosses that, if you win or lose, it's not as significant as some other wickets, so, we would have batted first, but we're happy to bowl.
Good stuff. All right, thanks for chatting with us right throughout the week, and all the best to it. It's Victoria playing against South Australia. Any sporting between those two is normally good stuff, and this will be no exception. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, umpires who haven't got what I've got the Bunnings hat on, and I'm very pleased about that. Come closer, please. We've got Steve and Jeff. Now, fellas, what about now? What's going to happen today? You've had a look at the track. What are your thoughts? Jeff?
The other day, while we were here, it played a little low and slow, but it doesn't look too bad today, so I think it's going to be okay. I think it's a batsman's paradise.
Really? Now, you've probably also a bit of a hiccup to the start initially, but players are underway now and ready to go. Are you a bit tense? I think there's a bit of tension that's building up between the two sides.
Very relaxed, mate. Always, yeah, very relaxed.
Very relaxed, and it's a privilege to be involved with this state competition as well. I mean, it's great to have all these gentlemen playing cricket and getting involved with sport. And it's a privilege to be involved as the umpires to facilitate their enjoyment in the sport.
No issues. We talked about, the spirit of cricket, and there's been a bit of chin wagging going on. That's all right. We're used to that, but everything's been fine.
Everything has been fine, yes. I mean, any sport will have a little bit of chin wagging here and there, but the spirit that's been in cricket this week has been exceptional, and I really commend all the players and all the officials and everyone who's been involved with the cricket this week. It's been a wonderful week to be involved with each other, and the camaraderie and the team sportsmanship with each player has been terrific this week.
Yeah. And a final one, do you go back to a normal life when this is out of the way and we move on?
It all depends how you define normal, but from here as umpires there's a lot of commitments that we have to undertake, and from here a lot of us are going across and doing the over 40s or the over 60s championships next week, yes. So we continue as umpires to facilitate the enjoyment of everyone around the country.
And likewise?
Just back to busy at work, so yeah, got to look after them.
Back to the old grindstone, answering the phone, pretending you're not there, that sort of stuff, eh?
Yeah, 100%.
Good on you. Thanks, fellas, and congratulations to all of the adjudicators. Watching you with interest and the earnest way in which you've looked after the talented people that have been out and about, you deserve to be congratulated. Well done.
Thank you very much, and look forward to a great day.
Thank you, Walshy.
It's all good stuff. We are in the middle of downtown Woodville. We're getting ready to start a clash between South Australia and Victoria. And can I just go down memory lane for one little squeaky moment? I used to love working with Ted Whitten, and Ted, as a Victorian, you can tell a Vic, but you can't tell him much. He used to love playing against South Australia with his good friend Neil Curley. That was football. This is cricket, but I'll give you the tip. This will be a good scrap played with the sun shining, magnificent day, and a magnificent way of finishing off this carnival. We're going to go right through until when the first ball's bowled and the last ball's bowled. But let's go back now to the commentary spot. Phil Herden's up there. But we'll go for some commercials first and then get ready to start the rocking and rolling.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. You really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Oh yeah! Oh wow! Yeah. Well, g'day cricket fans. What a wonderful day to enjoy some veterans cricket. We are here at the Woodville Oval, and it's the grand final of the Division 1 competition. Two states that in most sports have a great rivalry, that will be rekindled today as the South Australian Silverbacks take on the Victorian Veterans cricket team. Two undefeated sides, winners of their respective pools, about to go head-to-head, 45 overs each. The setting is dead set glorious, the Woodville Oval looking pretty as a picture, the sky mainly blue, the hills providing a wonderful backdrop. My name's Phil Hurd, and thanks for joining us today wherever you're watching. I'm joined by the commentary crew that's been here throughout the week. Firstly, a man who has well, what he hasn't called in cricket probably hasn't been worth calling. Peter Walsh.
Hello, Phil. It's a real thrill to be with you, my friend, for the duration of this week, which has gone very, very quickly. And I gave thoughts to when I was walking out onto the ground as to where I'd go with the start, because we've been very positive all throughout because of the cricket that we've seen played, the good batting and the good bowling, the good fielding, the good wicket keeping. But I have to get this off my chest. I don't want to be berating anyone unnecessarily, but I'm very, very disappointed that the Victorian team that are playing in this final, and a very, very proud team they are, haven't got numbers on their backs.
Yeah, look, we'll get this out of the way early, Peter. But yeah, we do apologise. We're going to have some issues with the identification. It's going to be in delay because we have a roster for other teams, but Victoria no numbers. They've gone traditional style. I mean, how you ever called Test cricket back in the day, I got no idea. But yeah, so we apologise for that up front. Also part of the commentary team and ready for a huge day, keeping track of 21 final games, including 5 division grand finals. Kate Johnson, welcome, Kate.
I want them back too.
And we've got a busy day ahead. Probably before just we go into this one, want to overall thank a whole range of people. It will be a day of thanks. The West End scoreboard, not just the game here, but Kate's score updates as well. Explorer Caravans with the replays, expecting lots of highlights to show you in replay today. The S&W Seed Company have been huge supporters of veterans cricket in South Australia. They're supporting the drinks break, and the players are going to need them today. It's the warmest day of the tournament so far. Also, Findex, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sport, Savka, Saka, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, Adelaide Oval, the Roof Climb, the MTX Club and the Oval Hotel. Some great supporters along with the Government of South Australia and Apia Insurance. So, Kate, what are you looking forward to most today? We've got 2 South Australian-born commentators, 1 Victorian-born commentator. Are you a Victorian, a Tasmanian or a South Australian today, Peter?
I know this is probably the easy way out, but I just want it to be a close game.
Yeah.
2 days ago, when it was 178 to 179 with Western Australia and Queensland, that's the sort of game that you love to be involved in. These 2 sides have definitely done the right thing, and just a quick chat too on the fact that when they were out there for the toss, both were very forthright in being complimentary of the way the wicket has been prepared. No demons out there. It's all good and no issues whatsoever. And so when Kate was giving the scores out yesterday, I think we were a bit surprised because there were some big scores being made, and that might be what happens today.
Well, it's interesting. Victoria, the bowling, every game they've played, they've bowled out the opposition. They needed to yesterday because they only made 140 against Tasmania. We thought the big upset would be on. Then they absolutely cleaned up the Tasmanian top order, 5 for 7 to book their spot. SA, a long day up at Summit Reserve where they had lost some wickets early and WA were chasing. As we see the pitch looking fantastic. The stumps are in early, which is a great relief. That we've had a couple of games where they've made a late appearance. Not a pitch expert, Walshy, not sure about you, but that looks anything like I'd normally see at on a professional broadcast at an international venue.
It looks good. I'm a little bit reluctant to step on a track because the curators meticulously support and plan the way in which they're going to prepare their wicket, but no indentations. Firm, rock hard, and both of the skippers passing on the same comment. Richard Gabb and Matthew Drain didn't say all that much, but enough to give an indication, as you can see the greenery on the right-hand side, that's well away from the pitch itself, but no need for any sand,
Yes.
no need for anything whatsoever.
Lawn clippings.
No lawn clippings from Mr. Bradman. We found out his name opposite the ground. Yeah, Mr. Bradman was his name.
Such a contrast to how we started on Sunday. Let's have a look at how these teams made the final. As you see the wonderful backdrop of the Woodville Oval grandstands and club rooms. So let's have a look at how the teams made their way to the grand final today. South Australia, the game we streamed at Kensington, reduced 29 over game. ACT Fireball 6 for 127. SA Silverbacks, with a lot of rain present and on its way, hammered their way to 3 for 130 off 18. At Goodwood, much smaller ground, they scored 245 off 45. Queensland lost a lot early and SA won by over 90. Well, they won by 93 runs. And yesterday, as I said, the chase that went right to the final over. Silverbacks all out for 189, a couple of overs short of the maximum. The Black Swans had wickets in the shed, but just couldn't get the runs, falling 8 short, SA booking its spot. Victoria, they started at Glandore against New South Wales. They've batted first, you might note, every game, and they're batting first today. So they have the strategy, bat first and then let the bowlers come and clean up. 181 against New South Wales, bowled them out for 145. 215 against New Zealand, bowled them out for 194. Just the 140 yesterday. Tasmania all out for 74. So some different approaches. I think SA possibly better statistics with the bat, but Victoria certainly a bowling attack that is combined, I think, the best in the competition.
When we do get to a final, we look at the two and we think whether or not nerves or whether or not one side goes in with a lot better form. But in this concertinaed approach where we missed out on the first couple of days because of poor weather, it's a matter of finding your form and getting ready. And you get one chance. Now, I talked earlier on to Matthew Drain, who's just such a delightful man, an impeccable background in all sorts of sports that he's been involved in. And he's been hitting the ball well, and he carries that form into this particular game. And there's no question about it now. We have a look at the Vics now as the South Australians as they were going through and just rolling their arms over out in front of us, getting a bit of an idea as to what it's like. I wonder what actually goes through their minds. At the moment, what's happening is the skipper, that's Richard Gabb, the wicketkeeper, he's taking the balls and just flicking them back to the troops who were addressed by their manager before they got themselves organised to get ready. And just be a few nerves out there, Phil, for sure.
That's the Silverbacks lineup. Bowling wise, their main wicket takers, well, they've had 3 that have taken 5 wickets. Simon Tape is 5 for 34. Tony Hickey is 5 for 71. And Thomas Valja is 5 for 51. The most economical bowler out there in that group so far has proven to be Tim Sargent, going at just 3.3 runs and over. There's our 2 Victorian batsmen. I know who the 2 are, I just don't know who's who. Matthew Drain, the captain, and Paul Thunder Wybird. I would say having that might be Drain on the right. And it's almost like they're wearing identical shirts, identical helmets, identical gloves. The bat looks similar. I'm going to really struggle to tell them apart, I reckon, today.
Well, Drain's such a huge
Maybe just
man.
if they stand next to each other, the height. And you
He's
can see
a tall
there,
man,
Drain, the batsman. I'll give you his stats. Wybird, they will open. A couple of key batters. Only 3 have made it to the 50 retired not out. Drain in game 1 against New South Wales, Wybird in game 2 against New Zealand, Bloomfield in game 2 against New Zealand as well. No one, the highest scorer for Victoria yesterday was just 20. That was Rohan Pike in that 140 total. So the openers are out there. The South Australian team is in a huddle.
I was looking at the Victorians out there who look so uncomfortable with the statue that they've got to do out there for the cameras that are being poked at them, but they don't look like they're enjoying that all much. They just like to be getting amongst the runs.
The other games on today, I mean, there's 21 other games. I won't go through all of those, but in Division 1, 3rd place playoff, the Black Swans of WA against New Zealand. That's at Strathalbyn. 5th place, New South Wales Blue, Queensland Maroons at Ingle Farm. 7th place, ACT Fireballs and Tasmania Ponting at West Beach. And Kate's going to be keeping track of all those games. 4 other grand finals in the other divisions. Division 2, the SA Silverbacks A, looking for a double against the New South Wales Waratahs. That's up at Summit Recreation Park, Mount Barker. Div 3 down at Grange. Victoria 3 versus New South Wales Possums. Div 4 PAC, what a place to play cricket that would be. Queensland White against the New South Wales Koalas. And Div 5 are heading up to Angaston for their grand final. SA Silverback D versus the New South Wales Wombats. So across the 5 divisions, New South Wales 4 teams in a grand final, SA 3, Victoria 2 and Queensland 1. And Kate Johnson, all the score updates courtesy of West End. You've got your book ready, your pen ready, your tablet ready.
My
set for a
highlighter's
big
ready.
day.
Yeah, sure am. Now my microphone's working.
And you got your microphone working. There is no stopping you through this occasion. Peter, any thoughts as to key factors to today? Grand final nerves?
Well,
how you settle?
The comments that came through from Richard Gabb has been one of so many who's been prepared to have a chat about where the charges are. He spoke in glowing terms, Phil, about the expertise of some of the wicket keepers, and that's been one of my highlights right throughout the tour, or this 3 or 4 games we've seen. The wicket keeping has been brilliant, and yesterday, no doubt whatsoever, we had the similar talents that we didn't endure, we enjoyed, and Gabb will set the scene, no doubt about that. There's not much of him. We talk about diminutive wicket keepers. He'll be getting the troops, and I reckon the first 5 or 6 overs for South Australia to win the game, they've got to have a few of the Vicks heading back into the sheds that get knocked over early.
It'll be Tony Hickey to open the bowling. I suspect it's Matthew Drain to face first. We'll confirm that shortly. You're with Kate Johnson, Phil Hurden, but your caller for the first delivery, Peter Walsh.
Thanks, Phil. First ball. And that's pulled away into the onside from where we are. A little bit hard to make a judgment on whether that ball floated in the air or not. I don't know whether or not we can have a quick look at that, because short lifting delivery, and look, that might have been perilously close to a get-out delivery. Next ball wide of the off stump, and it's a wide. So the first run is scored, it's the extra, but that first ball, short lifter, away it went on the onside. It travelled quickly, and fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happening. Number 50 is the man that we're watching for South Australia, who delivers, and that's driven back down the ground with a fair amount of confidence, not fielded cleanly by the bowler, but it's knocked to turf and there's no run. Simon Tape doing the bowling in this first over. And I got a bit excited then. I was just not sure whether that ball sailed in the air out towards mid-wicket.
Can confirm that Drain is the facing batsman at this point.
Thank you. Another wide there, so 2 extras in the first over. Drain, I'd say, would have to be close to one of the tallest batsmen in the competition.
Tape had a day out yesterday. Didn't bowl against the ACT in that reduced overs game. 1 for 14 against Queensland. But yesterday, 4 overs, 4 for 20.
Well, that's pretty tight. Here's Tape. Starts in. First over being bowled in the final. Driven handsomely off the front foot up towards mid-off. And there's no run. But Drain leaving the crease and coming down and taking the ball on the half volley, spanking the delivery from Tape up the ground. Fieldsmen are plentiful up there. They jump around and get excited. So no run. It's none for 2 in the first over. Victoria winning the toss and batting. Drain takes this ball away neatly behind square on the onside and will walk through for a single. So he's off the mark with that run, getting towards the end of the first over. And the score is no wicket for 3. Now, whilst he is settling in at the non-striker's end, what we'll do is we'll work out who is at the striker's end.
Paul Wybird, who's got a couple of nicknames. One of them is Thunder.
Thunderbird, all right. Paul Wybird. Thanks, Phil. What have you got for us, Paul? Paul does well. That might be a boundary. Off his toes. Forward of square leg. Hit crisply, and the timing was exquisite. And that zooms across the turf and into the fence for 4. It's no wicket for 6. What a lovely shot that was.
Yeah, first delivery, no problem. As we see the one first of many Explorer Caravan replays for the day. That is the short boundary here at Woodville, the centre square. This pitch is to the eastern end of it, the Caloundra Avenue wing during footy season, or city side here at Woodville. North-south ground. Right now it's coming in from the southern end through some slips. This is where the field might hold up, Peter.
Well, that was in the air, and dashing forward there, Wybird, who hit a boundary the previous delivery. This is the end of an over in a minute that's cost a fair few runs. We're up to not 9 in the first over, with a couple of wides to start off. Drain and Wybird, the two Victorians after the Boss won the toss. There's a bit of rhythm in that. And Victoria batting in the final against South Australia. None for 9 after the first over.
Two very different approaches. Drain 1 from 4. Wybird 6 runs from 2 deliveries. Both have had a retired not out today. In fact, Wybird is the leading run scorer for Victoria with 68 coming into today. Drain with 66. Also Saniga and McDonough, what I'm going to call not out McDonough, they're both on 67. So they're the 4 leading batsmen. Bloomfield, the next one, who's put 50 runs on in this tournament from the 3 preliminary games. So new bowler for South Australia. We'll pick that up for you very shortly. This could be, so it was Tony Hickey before. I wonder if this is, no, Simon Tate before. This might be Tony Hickey, possibly.
Well, his Tatslotto numbers, I can't get them all, but one on the back is a naught.
Yep,
if that helps.
There's only 4 players in SA with a naught on the back.
Is that all?
And yes, it is Tony Hickey. Nicely played by Drain, quick single. Aggressive start by the Victorians, already double figures after just 7 deliveries.
Gee, Wybird, I tell you what, he walked out and thought, I'm going to stay here for a while. I don't want to get too much sun on my snorkel because it's hot. He starts off in a flurry, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's on 6, Drain on 2. Hickey's second delivery.
Right arm over the wicket, down the leg side and called a wide. Well done to the umpires. We mentioned that during the chin wag out there in the middle. Steve Fielders and Jeff Charlesworth. And the umpires, the adjudicators have done a mighty job right throughout the week, you know.
Tony Hickey, one of 3 South Australians with 5 wickets with the ball, including 4 for 31 against Queensland. And a couple hit through the slips by Wybird. Gets the single. That's the one. Deep fielder for South Australia at the moment, down at third man. It's a 6-3 offside field, so anything that strays is either probably going to be put away, Peter, or let go and get the wide called.
Running!
So keeping it ticking over, 0 for 13. Drain 3, Wybird 7. I've completely lost concept of who's batting. I think it's Wybird.
That surprise, Phil, is these Victorian batsmen, particularly Wybird, they've come out with a positive attitude, and you just sort of feel as if they're not far away from the wicket. Just the way that they've batted, they have been very, very aggressive, very much so.
Victoria's opening partnerships, 46 against New South Wales, 8 against New Zealand and 15 against Tasmania.
Hear the voice there of the little skipper, Richard Gabb. I think he was calling for a helmet. He's got a cap on, and a guy that was down below us has said, yeah, I'll get there shortly, boss. Don't worry about that. Hit and you're a chance? No. It's John Rankin who was down there below moving around with the helmets.
So 0 for 13, just 4 off that over. Drain on 3, Wybird on 7. If you've just joined us, grand final day in the Australian Veterans Cricket over 50s Nationals, and we're in the middle of the Nationals Carnival, you might call it. We've had the over 70s in Launceston, over 50s in Adelaide this week, and then almost simultaneously, which will stretch the resources of the veterans cricket community, an over 40s and an over 60s happening around the same time.
Geelong could rumble with all of the skullduggery that goes on with all of those for the over 60s.
You thought it was big after the grand final, wait till the over 60s hit town.
Yeah.
Of course, you're now in a situation with the sheer, and I don't know how many are turning up for the over 60s, but if you're looking for a future host of the over 50s event, you've now got to find, with 42 teams, 21 grounds, you've now got to find a place. You can't go to a country town anymore. You've got to find a place that has a substantial number of decent turf pitches.
Yep. Well, we've got our highlight, which will follow very shortly, Phil. I bet you can hardly wait.
That's the highlight. That'll go in the highlights book. Beautiful. So as I said, anything straying on leg side, there's ain't a lot of fielders in that direction.
Information sharing coming through yesterday from the Kratzman family.
Yes.
And the Kratzman family, the story was, did you hear about Neville? I said, no, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. And she said, Neville was in Tasmania and they have won the over 70s.
Yep.
And I said, oh, that's a real thrill. And she said, yes. And I thought, there's more to this story following. Neville was 79 and he played in the winning team.
Yeah, and that's not all, is it, Peter? What's he doing next week?
Well, I'm not sure what he's doing. I think he's looking for the onesie that his son's got.
No, I think he's heading to the over 60s.
Oh, it's extraordinary.
I'm not sure if it's a spectator or play, but I suspect if there's a cricket game on, he'll do his best to get out there.
Be a good story, if we had another day to spare, to go out and film every team and work out where the physios were or the masseuses were and who was going where to get a rub or a shake.
They're fully booked out from this afternoon. They're a bit upset. They lost decent business on Tuesday when the rest day turned out not to be a rest day.
We've seen a few people that unfortunately haven't been able to continue because of those calf injuries that keep you out of sorts for a while. And Harry the hamstring, that's not too flash either.
Not for 18. Dab on the offside. No, it plays a long way down. A direct shot. I'll tell you what, the Victorian at the non-strikers end took a... I'm not sure he was totally 100% desperate to get back, and a direct strike could have been interesting. We're going to have a look. Oh, yep. Last over of the... Last delivery of the third over coming up here. Dabbed onto the onside, so about 5 from the over. Victoria 0 for 18 after 3 overs. Welcome back. There's the site, Woodville Oval. The Adelaide Hills in the backdrop. There's our multi-million-dollar scoreboard showing Victoria 0 for 19 after 3. Drain on 4, Wybird on 12. Hickey to resume the second over, having gone for 4 in the first. Take 15 from his first 2.
You know, Phil, of what's been happening in the overs we've seen, the most that I've thought in terms of possibilities of wickets have been run-outs.
Yes.
No direct hits.
Well, it's
But
interesting.
gee, they're prepared, aren't they, to take on the fieldsmen?
Well, SA bowled a full 45 overs at WA yesterday, and their bowlers only took 3 wickets. The other two were run-outs.
You've got an imposing figure of Matthew Drain who's enjoying the spoils out there. There's no shortage of chin wagging out there too. A bit of, how you going out there? What's happening?
Kate, you're ready to report. Thanks to West End. After this delivery, we'll get some scores around the finals from you.
In Div 1, New South Queensland, 2 for 41 off 10 overs against New South Wales. That grand finals at playing at Ingle Farm. And also ACT, 1 for 28 off 8 overs against Tasmania.
Thanks for that, Kate. We do thank West End for their scoreboard sponsorship. Another question asked, but only really the bowler, not much support from behind there.
I just wanted to make sure that his larynx was juiced up for the day. Number 40 out there, making a noise, Tony Hickey.
All right, Wybird is the batter out on strike at the moment. And the only thing I can tell that's different, unless you stack them up, because I know Drain is taller, but they're 22 yards apart, is that Wybird's, the back of the knee pads are brighter white than Drain's that are more grey. Not for 20, Victoria.
Having some fun, big drive, lovely shot off the front foot, strong and bold, and that's not going to go all the way. When you think about it, it's such a big ground, such a massive ground, and that was never going to reach the fence. Leith Dawes, the 100 on his back, not travelling in the style of Usain Bolt over the 100 metres, but he got there all right, looking resplendent in one of the better beards that we've seen in this competition. And he was working pretty solidly to get out there, and now slip, slop, slap. Good stuff too. If you're here and you're watching, slap it on the snorkel, slap it where you need to slap it, because it is hot. It is a very warm day indeed, and it's a good day for the Vics who've won the toss and have been able to get through a couple of areas of concern, but importantly they haven't lost a wicket.
Just wanted to quickly chat about, we do have a profile in for Paul Wybird. He's lashing out a little bit more, so I want to get this in before he misses one. I played a lot of cricket up in Brisbane, northern suburbs and valleys. Played in London with the Hampstead Cricket Club, Carlton Cricket Club in Melbourne, and the Glenelg Cricket Club.
Oh, wow.
Also played with the MCC, which is...
He's not getting around enough. He's not having a look at these places.
You know, should really get out of his backyard, shouldn't he? He once had a 96-run partnership with Alan Border.
Fair enough, not going to argue with
and
that.
And he really enjoyed the time. As this delivery comes in and left. There was an era, and you and I remember it, Peter, when Test players and state players would play a tiny bit of grade cricket early in the season.
Those were the days.
Now they barely play any Sheffield Shield, let alone grade cricket.
I walk up and shake hands with someone and say, "Who are you?" And the response is, "I'm your teammate. I've played 12 games with you."
Yeah. And that's a first 6, a big hit on the onside. And so Wybird's highest score. Well, let's have a look at the Explorer Caravan's replay. And that's a lofty. The bat fully over the head on the follow through. Yes, if you want to score boundaries, the side with the covers there is the eastern side is the place to hit today.
Yeah, well, that was a full toss in the finish, and he dealt with it in an aggressive frame of mind. South Australia can't get a wicket at the moment, and it's been pretty tough going out there, Phil. They've got 3 slips and a backward point.
Drain has copped one.
Yep.
Another bruise for the to have massaged out. So he's on strike at the moment, trying to walk it off. And it was Drain who hit the 6. So Wybird's had 2 4s, Drain 1 6. Drain is 10 off 9, Wybird is 14 off 17. This is a solid start. They're averaging, well, they were 5.5 at the start of the over. With a 6, that can only go up.
It's a good start in the finish. We talked about these run-outs, but what they're doing is they're putting pressure on the fieldsman, darting through for those quick singles, and so far it's been okay.
Drain on the onside with a single.
Trying to work out I worked on a trivia question this morning that I know you love.
We've been on air for 30 minutes and we haven't had a trivia question yet, Peter. You feeling all right?
I was thinking about when we listen to the cricket, and we listen to coverage like this, there are certain comments that are made by either a wicket-keeper or someone at short backward square leg or close in as a fieldsman, and they become repetitious. This ball pushed away on the offside and there's no run. You know, things like ball Larry, good ball Larry.
Nice one, Gary.
Exactly. Now, I wonder, are there any that you can think of that you hear all the time?
Hurry up, Phil.
That's a good one.
The aim is to hit the ball. They're the usual ones I used to cop in my short, but it was non-boring cricket career. Look, my cricket expertise, this will give you the idea of where I sat in the skill level, Peter. I did play cricket for 1 year at high school for the 4th 11.
Okay.
And our opening batsman was the American exchange student. He was great on the full tosses, but if you yorked him, he was in trouble.
Yeah. That's all right. Well, I've got a favourite one, an absolute favourite by a long way, and I'll tell you in a moment as we are about to start the next over. It's none for 29, Victoria winning the toss and batting, and that's outside the off stump through to the keeper. And that's the bowling of Shane Warne. Bowling Shane.
Yeah.
Bowling Shane.
Yeah.
Anybody could yell that out
Yeah.
because there's usually 3 or 4 around the bat. And that must have irritated the batsman regularly because it was always yelled.
It's part the positive encouragement and part the annoyance of the batsman.
Yep.
Yeah, there is the spirit of cricket, but that does allow for a little bit of feeling when it's a grand final. And that is, if you're going to wander around outside your crease, be prepared to have one delivered to you.
That's the first time too that there's been a shy at the stumps that's hit.
Yes.
This score with 45 overs to be bowled, and you're looking at none for 29. This is a very good start from Victoria.
Yeah.
Forget about perhaps a couple of misses. The fact is they're still there and looking good.
And just under 6 and over.
See there, superb shot from our camera people who are hovering in all different directions because the frustration shown by the batsman in missing that shot, walked away, threw his hand in the air, got himself settled as if to say, dumb, should have done better. Gets the chance now to be better.
So Hickey's gone for just 7. Did he get a nick? They're all up behind the stumps and not out.
Interesting too, the way the umpire made the call too. Can we have a look at a replay of that one? Because there was a bit of anxiety from the South Australians.
Well, we don't quite have the stump mic in. We're just happy that there's actually a stump there. But batted away. So Hickey's been fairly economical. He's only given away the 7 runs off. He's almost at the end of his 3rd over. Tape's gone for a few here. 3 overs for 22, and I wonder if there might be a change. We've got 1 over left of this 6th over. When we come back, Kate will give us some scores around the grounds, but we will see that played out. And just a slight misfield. Victoria there to pounce. They are going at 5 and over, 0 for 30 after 6.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Few Div 3 updates for you. South Australia 3 for 42, 14th over against the WA Quokkas. New Zealand 2 for 51, 12th over, that's Div 3 against WA. And Queensland Hayden 2 for 71 off 14 overs against Tassie.
Thanks for that, Kate. Thanks to West End for the scoreboard sponsorship and the general support of the competition. Along with, they've a slight delay in play as we need to move the side screen. And it's not done remotely. It's got a couple of flat tyres. It requires a bit of legwork by some players. And usually what's supposed to happen is that the batting team usually has two down each end, but Victoria are all huddled up. So I hope that, John, just thinking where they're pushing it, hope your camera's... Yeah, they're pushing the screen, and we've got a camera there on a tripod.
Boys down there into their heavy weightlifting regime.
I'm not sure we're going to get a great behind the pitch cam. Or are you coming up? Okay. We'll see what angle we get. Here comes the start of the 7th over.
First ball whipped away towards mid-wicket. Misfielded, poor fielding out there. There'll be at least one. And the batsman very cautious about not doing anything out of the ordinary, just walking through for that single, but that was poor fielding on the onside, and the score moves up to 31. And I just get these feelings, Phil. SA, they'd pay a bit for a wicket now. This score is creeping.
There's been a change from the southern end. Tim Sargent coming in for a second delivery.
Once you get to around about this mark, and the two who are in at the moment, Drain and Wyberg, are both in double figures, and both can get the wafting smell in their nostrils down Woodville way, not of the fish and chip factory that's just down the road, but of what's happening in the middle, and they need a wicket and need it badly.
Yep, Drain 13, Wyberg 14 has been a good partnership so far. No run on that occasion.
And I kid you not, we talk about looking after their bodies. When the Victorians arrived, and they were a little bit tardy today, not because of their fault, but they got themselves organised, but then straight out to do the training. And the first thing is the exercise regime, absolutely important. You could feel the creaks in their muscles that were going in different ways.
I mean, their bodies are going through some physical exertion this week that they may not be used to. I mean, playing one game a week or a fortnight is one thing, but doing it back to back to back. And don't forget, Victoria had their Sunday game rained out, so they have played. This is their fourth straight day playing. SA got their game against the ACT underway on Sunday, which we're relieved about because we were there to stream it. They've had a rest day. Is that a factor that advantages South Australia? I guess we'll find out as the game progresses.
It's all about the depth of the squad, and when you're thinking about 12 or maybe 13 at the absolute maximum, and about whether or not you can make a change if you think that there's a necessity. Victoria, steady as she goes, and get away to a good start. Drain and Wyberg, they're the two men in the middle. Already seen a 6 hit, bowl ticks. I don't think we've seen any 4s, to be honest.
No, we've seen 2 4s early days from Wyberg, including his first delivery.
Oh, of course. Now this ball is pushed away on the offside, back down the ground, and there's no run. The umpires doing a weighty job out there, doing what they do best. Steve Fielders and Jeff Charlesworth, and the score is done for 31.
SA have tightened it up. 1 run off the 6th, no runs. That's a maiden. I think, or was it a maiden, or just 1 run? Maybe. My apologies. So 2 runs off the last 2. Drain on 31, Wybird 14. Sundries at 4, which are 4 wides. It's going to be Tony Hickey to continue.
A bit of a change is there in the field. I see running on there Andrew Belsack.
Well, everybody on the 12 has to spend half the time in the field, so there is a bit of an interchange. I think players will enjoy a bit of a break today because it's the warmest day they've encountered. Tomorrow it's down to be 31.
31?
We even had a day with a 3 in front of it for possibly months.
Now, time for a quick cheerio.
Yep.
Well done to Andrew Belsack's wife, who is the scorer for the South Australians. And I saw her this morning. I walked over and said hello. And she said, "Are you one of the commentators?" And I thought, this could be dangerous. I said, "Oh, maybe. What's your question?" "Could you please pronounce my husband's name correctly?"
Okay.
And I thought,
who have we been stuffing up?
Okay. How would you not pronounce Belsack? And she said, "Is that how you pronounce him?"
Belsack, okay.
And I thought, well, I'm going okay with this so far. And so the conversation sort of ground to a halt, but she did say she was loving the scoring, enjoying it immensely, and we should say to the managers and to the scorers, they've been travelling around with the teams, enjoying their moments, and good on them for doing a mighty job.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. You don't see too many down the length of the field. That's a magnificent drive. That's from Wybird, sorry. No, my first job in cricket after that illustrious career of one game in the fourth 11. When you're the 13th man in the fourth 11, you know your cricket career is not going to go too far. I got to score for Adelaide Uni C grade side. The captain lived next door and needed a scorer, and I loved it. In the air, but safe over mid-on. Was mid-wicket. They'll take 2, so 6 off the over. Been restricted the last couple, now they're branching out.
Ominous signs out there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong partnership into the 30s. What did I say? The best partnership they've had opening is 46. Same 2 and very settled lineup. Their top 4 hasn't changed all tournament. They've batted first all tournament. So there's a consistency and regularity there.
We've got some worries. The South Australian team would buy a wicket, would pay anything that they could pay. Not that they would, but...
Couldn't find that one in the tournament handbook, Peter.
No. But we were talking about just what the track was doing. Well, it's not doing anything. It's pretty straightforward, and they're playing with a lot of conviction and a lot of confidence.
I think as far as the batters are concerned, it's getting better by the day. Is this being the last day? I'm not sure what Woodville Cricket Club, whatever's playing here on the weekend, are going to use. That is the over. A bit of an expensive one of recent times. I think there was about 8 off of that. None for 39. Run rate, 4.88, which gives them around something just over 200 at that rate.
A bit of an update too on the food that's being consumed here. And the glucose intake has reached an all-time record in the suburb of Woodville. No one's ever eaten as many glucose snakes or jelly beans or whatever than we have today, and just as well because it's given us a bit of a kick, isn't it? It's a bit hot up here.
We're on a sugar high at the moment, which is a great segue to talk about our YouTube chat. Feel free to say hello. G'day to Oscar, who's the youngest member of our Dartfish team, who always brings the snakes, and he's at school. We believe checking in during the breaks.
Well, you've got to explain to our viewers and listeners who Oscar is.
Oscar is a young lad of James, who is often during footy season on a Saturday comes and gives us a hand, and learning many things along the way. So Oscar has organised the snakes for us, having requested that from him yesterday. Thank you, Oscar. G'day to Simon DeRuse, who's got a feed in both camp. He's ex-Adelaidean, friend of Leith Dawes, but also played cricket with Craig Gislingham. So he's got a foot in both camps. G'day to Ross, who's backing the Silverbacks. David Flintoff, who's given me some dirt on James Morris whenever James Morris comes to it. And yeah, don't be shy, say good day. We're here all day.
We are, yeah. And I'd like to reiterate too, he's a really good young man, Oscar.
Indeed.
He just eats all the time and then goes to his father and takes his father's wallet out of the pocket and buys food and then continues to eat.
Oscar's a lovely lad.
That's okay. And I'm not sure where James is at the moment, but I think he's on his second job so he can gather, so he can buy some more glucose snakes.
No, I can see James. He's down at he's at the deepest point you could be. So deep he's on the other side of the road, giving us the side-on shot.
Be a bit hot down there too, wouldn't it?
If he didn't have the headphones on, I think he'd have a wide-brimmed hat. Doesn't quite work with a headset, unfortunately.
No. True not.
Sargent in. He's been very consistent so far, Tim Sargent, trying to slow things down a bit here.
I can tell you one thing, there's been some significant verbal reactions from the Victorian team down below with calling out to their two batsmen, Drainey, go Drainey.
Drainey,
and Paul's
what a name. Kate Johnson, thanks to West End, has been out and about. What have you got for us score-wise?
More Div 1 updates. Yeah, this game is even more... Watch this one. Looks like it had a late start, just like us. WA 0 for 20, 5 overs against New Zealand. Played out at Strath. New South Wales 6 for 62, 15 overs against Queensland. And ACT 1 for 55 in the 11th over.
So 6 for 62 New South Wales after 15. Their tails got a fair work ahead of it because they got 30 overs left and only 4 wickets in hand in the state of origin cricket style match.
Well, I have to say, you've got to give credit to Richard, the Gab man for South Australia. He's kept the field up. He's been pushing hard to try and get a break. But the longer this partnership continues, the more potent it looks for Victoria, who, as you've so accurately suggested throughout the coverage, they've got a decent sort of a lineup to follow.
Last delivery of the 9th over. Sargent is 2 runs from 2 overs, so tight down one end, but no wickets to fall. We will take ourselves a break. Nine overs, we're 20% of the way through, 45 over contest, and Victoria not for 41. So at that length, they're set for 205. G'day to Lee Harradine, asking is Darren Hortop playing for SA? Well, Lee, he might be, but not for the A-grade Silverback side. So there are 5. There's the, might even be 6. There's the Silverbacks, then there's Silverbacks A, B, C, D, and E. They're all playing around Adelaide today. Nice shot. Right around leg gully. They'll come back for 2 pretty easily.
Yeah, noisy lot down there, aren't they?
Yeah. They might appreciate this comment. It's like an Eagles game where in this grandstand some of the visiting fans are, and it's noisier here than for the hometown.
Oh, is it?
But of course, SA are fielding, Victoria are not. So they do have their batsmen in the pavilion, so to speak.
Gee, that's a potent start. 43 in the bank. And looking the goods. SA looking for a wicket. But at this stage, Victoria, under the guise of Matthew Drain, a very significant sports person, he's dibbled and dabbled and done all sorts of wonderful things, and at the moment his focus is entirely on the game of cricket he's playing.
Yeah, having some fun with the My Cricket app at the moment. So we're just lacking the exact live score at the set. Hopefully that will come back. Certainly none for. Hickey has been, here we go, not for 43 or thereabouts. Hickey into his 5th over. Very straight shot. They're going to go for 2. No, they're not. That would have been interesting.
Now, just watching as you flick into the stats, this is interesting now. Of the keeper, who's going to come up behind the stumps with a helmet on, Gab, he flicked his cap into the system. Now he's up behind the stumps and takes it quite well. Wicket keepers amaze me, you know. They're just so quick, deft, jump around all over the place. And
the Queensland wicketkeeper yesterday, whose name escapes me for the moment, it's a hyphenated name,
yes.
I do apologise. Some of his stumping work yesterday was sublime.
Now, if I knew what that word meant, I'd agree with you, but wasn't he good?
He was, well, sublime was very good. That's the best I can talk about. I mean, he would swing his arm across, catch the ball, and in the same motion take the stump.
Yep.
And he did that twice. Wicket keepers in cricket, catches in baseball I'm in awe of. 10 overs in the books, 0 for 44. So the run rate has dropped a tad. It was 5.8 after 5. In fact, the first five overs, Victoria scored 29. The second 5, they've scored 15. So that's just 3 and over. Sargent in particular has helped tighten the screws a little bit. Both batsmen have faced over 20 deliveries. You've got that Queensland wicketkeeper.
I found him. I found him, and I've got another quiz question. It's Shane Drummond-Hills.
Thank you.
Was the wicketkeeper. There are a lot of punters out there who know their stuff. And this one is one of those questions where you really haven't got one answer. But can you think of many at test level, anywhere in the world, with hyphenated names?
I've had it a few times in football. I'll tell you a story. There was an Australian based player who made the major leagues, Ryan Roland Smith.
Okay.
And he was something like the 9,400 player to play Major League Baseball, around about the 28th or 29th Aussie to play Major League Baseball. But he was the first player in Major League history to play the game with a hyphenated name.
Okay. Well, you know, think about cricket ones. I can think of some that have played at Shield level. Coulter Nile was one.
Yes.
But put your thinking caps on, folks, if you've got any that you can think of that have played at that level, even Sheffield Shield level.
Cheerio to Liam Crawford. Watching here from the UK, and I'm thinking 12 o'clock, take off 10.5 hours. It's 1:30 in the morning or thereabouts, and has enjoyed the coverage. Thanks for that, Liam. We have certainly enjoyed following this tournament this week.
45 without loss will now become maybe 49 without loss. That is a magnificent stroke down the ground. Pulls up just in front of the side screen. Now, here's the question for you. They ran 2, and it's a matter of, I'm sure this is the case, it's the protection of the body. And I'm being serious about this because they've played hard all week.
Yep.
Why stretch out with the possibilities of some duress for that third run? But what a glorious shot that was. Almost a shot of the day, only resulting in a couple of runs.
Well, a few of them might be flying back tomorrow. A few of them might be driving back.
Yep.
You might get a convoy on the Dukes Highway heading back east tomorrow. It's just close enough, Adelaide and Melbourne, so a 10-hour drive to think about it. And then you've got your own car here for the week. Or do you fly and do all the team stuff? Probably depends if you've got the time to do it, I guess.
Oh, I've driven it quite a few times, and you've got to pick up the racing station no matter where you go, just to make sure you're looked after.
Yes, there's not a heck of a lot between Taylor Bend and Keith, is there? So there's probably Canalpin, that area. You go through the towns and they seem to get smaller and smaller.
Yeah, they do. I remember, you know how you talk about interviews that you did that you will always remember?
Mm-hmm.
I was told that I needed to interview a Sydney Swans player who had an affiliation with the Adelaide Crows. And I thought, I know this. So I went to Kai and interviewed Marty Matner.
Marty Matner.
And how much fun did I have with that?
Yes. Well, you would have doubled the population when you went, if Marty and you went down there for the interview.
And I was told that I could interview. Hang on, I'll just get the score here.
Not for, I reckon, is that the 50 up? Got a bit of extra cheer there. Yes, it is the 50 up for Victoria after almost 11 overs. Been a good one. They've hit 7 for this.
Yep.
Which is the most they've got off Sargent off the rest. Kate is bursting at the seams to give us some score updates. We'll go to Kate just after this delivery. All yours.
Div 2 updates. Queensland 2 for 97 off 17 overs against New South Wales. That's Queensland Burge, and Queensland Gold also in Div 2, 2 for 46 in their 13th over against Victoria. ACT 1 for 44, 17th over against WA. And South Australia 1 for 49 in their 18th over against New South Wales, playing in the Summit, and whoever wins will be at the top of the Summit.
That's
this
it.
Is the final.
The Summit of Div 2 at the Summit. SA have the chance at the Div 1 and 2 double.
Right, yep. Now, Phil, I've got one for error in judgment. Bad error in judgment with lack of local knowledge.
Okay.
The task at hand, given to me by my good friend Roger Wills, was to find and interview the netball star who played in South Australia but also played at the ACT, dressed up at one stage as one of the mascots for the Thunderbirds in netball, Jane Olschwager.
Oh, yes. And she played some footy.
Oh,
Sandford W.
Lovely for North Adelaide, and she's just such a beautiful person. So Roger Wills said, find her and do an interview with her. She's
okay.
And I thought,
here's a name.
Good.
The rest is up to you.
Yeah. So it was all good. I knew what I was doing, sort of. First
Good
ball
shot.
of the next over hits down the ground. I'll just walk through for the single.
Okay.
So I've gone to Tantanoola and got there and then asked around, and nobody seemed to know anything about Jane Olschwager.
Okay.
You know why? Because she lived in Tintinara, not Tantanoola. So I had a wonderful time driving around, going in absolutely no direction, going to Narracourt, to Keith, to Edenhope, to all those places.
You had actually driven past where she was at Tintinara.
I didn't know that at the
and
time.
kept going to Tantanoola, which is, again, not a particularly largest town, famous for the caves there.
But the beautiful thing about it is, and I'm a good friend of Jane's, is that you have relationships, you have a friendship there that will always remain, and the hiccup was going to the wrong place, that was all.
Yeah. I mean, the role that you had at the ABC covered so many different things. I mean, yes, there was footy, yes, there was cricket, but I can remember you doing many a 36ers game. I think you were the one that taught me that concept of taking the shot and actually letting the crowd tell the story.
Go.
3 points, you know, you'd say, takes the 3 point and the crowd would roar.
Yes. I know what you mean.
What's the craziest sport you've done?
Oh, without question, goalball.
Goalball?
Without question, at the Olympic Games in Sydney, the Paralympic Games, and we were told that we needed to go out and cover goalball.
Yep.
And I thought, yep. So we arrived at the venue, and the big sign outside when you walk through was no noise. And I thought,
okay.
No noise. Walked in, sat down, and realised it was like a soccer game, but the players that were playing what they needed to do was they would roll the ball from one end to the other, and there'd be a rattle in the ball, and the opposite end, the opposite opposition would fall over without seeing the ball and try and stop it because they could hear the bell rolling. It was breathtaking, in all honesty.
Yes.
Goal ball.
That would be a challenge. You'd have to commentate that like a golf or
You just have
billiards.
to be quiet. Yeah.
I do have some important news. Telford sent a text through. Tonight's presentation dinner for all those that are planning to attend. It's been rescheduled back to 8 p.m. because there are players needing to complete their games and get back to their hotels so they don't turn up in cricket gear for the dinner. Apologies for the short notice, but given some of the late starts, it was deemed that maybe we should have a later start. So 8 p.m. Walshy, down at the Adelaide Oval. That will be quite the night, I reckon, tonight.
It's some tough gigs, tough decisions to be made with who steps up and receives the award, all those things.
If the baseball goes quickly, I might have to swing by home to see how it's all travelling. We are 0 for 55, 12 overs are in the books. Kate, what's happening around the city today?
Well, taking it back to Div 4, WA, 3 for 66 in the 17th over against Tasmania.
Thank you for that. Sargent comes in. This is the start of his 4th over. Gets hit, beautifully driven through the covers. But like a lot of shots, pulls up a fairway shot of the boundary. So 2s are the order of the day at the moment. And that is now, by quite some way, the best opening partnership Victoria have had this tournament as it heads to 57 for naught. Wybird hit that for 2. He's on 30. Drain is on 18. 3 boundaries to Wybird, 1-6 to Drain.
Another trivia question for you in a moment.
We should interact with our YouTube audience, Peter.
Oh, no, this is something I think that you'll really enjoy this one.
Okay.
With the statistical wizardry that you possess when you go to any sporting event, if these two who are batting so boldly both reach half centuries, would that be the first time it's happened in the tournament?
It's the first time it's happened in a game we've streamed.
Yep.
And any score updates that Kate's given us, I haven't. So for that to happen, you need, an opening partnership of around about in the hundreds.
Oh, around the ton, yeah.
Because, of course, this is the bit that does your head in and my head in to a point, that it's not recorded as the end of a partnership because there's no fall of wicket.
Absolutely.
So you've got to have 1 retire, 2 retire, fall of wicket. So it's got to be in the 100.
And we haven't had that.
No. I haven't seen it. If anyone out there's been following all the scores has seen it, but yeah.
Oh, this is as good
that
as
would
we've
be
seen,
something.
really, isn't it? And when we're watching and we're seeing the Drain and Wybird partnership, the correct stance and the way in which they stretch forward and play with elegance, but more importantly, play with confidence and with ease. This track is a ripper. There's been nothing to suggest any demons out there. This has been a very good cricket wicket.
Indeed. Wybird, the leading scorer on 28. He's at the non-strikers end, I suspect. So the only way I can tell these two apart when they're not standing next to each other, his Drain is certainly taller, but the back of his batting pads are duller grey, whereas Wybird's are a bit brighter white.
I just like it when he takes his helmet off because he hasn't got much hair.
Yeah, well, that would help, but they don't do that very much.
Not enough.
Sargent in again. This one left.
You hear that, Dan? Did you hear that call in? You know, I'm sorry I've intruded. When you're talking about calls that we've had, close to the wicket, bowling, Shane bowling, the calls from the Victorians then were good watching. He let that ball go, and I'm serious, he yelled out good watching. I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, I guess if you think about it, that's all he
what
really
they did.
He looked at it and didn't do much else.
Yep. Good watching.
So Sargent 3 overs for 8, Tate 3 overs for 22, Hickey 6 for 24. And is Hickey going to go for, I don't think he's going to go for a 7th here. Or is he? Yep. So he's looking possibly to bowl out. Hickey 5 for 71, averaging 3.6 and over.
Now I've got another message through from Anthony Telfer. It starts off with apologies.
Okay.
Right. Okay, Ducks. The location tonight is the Magary Room.
Yes.
Entering via the southern gates.
Yes.
Thanks for that, Telf.
Yeah, I know that. Well, you and I would both know the Magary Room fairly well.
We do, yes.
It's a new facility, but one that we probably frequented a fair bit whenever the opportunity arises.
I remember early days when I first did some Sandford football when I came over, and then also when the Crows were up and running. And we did the games, of course, down at West Lakes. And Phil Carman was one of our experts.
Yes.
Pardon me. Phil said, "Do you get a beer after this?" And I said, "Yeah." Geez, I tell you what, you get a beer all right.
Yeah,
It's a good bloke, Phil.
Yeah, oh yes. Did a wonderful job resurrecting the Sturt Footy Club, got moved on, and the next year they won a premiership. And whilst Brenton Phillips can take full credit for that, getting them up, any premiership coach deserves that. I think Phil Carman deserves an assist because he's certainly got them back up to that level. Drinks break not too far away. We're in the 14th over.
Well, I'm taking note of the executive producer who's giving me some directions as to where I should go.
You
and
notice
the suggestion is to interview Matthew Drain.
You notice we're on a tighter leash today. The executive producer's within earshot.
I'm going to go down shortly because there'll be a drinks break. I don't know whether Matthew knows he's about to be interviewed, but
You'll see.
I'm not sure what the response will be.
And we do thank the S&W Seed Company. Great supporters of SA Veterans Cricket. They are sponsoring our drinks break.
Yep.
This week.
Oh well. Listen, I'll go down there.
You go down there, mate.
And if I've got some issues, I'll catch the 974 bus, which takes me back to North Adelaide, okay?
You'll be fine, mate. It's the 150, by the way. Leaves every 15 minutes or so, I've discovered through the week. Back to this game. And played out to mid-off, no run. So Victoria have hit 60. That's it for 14 overs. So 4.29, slowly but surely SA, the longer this inning is going, the more SA are tightening up. But Hickey's going to run over of overs fairly shortly. That's 7. Bowlers are allowed a maximum of 9 or 20% of the allocated overs, which is 45, which is kind of weird. A lot of games are 40 overs, and all of us grew up one-day cricket 50. 45, just a bit of a head scratcher trying to do the sums in your head sometimes. Sargent, 4 overs, 11 runs conceded, comes in. And again, no run. Sargent has taken 2 wickets for 72 of 22 overs, but he's the most economical of all the South Australian bowlers, allowing just 3.3. And at 11 off 4, he's actually just slightly ahead of that. Well left, well watched, as they say, good watching, as the Victorians like to say. Drain's on strike at the moment. He's on 19 off 32. Wybird is 32 off 49. Drinks break in just a few deliveries now. So they scored 29 off the first 5 overs, 15 off the next 5, and they've scored 16 so far in the between the start of the 11th and where we're at here, which is a couple of deliveries left to the 15th. So started at 6 and since then been going at about 3 to 4. but they're established. Said we haven't had, at least in the games we've streamed, an opening partnership that's gone this long, or one where the top two batters have both retired. Now, Victoria have had 3 batters that have retired not out this tournament. Drain in the opener against New South Wales was 50 not out after 80 deliveries. Wybird in the second game against New Zealand, 50 off 58. You can see a bit more aggressive with it. And then Anthony Bloomfield also against New Zealand, 50 off 63, retired not out. Next in, Andrew Sharp, Rowan Pike and Craig Gislingham. According to the order we've been given. Sargent in. Defended well. And that will do it for drinks. 15 overs are in the book. Victoria 0 for 60. And that was actually a maiden over. First maiden over, I believe. Yes, first maiden over that we have had so far today. So Drain 19 off 38, Wybird 32 off 51, 9 sundries, Victoria 0 for 60. Tape is, said 3 overs for 22. Hickey, who's bowled from go to woe, 7 overs for 26, and Sargent really holding down that southern end, 11 runs off 5.
I can say what I want to say with a microphone, but I can say in batting and then giving us some of your time when we're trying to cover the Veterans Championship. Matthew Drain, thank you, and well done out there too. Hasn't been easy, but you're still there, and this partnership becomes very important.
Oh, it does as a starting point, Peter. Yeah, there's a long way to go, but from a foundation point of view, after 15 overs, that's a nice run rate, nice score. So plenty of wickets in the shed. Players can retire at 50, so you've just got to keep batting well each ball, and if you can get 1 or 2 in the sheds, that's obviously a bonus, but you just got to bat well each ball. The wicket's good. The outfield, you got to run a fair bit, which is fine, but great conditions and great day to play, so no better place to be, really.
Any ducks and drakes in the track?
No, it's a really good track. Typical Premier cricket track. It's had a few days in it, yeah, it's pretty very true. So it's good.
And a quick one. There's been a lot of the 1s and 2s. The running between the wicket has to be good because there's always, to me, I've thought there could be a run out early in the piece, but you blokes knew what you were doing.
Yeah, well, Paul and I have played a lot together back in the day in Premier cricket in Victoria, and our point of difference has really been to play positive cricket, whether that's 1s, 2s or boundaries. So yeah, we bat well as a partnership, and the rest of the guys do as well.
Just a quickie for you. Who's going to get their 50 first?
Oh, just bat well each ball, Pete. Just bat well each ball. It's a fine line cricket, so you just got to stay in the moment. So we'll be doing that.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and get out there and get some more runs.
Thank you.
Matthew Drain, and look, that's good stuff. Good stuff, all right. The Vicks, you can tell a Vic, but you can't tell them much. Aren't they stitching up South Australia at the moment? Back with more cricket from Woodville, and the only one that counts, that's the GF, the grand final. Let's take some commercials for a start.
I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Yes, it's definitely one of my favourite parts of South Australia, the magnificent Adelaide Oval. And one of my old haunts is right here, Woodville Oval. And really have enjoyed this week bringing you all the action from the Australian veteran cricket, over 50 national championships, 5 divisions, 42 teams, a record 520 players. Throw-in officials, broadcast team, and it's almost a cast of 1,000 involved this week, through rain and hail and today glorious sunshine. New power play, so a slight lessening of the fielding restrictions. South Australia have got 3 men deep, one at long off, one at mid-wicket and one sort of a cover sweeper. Captain Matthew Drain is 19 off 38 deliveries. Paul Wybird is 32 off 51. We head into the start of the 16th. Hickey's in. Wybird airs it, but will land safely over the gap between Davey, who's in sort of a deep mid-wicket, and Wybird gets shorter mid-wicket. Now, after that, the captain, Richard Gabbs, coming up to keep behind the stumps with the helmet on. This is Drain, who again finds Davies with one along the ground, so a couple of singles to open proceedings after the drinks break. To see what kind of target Victoria are thinking about with 30 overs to go, all wickets in hand. Of course, we do see professionals able to sort of accelerate the run rate in these situations, but a bit harder at this level to have those different paces of game. That one's played nicely through mid-off, and that'll be a stroll for Drain with the single. Have I got that? No, that was, I reckon that was Wybird. This is Drain facing now, I suspect. In the air, through the gap. Should be 2. It is. 0 for 64. Might be 0 for 65 actually. So I've missed one. Drain on 20, Wybird 34. Field reset. Here comes Hickey. Played offside. Good pick up and quick throw. Drain goes to 21. Wybird on 34, facing up. Straight to mid on no run. For Hickey, that's the end of this. Well, 0 for 66 of 16. That over going for just going for 6. For 4.1 per over at the moment. Just wondering if one of these players is going to start to unleash and pick this run rate up a bit there. Victoria have got an opportunity here to build a massive total. One thing about the 45 overs, it tends to, I feel it comes on you pretty quickly. 1 minute you're cruising and there's 15 and so forth. The next minute you got less than 10 overs left. So we're going to have a change of bowler. I hope that, Liam, you're still awake because Graham Crawford's about to have a bowl. From the southern airport end here at the Woodville Oval. Drain the player on strike at the moment, 23 off 42, 1-6. And about the spot where he hit that 6, there's a man on the boundary, so I wonder if there's going to be any temptation to try and hoik one over mid-wicket, square leg. So Crawford has bowled in all 3 preliminary games. Played in this fielder, there'll be enough, or the excuse that Drain needed to get down the other end and go to 24. Victoria North for 67. Graham Crawford against the ACT 1 for 27 off 6, against Queensland 2 for 26 off 5, and against WA bowled all 9 overs for 38. Just over 4. He's conceding 4.5 a over so far for this tournament. Picked up a bit of dirt there on the pitch. Quick run single. If you're the quick pick up and throw, not quick enough. Wide bird to 35. Looks like it's a rubbish day here at Woodville. There's one of the rubbish trucks hurdles on down Galunga Avenue. We're on the Oval Avenue side of the oval. So yes, this is the Woodville Oval, Oval Avenue, Woodville South. Crawford gets Drain coming down the pitch to him. Another quick single. That will do it for the first over for Crawford. I've got 3 off of that. 17 are in the books. 0 for 69. 4.06 the run rate. Liam is awake. Fantastic. Probably got the toothpicks on the eyes. We've just ticked over. We're ticking towards 12:30 here local time in Adelaide. Game started a bit late, but that's okay. The tournament presentation dinner has been scheduled back a bit. So all will be, it'll be quite a night at the Adelaide Oval. And it's in the McGarry room, named after William McGarry, who organised the first Best and Fairest type awards some 25 years before a Brownlow medal. There was a McGarry medal for the best and fairest player in the local football competition. Designed at the time because there was a little bit of thuggery in Australian rules football back in the late 19th century, the 1800s, and they thought a medal would be a good way of stomping that out and promoting civility towards umpires. Worked to a certain point. Not as well as video evidence did when that came in. Now you... So many sports streamed, and we're with the Dartfish, the filming footy crew that enjoy dabbling in some cricket when there is no footy. What other sports do we do, John? Hockey? Netball? Surfing? Not sure if I could ever commentate surfing. He's on the board, he's on the board, he's off the board. Artificial surfing. Okay. So we're digressing a bit here.
Grand finals going on across the board. New
Thanks,
South
Kate.
Wales, 4 for 82, 21.4 overs against South Australia next to West End.
Thank you. Yes, the West End scoreboard all around the competition today. 21 games, all for a spot where you're going to be placed in your respective division. 5 grand finals.
And speaking of those grand finals, Div 3, Victoria 3, 6 for 61 off 28.3 overs against New South Wales.
So New South Wales would be happy with that situation. 6 down.
And speaking of the state, Div 4, New South Wales 2 for 98 off 44 overs against Queensland.
So they're almost through their first inning. It's 44 overs and 98. Okay. New South Wales have a team in every grand final except Division 1. So while SA is looking for possibly 3 championships, including Div 1, Div 2, New South Wales, well, they can pick up 4. Victoria have got a couple of sides in as well, and Queensland just the 1.
Well, how about this one for you? SA, 5 for 15.
Oh,
off 16.5
is that the Redbacks
overs.
or the Silverbacks?
SA Silverbacks D against New South Wales Wombats.
Oh, gee, that's probably the grade they're going to get. 5 for 15 against the Wombats. Oh, dear. Meanwhile here, wickets nowhere to be found. This is where the other Victorian players are probably going to be glad of the 50 retired out rule, because they might get a hit. Drain and Wybird look perfectly comfortable. We're almost through 18 overs. 18 of 45. And not a wicket to be found. Last delivery. Well watched, as they say. 18 overs are the books. Victoria 0 for 72. That's 4 runs and over. We'll be back after the break. That's the Eagles' foot. Looking live at the Woodville Oval from the southern end looking north. The Woodville West Torrens Footy Club, the mighty, mighty Eagles. Right now they're getting ready to see if any of their young talent gets drafted into the AFL over the next week. A swing and a miss, and we have ourselves a wicket. I think that is Wybird, who's the first one to head back. The bowling of Crawford. Liam's jumping up and down at God knows what ungodly hour in the UK, because Graham has struck. And the opening partnership ends on 73. Wybird out 37 deliveries. 37 runs, 59 deliveries. He has given, along with Captain Drain, a substantial start as we look at the Explorer Caravan's replay. rattled. And relief, I think, was the main reaction from all and sundry wearing red this afternoon.
Phil, you know, we pick up bits and pieces. Weiberg leaving the ground, and I was watching him, and he was being given a warm round of applause by the Victorians. He took his glasses off underneath the helmet.
Yep.
And appearing there with glasses. You don't often see that when you've got a cricketer. They've got the contact lenses, but the glasses were removed.
Yeah. Daniel Vittori, he used to wear glasses, didn't he? I think.
The New Zealand bowler. I'm not sure.
I think. I'll stand corrected. I mean, if you're doing a list of all the things I'm being standard corrected on this week, it'll be a long one.
Well, there's an interview I'll try and get a little later on. There's an opening batter, or an opening batsman, I'm not sure what they like to call themselves now, but wearing glasses.
Andrew Sharp comes out. He's had the first drop position all through the tournament. He was out for 5 caught against New South Wales, 15 LBW and 11 caught against New Zealand and Tasmania respectively. So 31 runs for the tournament. Should add that Weiberg, that's 37 to add to his 68. Over 100 runs for the tournament. Mighty effort that. 105 to be exact. Means he's averaged over 25 for the game. And now Graham Crawford, tail up. New batsman needing to settle. This is probably the first left-hander that I've had to call, Walshy, actually. Played off and off the mark first delivery.
Good work, Sharpie.
Just so I don't get stuck, I've done these field position charts for left, right-handed from either end, because a single spot on the ground at any one point can be 4 different field positions. Just so I don't get too confused, but I haven't used the left-handers ones very much at all. So, and this will be good because one's left and one's right. I'll know who's who in the zoo. Drain the drive. And a single. Total goes to 75. Have not seen a boundary for a while. We've had 3 4s and 1 6, and I would say they all came in the first 5 overs. Right now we're in the 19th. Run rate bang on 4. Apologies. Yeah, we're in the 19th. About to end it in a sec. No run. 3 off the over, most importantly for the Silverbacks, a wicket. Just checking if SA have too many. They have a couple of players out deep, pretty much the sweepers. 1 square, 1 cover. Oh, I don't think that was a drop. I think it just fell short. Yeah, not totally sure the spot from here. Anyway, that is 19 overs in the books. Victoria 1 for 75. The run rate for the first time all day has dropped below 4. Kate, you've got some scores thanks to West End.
Yeah, small champion playoffs going on in Div 1 around the state. WA 1 for 79 off 18.3 overs against the Kiwis. Div 1 at Queensland 2 for 121 off 27 overs. And ACT 2 for 103 off 23 overs against Tasmania.
Well, that ACT Tasmania game, we've seen both sides have their moments but come up winless. One's going to win, and unfortunately one's going to go home without a W for the tournament. So thanks for that, Kate. One of the things, just hearing those scores come in, is that the overs that have been bowled are fairly mixed. So I think with the buses today and the venues to go, that a few games started on time, a few games started a bit late. I think a couple of games they were trying to start at 10 a.m. Only not everybody got the memo about that, so back to the 11 o'clock start. Because there was one score that I know Kate read that was 44 overs, which is almost first inning over, and we're not even up to 20 yet. Maybe they'll get in early and drink the bar dry at Adelaide Oval. Maybe that's the aim. We have a new bowler. Oh, and that was a daft chance to Crawford. I think this is Srinivas. He's getting a bowl. It is. First one drew the shot from Drain.
In Div 2, ACT Fibles Gold, 6 for 83 off 28 overs against
so
WA.
They got a bit of batting still to do and not much left of it. Srinivas 0 for 54 off 15, so economical, 3.6 runs and over conceded. Still looking for that first wicket of the tournament. And Crawford, his wicket, that was actually his fourth for the week. Srinivas comes in, short defends.
Good Sharpie.
It's an interesting, if this was a test match, I would say Victoria are very well placed, but for the fact that they have only lost one wicket, you think the run rate would be a tad higher, but then I've been feeling that all week. Bar Queensland yesterday, that I think both SA and Victoria probably wouldn't have had the chance to watch the stream, but I think Queensland showed how to play this oval. And that is do a lot of running. There are lots of 2s and 3s and some pretty quick fire singles. Because there is space. There is a single there to mid-on. One for 78, a couple of deliveries left. And the boys on the northern side screen getting a bit of a workout here because we're going from left to right hand. So whilst it's great for us because we can tell who's who, the side screen workers are, you know, with these singles, changing every couple of deliveries. And they're not the easiest things to move, those side screens. I reckon this is the last over of the 20th. We are through 20 overs. And it's fair to say that 18 off of that. So the 5 overs have gone 29, 15, 16 and 18. Which I think would favour South Australia, keeping it under the 4 runs and over, mate. So Wybird, the player, out 37 runs off 60 deliveries. Drain is up to 30 off 52. Sharp, who's just joined the party, he's on 2 off 7. SA starting now. They've used 6 bowlers now. Crawford is coming in now, is 1 for 5 off of 2. Kate's got some more updates, which we'll get just after this first delivery.
Yeah, got it now. Yeah, we are.
Crawford starting 3rd over to Drain, who'll hit away, no run. Kate, what have you got for us? Where are we going this time?
Thanks to the West End scoreboard, giving you some Div 2 updates. We have championship playoffs. Queensland Burge, 1 for 139 off 27.4 overs against New South Wales Gaza. I said Gaza because I thought it was the name of
That's the oval.
Yeah.
That's the oval, I suspect.
Victoria 3 for 90 off 23 overs against Queensland Gold.
As Crawford comes in again, down the pitch, drives straight back.
Here's one that you'll like. ACT 7 for 83 off 28.5 overs against WA.
So that's the, what division were we talking?
This is Div 2 championship.
Div
layoff.
Yep.
And for the grand final, New South Wales 6 for 88 off 25.2 overs against New South Wales.
Okay, so that's South Australia 6 for 88, yep. So, some fascinating scores there. Of course, being cricket, you get that first inning, you say, okay, but what's the pitch playing like? We thought Victoria were in serious trouble yesterday when they were out at the... And I think that grand final you mentioned, Kate's being played at the Summit.
It is.
Which has been known for a lot of wickets. There was Victoria out for 140 and Tassie all out for 74, I think. So maybe 6 for 66, not as bad a score as it appears. We'll only know when the other team bats, I guess. That's it for the 21st over. Victoria 1 for 79. We will be back after the break.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Interesting here that we've got Drain coming off after 30. Just asking for a drink of water. We had the drinks break 5 overs ago. But Drain was being interviewed, so maybe he didn't get as much of a break. I'm not sure what they're chasing here or why the delay. Unfortunately, on a personal note, I was to get the cap. Okay, far out. Both teams with the slower ball. Both players now, both batters, have disposed of the helmet and are donning the navy blue. But yeah, a delay that probably could have been handled a little bit faster, given we've started 15 minutes late. And it's actually a fairly slow going game. We've been going for an hour and a half, the 20 overs. Usually we try and get 45 in 3, so there are a couple of overs behind that rate. But the spinners, slow bowlers are on, the caps are on, so maybe that will pick up as Drain finds another single. Haven't seen much in the way of an aggressive shot in recent time. It's just been well-placed drives, or for the most part. Oh, he's gone. 2 for 80. Short stay at the crease. Sharp stay at the crease. I've been saying short all day. I do apologise. Andrew Sharp. We'll just have a look at the Explorer Caravan's replays. The scorer wants to know, was he bowled or not? Yep. I would say that's the case. So, Walshy, I'll get you to put the headsets on. I'll just let you know that the next batter, if they're in order, is going to be Rohan Pike, because we've got a guest, and it's my turn to stop talking for a while.
Thank you, Phil. There's a wicket to South Australia, really searching hard and eventually breaking through. Drain still out there batting so well, looking the goods and looking to continue what's been a very impressive tournament for the Warrior, for the Vics, who's playing so well. Paul Wybird has been kind enough to join us as he pops up into our commentary box. Paul, thank you, and well done out there too. It was not easy, but you got the partnership going. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. It was great opening stand. Great to bat with Matty Drain again. A long time since we both played together at Carlton. So, fantastic to be doing it for Victoria.
Lots of questions I want to ask you, and the first one was, and I'm hoping it's okay. As you walked off, it did appear to me as if you took off some glasses.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
What's the story there?
I'm 52.
So you've got glasses. How does that work?
Yeah, just lenses in here. Yeah, it's there for seeing distance. So yeah, no good. Can't see.
But the eyes deteriorating or what?
I think it's just the optometrist says it goes with the age.
Yep.
So
contact lenses?
Tried them, don't like them.
Right. So how does it work then? With the glasses go on and then the helmet goes on over the glasses?
I think my process is helmet first, then glasses.
Yeah.
But so they sometimes fog up, but it's okay. It's better to be able to see the ball than not. So
yeah, true.
So that's a good thing.
The enjoyment levels of a tournament as such, where we had that terrible weather earlier on, a lot of rain, but you blokes settled in very well.
It's been great.
Well, I'm telling you about how you've settled out very well, but you've just lost your third wicket, and we'll talk about that in detail now. But a good comeback by South Australia, considering at one stage with Paul, who is our special guest, Paul Whitebread, it was 1 for 73. But what's it been like in the tournament itself with rain, covers are out, hard to know what the weather's going to do, and you're still trying to play consistently?
Well, I think we knew what the weather was going to do. It was blowing dogs off chains for 3 days and bucketing rain. So it's great to be able to get a game. The conditions were challenging at the start, but it's fantastic that South Australia could get the wickets up and we could play. So that's what we're here for. We're here to play. So
true.
It was challenging. I mean, Victoria's had a very wet start to spring and summer. So pre-season was all indoors for us. This is the first time we've seen turf outside when we played on Monday. So
where do you play in Victoria?
Currently I'm playing for the Southeast Vets, so they're based out of Caulfield, which is just around the corner from
the race course?
Not too far, Caulfield Cricket Club is where they're playing out of. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that part of the deal, Paul? The players are spread far and wide. You want to get them all together as often as you can. But how do you do that then to make sure there's that element of team spirit before you travel?
So for the Vics, Peter, we've been training for 4 months at least now, up at Croydon, up at Saxon Sports.
For this particular tournament?
For this particular tournament, at least try and get there once every 2 weeks if you can get there every week. We've had people driving 5.5 hours to get there from all over the state. It's quite interesting actually. The training's been going on, and then at a club level people have been trying to play in the Saxon Shield there, which is what the grade, the structure that they've set up to feed into the Victorian team. So as I said, we just haven't had the opportunity to play due to all the wet weather that we've had through spring. So
how competitive to try and get a Guernsey then in the team?
It was very competitive. I haven't played cricket for 15, 20 years competitively.
Why?
Retired when I played. My last game of district cricket was in Adelaide here for Glenelg. I played over here for a season and a half. So I started my career in Valleys in Brisbane, Mighty Valleys District Cricket Club. Played there till I was 28. Then down to play for Carlton from 28 to 32, and then over here for a season and a half. Then I moved to Germany, and not too much cricket in Germany.
So why the move to Germany?
For work, Peter.
Do you mind me asking what sort of work was over in Germany?
That was a global marketing role, so that was a bit of fun to travel over there. But 34. That was the end of my cricket career, and since then it's been a bit of golf, a lot of sailing, and it was great to met up with Matty Drain in the middle of the year up in Queensland. I'm playing up there, and I got 2 practice games for Victoria against New South Wales, and Matty asked me if I'd like to join, and so I started training again and back into it. So it's been great.
Gee, I tell you what, there's been jump from this to this to this. Sailing? What sort of sailing?
I'm lucky enough to race on a beautiful 67-foot boat. So we do most of the ocean races around Australia. We do Sydney. Well, boat's about to go into the water today, so we'll do Sydney to Hobart this year. Hopefully.
Have you done it before?
We've completed 8. Yeah.
Have you really?
Yeah.
And I don't want to digress because it really sticks out with me, and I struggled with it with talking about the 1998 finish because I was down there in Hobart and that was a horror. It was just so difficult for so many people. Were you involved in that at all?
No, just the last 8 of the last 9. So it'd be great to get back into it this year. We'll go down. I'm lucky I'm part of on a beautiful boat, beautiful crew, great
big
crew.
maxi?
67 foot, Warwick 67, so she's a nice size, but we're a little bit luxurious, so we're never going to win, but we don't lose. We've made 8 from 8, so that's a good.
How do you cope on the water? What's it like though? You're away from the heads and of course Bass Strait, and then as you zoom down the west coast, or the east coast I should say, of Tasmania and into Storm Bay, and you're looking up and you're thinking, this is the Derwent River, there's Constitution Dock, how good's my life?
It's a good point, Peter. I do reintroduce myself to the crew as we come across Storm Bay into up the Derwent, past the Iron Pot, that Happy Paul is back.
Yeah. Have you met the same sailors? Have you been with the same crew?
Same crew for the 8 Hobarts, and it's a fantastic crew. Allegro is the name of the boat, and run by Adrian and Sarah Lewis. It's a beautiful boat, so I'm very lucky to be part of that crew.
Paul Wybert's our special guest here at the cricket with Victoria at the moment. Now, if I could see the score, it's after 22 overs, 3-4, 83. Now, we talked about your sailing. Have you done any? Did you do any sailing when you were in Germany?
No, not in Germany. No, Kiel Week would have been fantastic, but no, didn't get up there. No.
Didn't happen?
No, I wasn't sailing at that point in time. Started sailing when I was a kid. My mum grew up in far north Queensland, and her brothers were into it, so mum introduced me to sailing, and then Dad probably ripped me out and into cricket and rugby, and then up in Queensland, obviously, and then cricket has been fantastic to me. Then back into sailing later in life. So it's good team sport.
Okay, who introduced you to golf?
Dad.
Does Dad play golf?
Yeah, he loves it. Yeah.
What's his handicap?
I don't know. I think
You'd know.
Oh, he's coming. He was telling me he's coming in, so he's down to 15 or 16, I think. So he's going.
What are you?
I'm off. I think I'm off 8 at the moment, Peter.
You think you're off 8? These people that say they think, they know. They know. Do you get to play golf very often?
Yeah, I'm getting back into it. It's been took a couple of years off and getting back into it. So yeah, it's been good. A part of a beautiful club down at Peninsula Kingswood down there on the Sandbelt. Nice. So it's great. Golf's fantastic to walk around. And
tell us about the relationship with Matthew. You said you'd re-established contact, and that's the wonderful thing about Paul. Friendships in sport. You mightn't see someone for a period of time. All of a sudden you do, and you feel like you're back in business.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Matty came to us. Matty played for Essendon Cricket Club, and he came across to captain coach us at Carlton. Matty's with his football background, being player manager there at Essendon Football Club under Kevin Sheedy. Matty brought a lot of structure to our training and to our games. He brought a level of professionalism that I really hadn't seen before. We'd had some fantastic captains and coaches before there at Carlton, Rowan Larkin, Ian Wrigglesworth. That was a fantastic club to play for, and Draney took it to a very professional level. So training was very structured, the game was structured. We had set plays. It was very much that football mentality was brought into cricket. So it was great learning. Matty's a fantastic guy. He loves bringing the team together. He loves bringing out the best in people. We had a session this morning where Matty spoke about each one of the players and what they bring, but not as a cricketer, but as a person.
I heard about that, and there was sort of like a bonding session with arms around each other and just trying to draw strength on your teammates before you went out to go.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, we're 11, 12 guys that have come together, 13 guys that have come together. We haven't played before. So we hadn't played a match together before Monday. And that's a fantastic thing about this tournament, and it'd be the same for every team throughout the group, is that you come together, we're all like-minded, we love our cricket. If we're still playing at 52, we love our cricket, right? So, and a great bunch of guys, getting to know a whole bunch of new people and where they come from, what's their background, a whole world of different backgrounds, and it's been fantastic. And through cricket, through the Carlton Cricket Club, through the Valleys Cricket Club, through the Glenelg Cricket Club, we've got mates for life, and I'm sure it will be the same here.
Understood. Paul Wybert is our guest in the commentary box here with Victoria at 3 for 83 in the final being played against South Australia. Now, Matthew's got a bit of a Ballarat connection too, hasn't he? Or did have?
He lives out there.
Ballarat at all?
He's living out there at the moment, I think.
I used to live there.
Did you?
I think I might have seen him one day at the butcher shop or something.
Rugged up with a beanie on, I'm sure.
So he gets around, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he's lived in Sydney. He did a lot of work over here with Port Adelaide, I think.
Yes.
Obviously, he was in Melbourne with Essendon and a number of other football clubs. So, Matty's he's had his challenges recently with illness and stuff, and he's reinforced to us that how lucky to get this opportunity. We're still playing at 52. So, I've had a couple of mates at the moment who've been through some serious heart conditions and a few other things, and so we're really lucky to be playing. So it's great. Matty's he's expressed to us that hey, this is a really great opportunity that we still have to compete and play. So
it's a really good point that you make, Paul, because Andrew Kratzman, who plays for Queensland and was out here playing yesterday, I had a chat with Andrew at the function that was on last weekend at the Adelaide Oval, and I'm a prostate cancer sufferer myself. And I chatted to Andrew about it. And we talked about men's health. We didn't know each other. Yeah. And we chatted for probably 10 or 15 minutes. Then I bumped into him at the cricket. I met his wife. And we talked about Mark Kratzman, of course, the other tennis player of the brothers.
Right.
His father has just finished playing in Tasmania. His father won the Bulls tournament in the over 70s. His father's 79.
Yeah, it's still playing.
And he's still going. So what does that say about the friendships in sport? And what you can also do is you can offer, where necessary, the support.
No, it's fantastic. It's a great point you raised, Peter. A great mate of mine in the Queensland team, Richard Anderson, he was telling me about veterans cricket, and Gavin Brown was giving me some briefings as well. But Ando said it's a giant men's shed. We're all here. Yeah. We're all here for a reason, and we talk through things, and it's great. You meet people, you talk through. Everyone's here. Everyone's got a different path to get here, and to get to this age, you've all been through the roller coaster once or twice, and it's fantastic. As you say, prostate cancer. You're obviously working with it, and it's great to have you here presenting.
Did he do a calf, Richard? And I thought he was the scorer. I think he might have been. I think he had to miss a game.
He sent me a text message last night saying that he's the professional scorer today. Yeah, so Ando's done his calf. He's a fantastic bowler, so we played together at Valleys. Yeah, he's a ripper. He's a great mate. So.
The fascination is, Paul, that you've told us that you've all come together at such a short period of time. When the games are over, which will be this afternoon, you go back to being, in inverted commas, normal. You've got to make sure that you retain the solidarity of the friendships.
It's Richie Saniga was just saying downstairs before the game. He said we should all catch up and play golf as a group now, and whether that's once a quarter or once every 6 months or something like that. But as I said before, in this tournament you'll make mates for life, both in the team that you're playing with and in the opposition. Met some good blokes out there today and through the tournament. So great to have the Kiwis across. They bring a different flavour to it.
Yes,
they were competitive. That's always good. So. Yeah, no, I think it's a good point you raised. We will keep catching up, and obviously these tournaments keep rolling around each year, and there's other things to do. So no, it's a great point.
So you are going to continue on. You want to be a veteran, irrespective of the age group, because I know the 60s and over are on in Geelong next week. So there's always something happening.
I think one of the umpires is driving across from here. There's a number of the umpires driving across from here to Geelong, and then back to wherever they come from. I think one of the umpires at the northern end there, he's from the Gold Coast. And this guy here's from Sydney. So, people have come from everywhere, which is fantastic. Right?
And have you enjoyed South Australia? Have you had the chance to do anything like go to a winery or sit down and relax?
On my way home, I'm going to go back through the Coonawarra. I've got some great mates in the Coonawarra, so I'm going to stop there. I've drove over and I'll stop there and have a night there.
Yep.
Whilst we've been here, we're staying down at Glenelg, which is a really lovely spot. So that's been good to have the local life down there. I live in St Kilda, so they're actually very similar.
Oh, so nice beaches there too.
Yeah. No, it's been good. Lovely food, great people, South Australian people, beautiful people. So it's really enjoyed our time over here. Each day we finish the game, we go down to the beach. So that's been getting better day by day. It's dropped from 40 knots down to 15 knots.
So, Paul, just a couple of quick ones before we wrap it up.
Yes, mate.
This game, of course, finishes, and then tonight there's a few awards that are going to be passed on. But the rivalry that exists between South Australia and Victoria is evident in most sports. Is it evident from your point of view out there in cricket?
Look, no, it's been played in a very good spirit out there. It's all very positive. It all seems quite good. It's very competitive. We're both here to win, right? So I think Matty Drain was talking about the history between Victoria and South Australia, but being a native Queenslander, I'm probably the worst person to ask. They both don't play rugby.
Well, you've got 87 in the bank and only 24 overs down, so you've got plenty of time left. What's a good score? You've had a good look at the track out there. What do you think?
It's interesting, Peter. The track is very good. The spinners, that's what's going to win the game here. There's no bounce from the spinners, so and we've got a couple of absolute rippers coming. They're going to bowl. They've taken some great wickets and won us some great games through the tournament so far. Look, I think if we can get above 200, that will be competitive. Obviously, 250.
The final one, this is a medical question, but it's going back to when I did see you walking off, and I did see you underneath the helmet remove your glasses. So I'm being serious on this. What would your advice be if someone wanted to play cricket and continue to play cricket? Now, I, for example, have to wear glasses. I've got no choice. What would your example, or what would your thought be and advice be to someone who's, look, I don't know whether I want to continue on because I've got to wear glasses playing cricket?
Oh, well, it hasn't stopped me, mate. Obviously, you can get laser surgery. People can wear contacts or last resort glasses. It's, because the helmets are compulsory now, so it's all pretty safe, and the glasses are pretty safe. So No, it's all. It's not a problem at all. The glass was a little bit annoying, but it's all good. Get out there and play, run around.
Good stuff. Thank you so much for
Thanks,
coming
Peter.
up.
Great to meet you. Really appreciate
it. We've talked about surfing. We've talked about, well, not so much surfing, but sailing and golf. I still haven't worked out whether you really are an 8 handicapper. I reckon you're a bit better than that, aren't you?
Let's go and have a whack. We'll see how we go.
Good on you, mate.
Good on you, Peter. Thanks, mate.
No, thank you very much. Paul Weiberg, another one of our special guests joining us on our coverage and coming up and having a chat. And it's really good to be able to be introduced to the guests that are making this so much fun. Thanks, Paul. He's just heading off into the distance. And as I said, this is during the game where we spoke with Matthew Drain earlier on and Paul Weiberg earlier on. It's all good. The score is 3-4-89. Thanks, Phil. 3-for-89. And the wickets falling at 73, 80 and 89. So it's been a good fight back by the South Australians. But in the bank at the moment, some pretty good runs. And, of course, the guy out there in the middle, Matthew Drain, is the one that South Australia need to get rid of. Phil Hurden's back in the commentary spot with Victoria at 3-for-89. 26 overs down, and food is still just a thing in the past, like nostalgia. Welcome back, Phil. It's all yours.
Oh, thanks, mate. What are we? Not far off the 27th over. I think the longer this goes, the better South Australia's chances are looking there. Based on their last few games, they're a team that doesn't take a huge amount of wickets, but their fielding placement, their bowling style is very good at, they restrict if not remove. Drain on 36 off 69. Pike, unfortunately, as you saw, out for a duck. That over from Srinivas, 2 wickets, has sort of turned this one a little bit for mine. We'll take ourselves a break.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Welcome back. Three for 89. Srinivas looking for his 3rd wicket. And bowled again, 3rd bowled by Srinivas. He is the Victorian destroyer right now. Drain can only look on as another batsman is removed cheaply. This is Gislingham, who I think has gone for 6. And I've lost wherever I've kept my scoring. I've come back to it and it's disappeared on me, so 3 for 90 off 27.1. Run rate down to 3.33 at this rate. It's been a masterful last 10 overs from South Australia. 3 wickets have fallen, the runs have really dried up. And at this run rate, Victoria looking at a score at around about 150. That said, they defended 140 easily yesterday. And their bowlers are probably the strongest part of their lineup. Waiting to find out the new batsman. Confirming Gislingham was bowled, and that is the last 3 dismissals, all bowled by Satish Srinivas, who's having his best return for the tournament. He came in today having bowled in 2 of the matches, 15 overs, 0 for 54. He's got 3 in the space of 26 deliveries. 3 for 7, his figures right now. New batsman at the crease, which, as I said, without a number, we just have to wait a little bit for my cricket to let us know. When it posts and updates, we'll let you know. Hopefully he survives long enough to be introduced. For 90. And as the wickets have fallen, the runs to a certain extent have dried up. New batsman is Grant Dew, who scored 10, 6 and 6 thus far. He's been LBW caught and bowled. 28th over in the books. I have a sneaking suspicion, I don't have the proof to confirm it, that might have been a wicket maiden. Yeah, it was 90 after 27, it's 90 after 28. That run rate that I can tell you, like, after 6 overs was at 5.8, is now 3.1. Drain's on 36 off 70. Dew is looking for his first run after 3. The sundries, compared with some of the games we've seen, it's pretty low, just on 9, still in single figures. We've seen some in the 20s. Went for a wonder during Peter's interview with Paul Wybird, and they were talking about the Silverbacks D team that's all out for 26. So there's one game that's going to be done pretty early. Not sure this one is. Looks like Tim Sargent is coming back into the lineup. Sargent very tight. 5 overs, 1 made and 0 for 11. Just over 2 runs and over. Crawford, 6 overs for 13, just over 2 runs and over. Been very tight here at Woodville. Through, is there a nick? No, there was not. It'll be a dot ball. So if they can remove Drain, who's been there from ball 1. Look at the Explorer Caravan's replay. Fortunately, no Snicko this week. Have to talk to the boss about that. Sargent to Drain. On the onside. Oh, I'll tell you what, if that had been a direct hit, umpire would have had a decision to make. But it wasn't. Now he's asking for the sight screen to be moved a bit. The boys behind the sight screen to not get in the way. We go to Dew, looking to get off the mark, facing his 4th delivery. Sargent steams in. Right back at him. No run. So what could Victoria get here? In the 28th over. That single takes it to 4 for 91. sole run off this over so far, and we're halfway through it. Oh, he's given out. Wow, okay. We had the side on view. I thought he was hit fairly high, but another batsman departs. I think this is Drew, who's going to go to duck if it is. LBW to Sargent, who picks up his first wicket for the day. I even think that might have been the end of the over. We'll find out. 2 deliveries to go. So Drain is starting to run out of partners. 5 for Victoria, and they haven't hit 100 yet. There was a point where they were on track for something over 200. Right now, 150 is looking more likely. The drinks break after the 30 over mark is, in fact, are they taking the drinks break now? It looks like it. Yes, they've decided to take an early drinks break, which will throw our producer off, no doubt. Thanks to the S&W Seat Company. We thank the West End for the scoreboard, Explorer Caravans for the replay, Findex, Nelson Teamwear, and Exercise Sport, the Veterans Cricket Association, SACA, Prostate Cancer Foundation, and of course Adelaide Oval. You've got to try the roof climb, got to stay at the Oval Hotel, and if you're going to the games there, be part of the MTX Club. We'll take a break, be back with more cricket very shortly.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents 2 of Australia's most respected brands
that promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Welcome back. It's drinks break here at the Woodville Oval. Grand final day, Division 1, Victoria, South Australia, and a bit of a council of war, I think, happening out there after a very good start. The wickets are starting to fall with regularity and the runs drying up. That's what's here at Woodville, 5 for 91 at the 28 over mark. Kate Johnson, you, thanks to West End, have been roaming around the rest of Adelaide collecting scores for us. What have you got?
Yes, I got a very fast car, managed to get out to Strath and see WA 3 for 142 off 29 overs against the Kiwis. Also, these are Div 1 scores for the playoffs. 3 for 172 Queensland off 35 overs against New South Wales, and ACT 3 for 140 off 34 overs against Tasmania.
So the 7th, 5th and 3rd place playoffs. This, of course, is the big one for the National Championship. And I'll tell you what, Satish Srinivas has turned the game with his 3 bold deliveries. And all of a sudden we head to the late 20s. We've got 17 overs left. Victoria yet to crack the ton. This rate, run a ball, it's pretty close to 200, but they're scoring 3 and over right now.
And you were spot on, Phil, when you made the comment just coming back after drinks about the animation being displayed by Matthew Drain. He's still out there at the moment, but he was speaking in stern tones with those Victorians who haven't gone out to bat yet. And the other thing he did was he got access to the polo top or whatever he's wearing, and I'm being serious about this, he lifted up the collar. Because I reckon it's really hot out there now, and I reckon it's a stinging heat. He's passed on his details. In case you missed earlier on too, Paul Weiberg came up to say hello. Paul got 30 odd, just getting to come to terms with the friendship that he's got with Matthew, and telling us in glowing terms about how he went to Germany for a while, took up sailing. He now has been sailing in the Sydney Hobart. He's covered that journey on 8 occasions, and he plays off 8 in the world of golf. And yet, what he did say was, my friend Phil, he loves the cricket more than the other sports, and this is the best thing that he's done, which is a big call, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, Rick Morris, I agree. Side on that looked an interesting LBW, but not an accredited umpire. That is a very quick one delivery after the lunch break. That is 29 overs in the book. Victoria 5 for 91.
Is this going finishing tomorrow or what? The overs are about to slow.
Yeah, it feels like it's, I mean, South Australia, by tightening up Victoria, have set themselves up for a very interesting chase. Now, Victoria can defend a low total. We saw that yesterday. At the moment, they're on pace to end up at about the 140 mark. So let's say they do find some acceleration to get to 160. That's going to make for a fascinating second dig. Just looking at the field placement here, so Drain's on strike. He's a righty. Unless there's some players coming off. Yeah, that might be what it is. So I was about to say the leg side is loaded, but that's also where the bench is. So a couple of players coming off. Silverbacks resumes, driven down to mid-on. As I said, this has a feeling of like a test match rather than a 45-day. Just the approach Victoria. They started reasonably aggressively, but it just, they're quite happy to take a single here and a single there and get 3 and over.
And I've got a mathematical question for you, and I'm reckoning that might reveal a bit of substance if we can just get this next ball delivered. And you can help me on this, because I'm reckoning from Victoria's point of view at 5 for 92, and they stay at that total. How many is Drain, please?
He's on 38 off 73 with no boundaries, but 1-6. How do you see that?
Well, there's the question, and thank you for providing the answer, because at 38, he's 12 away from sitting in the shed for a while to being at 50. That's not what Victoria wants, although they're not going to have a say about that. He'll continue out there. He looks very solid. But what then happens when he possibly has to sit down? What's left in the shed to get this score up and running again?
Yeah, well, there is not out McDonough. Chris McDonough has batted 3 times and is yet to be dismissed.
Well, this will be the first time we've seen Madonna at Woodville, isn't it?
Well, there was a Matthew Madonna who played for the Eagles, was drafted by Richmond. I think he's playing for Lockleys at the moment. Not sure there's any relation there. Srinivas is putting in the spell, one of the spells of the tournament. Just the wickets, they were cruising at 1 for 80. Then it was 2 for 80, 3 for 80, 4 for 90 and 5 for 91. And we're on 92 right now. Or 93 possibly. Yeah, 92.
We've only got 29 overs. What's
and
going on,
that's
Phil?
the over gone. That was a 1-run over. And that is the 30th. Let's take a break. Sargent back in the attack. Having got a wicket in his last over. Facing Drain, who's on 38. Other batsman coming in, Richard Saniga, who's going to get off the mark after 5. Saniga 39 not out against New South Wales, 7 against New Zealand. So 12 against New Zealand and 16 against Tasmania. So it's got to double figures every time so far. It was not that long ago, Walshy, that we were talking about South Australia couldn't buy a wicket. Right now, Victoria can't buy a run.
No, it's been tidy. Pardon me, it's been tidy bowling. Fieldsmen on their toes, and the screws have been tightened up by some steady efforts by the South Australians.
One of the things to bear in mind, it's a little way away yet. Hickey has bowled his 9. South Australia have used 5 overs. Sargent is in his 6th. Srinivas has bowled 6. So after this, they're only going to have, well, Sargent's actually in his 7th. So as tight as they are, they've only got a couple of overs each left. Any opportunity for a quick single they're taking. Drain to 39, Victoria 5 for 93.
She's 5 for 93 when they were none for 73.
Yes, exactly. 5 wickets falling over an 18-run span.
Very tidy bowling, good fielding. Sense of anticipation too, the Reds. Lunch at 4 o'clock, is it, Phil?
Well, guess who's got another commitment that was already a bit tight. And I'm not sure actually how that works if you go over your allocation of time, whether there's a penalty of some sort.
Well, no. All I know is that I'm beginning to look like a glucose snake. I've had that many of them.
All in moderation, Walshy.
Oh, there's my favourite player. I'm going to get this in now and I'm going to feel pretty good about it. Dashing in, picking up the ball and returning it in spectacular fashion. Andrew Belsack.
Okay.
Because his wife is scoring.
Yes.
And she said, make sure that you tell the listeners.
Belsack, okay. Yes.
I've never called it anybody else.
I don't think we've got that one wrong.
No.
There's plenty that we have. I thought your favourite player would be Leith Dawes, one that he's got the 100 on the back, and the other bit that he's got the beard.
Yeah, he's got a good beard too, isn't it?
That is, it's a phenomenal beard.
That's good. I'm very, very pleased, Leith. Good work, Leith Dawes.
Yes. Quick single, that would have been interesting, but it missed.
You know, we haven't got the facility, and obviously not. I'd love to be able to have a look at the number of times the batsman sneaking through for a single and the shy at the stumps has missed. Run-outs, no, but gee, there have been a few close ones.
Well, you know, back in the ABC days, Walshy, who did you used to have as your statisticians back then?
We had Rick Finlay.
Yes, Rick, I remember. Well,
Raging Rick Finlay.
Yeah. I mean, you could ask Rick that question. He could probably come back.
You know what he used to do for a hobby? This is one of the better hobbies. I'm laughing with you, Rick, not at you. He used to collect bus timetables.
Yeah, that's not so stupid as it sounds.
I'm not saying it's stupid.
I as a kid, I used to do the same. And airline timetables.
Rick's on the phone now. He's saying, "What's Phil?"
I think I found a new soulmate. Can you pass on some details?
Yes, there you go.
No, I used to drive my parents insane collecting airline timetables from anywhere. And the travel agents used to have this book. Srinivas bowls. This time he's been put away, but there's a fielder right there. That's a fair bit of work for one, but the first sign of a bit of aggression for the Victorian batsman in a while. Back in the 80s, the international Association of Travel Agents, used to produce a book, and it's probably about 4 inches thick of all the airlines, all the airports, all the flights, and they'd update it monthly.
And you kept that?
I got my hands on one. It was like Nirvana.
I want to go to your place for a dinner party, mate, and I want us to hand around on the coffee table those sorts of books.
Long since gone, I'm afraid. But I remember when I got it, I think I just stayed in my room for a week devouring the thing. Anyway, enough of my reading habits. We're waiting for this game to pick up a bit of speed. It's suiting South Australia very nicely. 5 for 97, 13 overs to go. At 5 and over, that's 65, so that's 162. So maybe that's what Victoria can aim for. Kate's got some scores around the grounds for us.
Finals going on at the moment. Div 2, New South Wales, 7 for 136, 35.4 overs against South Aussies. Div 3, Victoria, 9 for 120 off 44.1 overs against New South Wales. Div 4 Grand Final, New South Wales, 3 for 140 off 37 overs against Queensland.
Sargent comes in. There's your man.
Belsack was all over it.
Yep.
Just checking to see if
and one more, Kate, I think you got.
And finally, Div 5, South Australia bowled out for 26.
Yes.
Off 23.3 overs against New South Wales.
And yes, that was a fair cause of discussion down on the South Australian bench when I wandered down there earlier. All out for 26.
But, mate, what you didn't do then,
Wayne Phillips would feel so much better.
Was Mrs. Belsack waving at you.
Yes. Wayne Phillips would feel so much better that when he coached the Redbacks, they only got all out for 29. The South Australian state team has beat the record.
Yes. Yes.
But I'm assuming that they're just going to take half an hour for lunch, not 2 hours for lunch, and try and end that pretty quickly, I hope. I think if they hurry up, they could go to the pub for lunch. Okay. Go to Chris Brown. Where are we? We're at the Woodville Oval, home of the mighty Woodville West Torrens Football Club and the mighty Woodville District Cricket Club.
Might go out and collect a few bus timetables during the lunch break, Phil,
Oh,
because we're going to be here a while.
The 150 and the 157 have been my favourite getting out here during the week, although I've got the car today.
Good work.
No, it's all apps now. Oh, is that a cotton ball? It is a beautiful catch. I think he's claiming it. SA's claiming it. The batsman hasn't moved. The umpire hasn't said anything.
Umpires are going to have a chat.
They're going to have a chat. Here. This is a moment, Walshy.
Yep. Yeah, it's a good call here because you're talking about...
It's out.
Cricket. Yep, fair enough.
It looked, look, from where we are, we're a long way away. It was a catch low down. Here's the Explorer Caravans replay. Well, he certainly had his hands under it. There was no juggling of that ball. Whether it hit first or not, well, we'll never really know. But all signs are that was the correct decision made. So that is Sanagar out for one. It is the nervous 90s for Victoria. Wow, that's... Yeah, caught and bowled Sargent, his second wicket. It's 6 for. Sargent is 2 for 13 off 7.5 overs.
Good catch, wasn't it?
Glorious catch. That's quality catch. You'd be proud of that at any level of the game.
Oh dear,
how's these for figures? Srinivas and Sargent combined almost 15 overs for 25 runs and 5 wickets. They have turned this game on a dime for the Silverbacks.
Well, just reiterating and reinforcing what we've been saying, Philip. No wicket for 73. It's now 6 for 97. They've lost 6 wickets for 24.
Yep. And just to answer Chris Brown, who's trying to find the live scorecard on My Cricket, look up the Association Veterans Cricket Australia and you'll find a whole bunch of things. We're the over 50s Division 1. And from that, we are grand final number 4 that's listed. Let me know, Chris, how you go if you need further directions.
It's quite remarkable, isn't it, when they started so briskly with Paul Weiberg and Matthew Drain in control. Not anymore. And what we talked about earlier on, and Phil, that is, Drain gets to 50.
Yep.
He's not far away from 50
He's 42,
now.
and we've actually been talking about Drain getting to 50 for some time. He is taking his time to get there, which in theory is taking up deliveries of other batsmen. But then again, is he solidifying the next partnership? It's a weird one. This is Bloomfield, Anthony Bloomfield, who is one of three Victorian batters to be retired not out. He was 50 not out against New Zealand sometime earlier this week. Days just are a blur. So can bat. He was also... How's this for a tournament, Peter? Against New South Wales, Anthony Bloomfield out first ball. Second game, retired not out 50. Third game, out for a duck after 4 balls.
Oh, dear, oh dear.
Feast or famine for Mr. Bloomfield this week.
Well.
Victoria are hoping he can stick around because someone's going to have to take this to full 45. But the way they're going, Peter, we talk about Drain retired not out. If they lose too many more, he might just need to stay out there.
He could do. Yeah.
If you're listening in and you know anyone playing in Div 3, we have some scores. South Australia, 9 for 184, off 43.9 overs against WA.
And that sounds like a reasonably competitive score, 184.
Also at Blair Athol, New Zealand, 6 for 152, off 42.2 overs, playing WA.
So we're finding a lot of games now that started on time and have kept to time around finishing that first inning. We're going to be a while yet, unless someone gets a hat-trick or we end early. Drain hasn't given away too many chances. That got all of South Australia up. Not to appeal, just to think that was pretty close.
At least those hands-on heads will give them some shade in this weather.
Yes, yeah, it's a couple of players with the wide-brimmed hat. Oh, where'd that come off now?
Especially our mate 100 Leaf Doors.
Yes, he's got the wide brim. He's got that beard to protect.
Yeah, no neck sunburn today.
No. It's going to be even warmer tomorrow. Straight back at the bowler. What are we? Is that the... Just checking with my producer. We taking a break? No. I missed. We'll take a break? Okay.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
.45 over match. 34th over, so 12 to go after an opening partnership of 73. Victoria in trouble, and you're with Peter Walsh.
Phil, the game has changed so dramatically as only a game of cricket can change. The two openers, Matty Drain and Paul Weiberg, going along briskly, mixing their shots, but more importantly, the score was racing along. They were dashing through for those sharply run singles, turning twos into threes, and looked to be in good control, but things have changed, and South Australia have hit back and hit back very well. This next ball driven back down the ground on the onside, and it runs to mid-on, and there's no run, and most of the animation out there is being provided by the South Australian team. They're the ones that are doing the chapping.
I got to send a cheerio to my dad, who's listening. So, hi, Dad. Down at the mouth of the mighty Murray, down at Goolwa, where I gather it would be as beautiful a day down there, even more beautiful down at Goolwa than it is here at Woodville.
Does your dad do any fishing down there?
Not in recent times. Used to catch yabbies, as I said, back in the day, back to our yabby chat.
Yabbies, yeah. I'm going past Goolwa tomorrow. I might call past and get some in a bag.
Yeah, there's still a couple of fresh fish shops down that way. Well, just stick your hand in, Peter, down one of the channels and grab one yourself.
Let's hope those that have been splashed around with too much water can get some respite.
Yeah. Not so much a problem down the lower Murray because of Lake Alexandria, just the way the Murray Delta spreads out. But once you get above Wellington, it's going to be a tough couple of months for sure. We used to hear about the floods of the 50s. And you ever been to Mannum? You've been to Mannum, and you would have seen the thing where the flood was halfway up the hotel on the main street. They're going to get that high.
Yes.
And we might find out soon. It's a long river and a lot to protect. But, at least there's been a warning. We'll see. Okay. I'll see what I can do. Chris? I'll get you to call a bit of cricket here. I've just got to help out one of our viewers.
Someone calling about yabbies, no doubt.
No, he wants to get the My Cricket app.
6 for 97. Stays at 6 to 97. This ball driven back down the ground, but for as many times as the bat can meet the ball, we have to throw the plaudits out of the South Australians, who have bowled very sharply indeed. Tim Sargent, one of those, on song, turning, wandering around, going through the thought pattern of what do I do now? Changes the ball from right hand to left hand. He's a left-arm bowler, he delivers. And it's hit crisply, no power on the shot, and importantly, it doesn't go anywhere except to the fieldsman who's in close, in Graham Crawford, no run.
Sargent, 8 overs, 2 for 13.
That's wonderful bowling, isn't it?
It is sensational. Just down the other end, Srinivas, 7 overs, 3 for 12. I mean, we're talking less than 3 and over.
Yeah, that's extraordinary.
So what are we now? 11 overs to go, and they still haven't hit the ton. I think I came back from my break. Where was it? The 27th. We've gone 8 overs, and they have scored 8 runs. So,
well, I passed out about 23 minutes ago, so I'm not sure what's happened since then.
As you know, Peter, I mean, when you used to call on the ABC, we'd hear the rotation. It was always done so smoothly, you know.
Is that what they were called?
You know, I'm here with Terry Alderman, and after the break you'll hear the voice of Glenn Mitchell or whoever. How often, what was the concept of a roster rotation?
It's pretty straightforward. It was the half an hour call by the commentator and intercepted by 20 minutes by the expert.
Oh, okay. So the expert was on for a shorter time than...
Yes, and they could always mess it around and mix it around, and if you got someone in to have a chat, that was always going to work, but you tried to have different voices on as many of the stints as you possibly could.
So I'm sure our audience would appreciate that, especially if they've been with us all week.
I know. And of course then when you've got... say, people like England coming out, and you had people like Ian Botham who wanted to pop in.
Yep.
You had Nasser Hussain, Jeff Boycott, Bob Willis did a lot.
Yep.
And it was different voices which I think made their coverage good.
Absolutely. And they'd always bring out one expert who'd be a regular, and half the time you'd spend cricket, and then you get onto cultural stuff, or Kerry O'Keefe would get let loose to talk about chilies or who knows what. There was times to be educational, there was times to be illustrative, and there was times to maybe when the game was meandering to be a bit entertaining.
True. Well, cricket's very lucky, you know, Phil, because there's just so many stations, television and radio, that cover the cricket now.
Yep. 6 for 99. Victoria need 1 for triple figures. It's been a farewell coming, and it won't be on that delivery. Drain is on 43. Well, that is the
Is that
100.
the end of a stint, is it?
Yes. Yes, indeed. Satish Srinivas, 9 overs, 3 for 13.
Brilliant bowling.
That is championship winning bowling. And the fact that sometimes you can tie up one end, but you struggle tying up the second. But Sargent almost equally as good, 9 overs, 2 for 14. So this is what I mentioned, Peter, a little while back, that those two really tight bowlers are now done. Cannot bowl anymore. So who's going to break first?
True.
Will the new SA bowlers a chance for Victoria to unleash, or will they continue the tightness into the latter
Satish
overs?
Kumar Srinivas. Sorry, Phil. I just love the name and love the performance of 9 overs, 3 for 13. Couldn't get any better than that.
This is Thomas Valja. About to undertake his first deliveries.
Is the 7 o'clock news on yet?
I got to be at West Beach at 6.
Good luck.
You're okay calling cricket from ground level, aren't you?
Oh, well, people are.
It was going to be a 10 o'clock start, finished by 4:30. I had an hour and a half buffer to get from Woodville to West Beach, which takes 20 minutes. Then the game starts an hour late, and then it starts an hour and a quarter late, and that's the buffer pretty much gone. But that's my problem. Right now, Victoria have a problem. They need to, and a pretty tight field as well. I think everyone's inside the circle, aren't they?
Inside the ground, which is the start. And there's a chance of a run out, yes.
Oh dear.
Chance of a run out, yes. And oh dear, oh dear. A look of disdain and a look of, I would say, significant frustration from Drain, who was slow off the mark. And I'll throw it to you, Phil, because you were just about to call it as I interjected. And what a valuable scalp that is for South Australia.
That's the one you wanted, Matthew Drain, the leading scorer on 43. He cannot return now because he is out, and that is the 7th wicket. Was that the 7th wicket going for the 100? Let me have a look at here. I reckon it is. I reckon it's 7 for 99. And this is a collapse that I'm used to so often, Peter, seeing the other way. Getting a applause from his teammates, and rightly so. It turned out to be a bit more of a dogged innings than originally planned, just holding up an end whilst wickets are going all around him.
And I did notice, and I'm careful to watch out body languages. Victorians very effusive down there and cheering and carrying on and doing what they should be doing. Matthew Drain, steely look, walked straight past the Victorians. I'm not saying he was being rude, but straight into the dressing rooms.
Yep.
And there are a couple of Victorians now who be going in there, I reckon, as we speak. They've just disappeared, to congratulate their captain on a very well compiled 43. But he, I reckon, wouldn't need a bit of personal space at the moment. He'd be very, very angry.
Yeah,
run out. We're talking about early in the day about if ever there was to be a wicket fall, there could be a run out.
Yes, been threatening all day. So we wondered who would break first, and I'd have to say it was Victoria. The change of bowlers hasn't changed the game status at all. So 7 overs left, 3 wickets in the shed. I'll give you the name of the new batter whenever it comes up on my
hang on,
cricket.
I'll just look on his back and see what it says. Bunnings. Oh, sorry, that's his helmet.
Chris, I hope you found the My Cricket in the end okay. Swing and a miss. Did he get something on that? Yes, and there's wicket number 8. The finger's gone up, off the gloves maybe. And that lunch break could be coming a bit sooner than planned, Walshy.
Yeah, I heard with that. Yep.
And Kate's got some other scores for us. Kate, what do you got thanks to West End?
WA 3 for 186 off 36 overs against New Zealand. More Div 1 for you. Queensland 3 for 216 off 42.2 overs against New South Wales. And ACT 4 for 187 off 42 against Tassie.
Well, I'm
That's your
just
Div
waiting
1
to
update.
see. The batsman that came in for Drain was Madonna. And Madonna, as I've mentioned before, is yet to be retired. Not out 27, not out 29, not out 11. I think he went to the non-strikers end, which meant that the batter out is Bloomfield.
I reckon
Bloomfield, who had a duck 50, a duck, has a third duck. Out 0 off 12.
I reckon we've seen the slowest walk off the ground for a batsman to be dismissed. Caught down leg side off a glove.
Yeah.
And he was very, very disappointed as he walked off the ground.
I mean, if you are a batter, that is your tournament virtually done. Yes, you're going to spend some time in the field. You might make a catch, or you're going to run around in the heat. But probably the realisation, well, that's, unless he's bowling and look. Yeah, he is a bowler, so he's got something to contribute later on.
Phil, 8 for 26.
It's incredible. They still haven't hit the ton. And they don't look like it.
Amazing.
Now, so we've got Josh Morris. I reckon it's James Morris who might have made an appearance, because Josh has made the comment that James is using, Josh's dad is using his bat for this tournament. Hope he brings it back for the weekend for your game, Josh. It is James Morris out there. Now, someone had some stuff on James Morris earlier. And I love the live chat. Fiona, welcome to you as well. Okay, thanks to David Flintoff earlier. James Morris is a 5-time Dunstan Shield Premiership player with Mulgrave in Melbourne's Eastern Cricket Association. His nickname is Spider.
Spider Morris.
So there we go. We've actually got a nickname that's not Morrissey or something.
Now got some speed in the attack too.
Yeah, double change, as mentioned. Srinivath and Sargent both bowled out. So we go back to Simon Tate, who was bowling at a very different stage of the game. He came in from the southern end and was reasonably expensive. 22 off 3 overs.
How can you stumble from being none for 73 to be 8 for 99? That is remarkable.
I don't think it's a grand final, Walshy, and there'd be, I don't know whether it'd be nerves, but certainly there'd be some anticipation, adrenaline. So that's well kept by Gab. He's got a fair way back. We've got a wide yet. Lucky it wasn't for a couple more. So that's the 100 off a wide, 8 for. Now going far from over, I know we're stunned by what's happened to the Victorian batting lineup, but Victoria have bowled out every team they've played so far. So South Australia are far from over the line, and after that wide, is Gab going up to the wicket? Oh my goodness. Okay. I got no idea how wicket keepers do this.
They're busy, aren't they? Those wicket keepers, they don't mess around. They're up and about, doing the talking, giving out directions. Of course, when you think about the wicket keeper being the captain and making sure that he knows all the moves, particularly now as he's up next to the stumps.
And looking pretty smooth with the glove. So if you have just joined us, let's give you a bit of a tale of what happened. Jerona Wybird came out and got off to a free-flowing start, 5-6 runs and over for the first handful. Then it started to slow down. Wybird out 1 for 73, Sharp 2 for 80, Pike out 3 for 80, Gislingham out 4 for 90, Dew out 5 for 91, Syringa 6 for 97, Drain run out, the highest scorer, 7 for 99, Bloomfield 8 for 99, and we finally, after what seems like a few overs, we have a run off the bat.
Yeah, it's been very, very slow going. And Matthew Drain, who was really kind enough to join us for a chat during an early drinks break, saying nothing too much to worry about. The track was good.
Yep.
And they'd started off well. That first wicket partnership for 73, putting them on their way to what we thought might be at least plus 150, but that's not the case now. 8 for 101.
And they're wide again. So Simon Taper's had some issues with deliveries down the leg side. Gave away, I think, 2 or 3 wides in the opening over of the match. Just getting a word from my boss. So the next week, Peter will go down to get ready for an interview, and lo and behold, within half a second, the wicket's fallen. That's 9 for. They're falling like flies at the moment. Whoever's organising lunch might want to get busy. Kate's going to head down here, so I'm going to call solo for a little while. We do apologise that we don't have the greatest idea of the Victorians. That's because they chose not to put numbers on their back like everybody else. But we're getting there. I do appreciate all the kind comments about the coverage through various channels. So, just want to see, that's Morris. So, Josh, the bat, didn't get a heck of a lot of use, unfortunately, out for a duck. That is the 4th duck. Pike, Dew, Bloomfield, Morris out for a duck. Saniga and McDonough, right? Well, McDonough's not out one. It's either going to be Randall or Arbuckle, and I think it's Arbuckle who's coming in. I was told pre-game that Arbuckle, who batted in the second game, was out for a duck after 2 is in. Just need Victoria to stay there for a couple of deliveries so we can get washing downstairs. So stick around at the end of the inning, be it in 8 overs or be it in 1 delivery. Peter Walsh will have a chat to one of the Silverback players. Then there'll be a half-hour lunch break. And then the chase will be on. The chase for the National Championship. Played out to the offside, no run. Huge day, 21 games, 5 division championships. You're at Woodville Oval for Division 1. That is the end of the 38th over. So if they can stick around, Victoria have 7 overs left to do something about the 102-run scoreboard. Sure, it wasn't that long ago I said, gee, if they could get 5 and over, they'd get to 160. Well, 5 and over now wouldn't get them to 140. So we're certainly looking at them getting their lowest score for the tournament. It's a case of will their bowlers that got them out of jail yesterday, getting Tasmania at 5 for 7, can they do the same? Back to Alja. It's coming in from right of screen, the southern end, the airport end. There's one Silverback out deep at long off. Well, there's 2 actually. There's another sweeper hiding under the South Australia banner at cover point. In fact, it's long on because we've got a lefty out here. This is Arbuckle about to face, I think. Madonna has 1 off 3, he's not out. Could he go through the entire tournament without an average because he hasn't been dismissed? If Arbuckle goes, that is the case. Forward defence looks pretty solid. Reminder for those at other games tuned in, update from Tournament Director Anthony Telford that the Adelaide Oval dinner will start at 8 o'clock to give time for teams to get back to their accommodation, get changed and make their way in. Here, 9 for 102 in the 39th. And there's a run. Going to assume from that, I'll know very soon which batter is which by who gets the run here. And it's a left and right combination. In fact, that was Madonna who was on strike because he's gone from 1 to 2. This is Arbuckle yet to score from 2 deliveries. So noted, Arbuckle's the righty, Madonna is the lefty. Voucher in. Nicely poked around, another run. Goes really without saying that Victoria just need to hang around, get whatever runs they can and bat their full 45. In Madonna, they've got a batsman who's, as I mentioned, is 67 runs. No huge innings, but just consistent. 29, 27 and 11, all not outs. All come in at the number 9 or number 8 spot. Makes you wonder why maybe he didn't get a bit of a promotion. Ashler comes in, played on the offside. Being played at a fairly slow pace today, and that's because it's warm out there. On right, there it is! That is the Victorian innings straight to Leith door. Well caught on a hard hit ball, right at him. That is Arbuckle out. Madonna, just as a side note, I've got, actually I'll stand, I'll just confirm who got out there before I make any outlandish statements. But I can tell you that to win the national championship of the over 50s in Division 1, the Silverbacks will be chasing a total of 105. They'll have 45 overs to get them. Not over the line yet, and it was Madonna who got out for the first time. He was the one caught by Dawes, bought bowled Voucher for 2. Arbuckle not out on 1. The SA team huddles and says, boy oh boy, we did that well. If we bat half as well, we will be champions tonight. Peter Walsh is down boundary side as the team. Knowing Walshy, he'll probably try and interview all 12, but just one, Peter. Well, he's gathering our sponsors, the West End Scoreboard. We thank them. Explorer Caravans giving us some great replays. S&W Seed Company, the drinks break, and hey, let's give them the lunch break as well. Findex, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sport, the wonderful unis the Silverbacks have, as they get some warm applause from the hometown crowd. Also on our thank you list, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, and a few more I'll mention in a sec, but right now we have to go down to Peter Walsh and one of the Silverbacks' best performing bowlers.
Satish, welcome. Excuse me, how good was that?
Yeah, the deck did really help me. Had to bowl the right line and hit the right length, and the field is supported as well. Really good.
It's one thing to bowl the right length, etc., and the support's there, but the accuracy, you were on song and very hard to get away.
Yeah, I was surprised as well. First over I was a bit here and there, but then second over I thought I'll just bowl outside the off-stump line, and luckily I got away with that, and I was hitting the length luckily. After drinks, maybe a few balls here and there went off because I came back again, and I was happy with the bowling.
Much spin out there?
Yeah, it was. I was getting a rip because Sarge was bowling on the other side. With his foot marks, I could get a bit of purchase on that, and one of the wickets was a result of that.
Yep. But there were none for 73. It looked as if maybe 175 might be a chance, and then all of a sudden you just maintained the rage. The very tight bowling continued.
Yes, that's what we were looking. They had a good start, really. A couple of drop catches, but then we came back with tight bowling. Sarge started off with very tight bowling, and I did support him as well.
Is that the best you've bowled in this sort of competition?
In this competition, yesterday, because on Sunday we had a truncated game as well, but I went for a bit more than what I would have expected. But yesterday also, I bowled quite well, but today was the best. Yes, of course, what you say is right.
Now you've got to work out the runs in the bank. They've got a few. They're over the 100. It's not going to be a walk in the park out there.
Definitely not. We can't take anything for granted. We need to work for our runs, and we need to put our head down and get runs with the right intent.
And a final one, Satish. When the last wicket fell, the skipper got everyone together, arms around. What was the message he delivered to the players?
He told that we have been working together as a team for the last 5 days, and then we just have to go for another couple of sessions together and put our intent through and not just take it easy, because slow score, it can be very tricky, and we need to show our intent with getting choosing the right balls to go after runs.
You're pretty pumped, aren't you? You're ready to go, aren't you?
I am.
Good luck to you.
Thank
Well
you
bowled.
very
Now
much.
3 wickets, but you were so tight and you got warmly applauded by your teammates. So get out amongst it and let's hope you can do the right things. Thanks for chatting with us.
No worries. Thank you very much. It's great playing with a great bunch of blokes.
Oh, well, you are. That's typical. Satish joining us. Typical. Just look at his figures here. 9 overs, 3 for 13. Go and have something to eat. That was a magnificent performance. And what it does now, it sets up what should be one heck of an afternoon in the sun here at Woodville. A wonderful performance by South Australia, fighting hard and knocking the Vicks over for just over 100 runs as we take the lunch break and then get back for more action with South Australia chasing hard to win the Div 1 title. Let's go to a commercial break before we come back here at Woodville.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
I just want to speak about coaching and the IPL and the T20 game now. And just when you're in that coach's room, before you send those players out, what are the notes now up on the whiteboard of how to play? He runs in and does a swivel shift and play the reverse sweep over his head, between your legs, under your arms, behind your back. How could, structure what the game is going to be when that is occurring?
Yeah, Flip, I think these days, you might have heard it over different teams, the players want to run the show, so there's a lot of player influence. And, as a coach these days, you just got to have all the stats, video, all of that available, but they don't want to look at it, some of them, and some just want to play with freedom or, whatever you want to call it, but you just got to have it ready, I suppose. I know there's some older coaches who get very frustrated with that. They got all the notes, Greg Shepherd, Chuck, there's notes for days, and then some of the players just said, we don't need that, we'll just go out and play. So it is a bit frustrating, but it seems to work at the moment. I think England sort of runs with that. I just spoke to one of their players last week, and they never had a team meeting in this whole World Cup. And Josh Butler just ran the show and said, I'll take charge, I'll look at the video, and then I'll go to the players on the field and do it that way. And I think MS Dhoni was the same. When Joe Dawes arrived in India, his first day as bowling coach, with a whole pile of notes, he went to MS Dhoni and said, Captain, I've got it all. When you want to meet, when you want to chat? He said, you can put that in your bag. Don't worry about it. I've got this.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands
that promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
Everyone in the room, not everyone on the planet, the sad passing of Shane Moore. You played with him, you spent time with him. What was he like, that character with it? Warnie, what did he bring to the table?
Yeah, I'll reiterate that. Very, very sad day that when Warnie passed away. I originally played at the Essendon Cricket Club, had 10 years there. Warnie was at St Kilda. I was in the Victorian team for a couple of seasons, and in walks this blonde bloke, enormous fat guts, getting around with hair like Wayne Phillips still does, and comes on the scene, and anyway, there was just something about him that, the mind, the cricket mind, the mechanics, just the way he went about his work. Even in those early days, you could tell there was something special about what he could do, I guess. And I suppose for 13 years, I had that long problem, and we both came across here to the Cricket Academy. And Rod Marsh was head coach, and I went to live with Terry Jenner. He'd just come out of the big house from a bit of fraud, and so I was living with TJ, a few creditors knocking on the door every so often. Warnie went and lived down in Glenelg somewhere. We didn't know quite where he was living, but it's so sad that all three of those are gone now. And but he was just so unique that, you know, when you bowl leg spin, you have your fingers apart, and his fingers were together, and that's why his wrong'un was never any good. There was nothing, but his flipper, because you had to flip the ball out of the fingers, made his flipper so powerful. But just the strength of the wrist, the cricket brain, the biomechanics, it's just the best ever, right? And yeah, it's just so sad that during the pandemic, I was chatting away, and he said, you know what, I haven't stayed in the same city for more than 2 weeks for 30 years. Think about that. So he goes to the country and moves around, commentates, plays poker, everything, and we're having a drink at the bath, and he said, Mac, I've got to get you on these blue pills I get out of Thailand, right? He said, you know, strip some weight off, and your cock stays up all night. And I said, well, I don't need it, mate. And he wasn't into drugs. He liked his herbal stuff. Certainly no drugs at all, but just so sad. So as Walshy said, get your prostate checked. If your doctor looks right, the finger's okay. But get your heart checked, seriously. And you're at an age where the heart and the prostate, absolutely get them checked out.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
South African cricket, I must say, you still have an obvious link with it. You're playing with distinction, captain the country. But where's it at? Where is it? The strength of, the challenges there for?
Oh, there's always challenges there. I think, you know, even in this World Cup, people from the outside would have seen Vavuma opening and probably saying, why is he still playing? And, you know, why they keep going with him. But for the people who know that behind the scenes stories of South Africa, he's got to play. That's just unfortunately the way it is. You know, you have to have, I think these days, 5 non-white players on the field. So that's always going to be there. When you go to an ICC event, you compete with the best in the world who bring their best 11. It doesn't always match up. So I know South Africa haven't done it at an ICC event, but you know, those things are obviously in the way at times. I can remember the 2015 World Cup in New Zealand, Eden Park. Kyle Abbott I think he got 4-3 in the quarterfinal, and then the semi-final against New Zealand, Vernon Philander had to play. And a couple of the guys in the team told me at that stage, I was already gone, said AB was not playing that night, just had enough with the South African politics, but they convinced him to play, and I think that will certainly, you know, be in his mind for a long time. They had their chance, I think, and I think that would have been a better final, South Africa, Australia, but it didn't happen. So, you know, they again couldn't do it in 2022 in a T20 event, so we'll have to see to the next one.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
The grand final match in Division 1 of the Australian Veterans Cricket Over 50s National Championships. It's been an amazing week in Adelaide, weather from one extreme to the other. Beautiful blue sky day here and an incredible first innings that we've seen from Victoria. All out for 104 of 39 overs. SA, to win the championship for the first ever time, need 105 of 45 overs. I'm Phil Hurd and I'm joined by Kate Johnson and Peter Walsh. And Walshy, what an incredible collapse by the Victorians, and a game that was going full speed one way, virtually turned in reverse.
I can't believe what's happened, Phil. In all honesty, we've watched a lot of cricket, not just in the last week. But the boys up front, Matthew Drain and Paul Weinbridge, they took the score to 73 without any wickets falling. The only thing that we commented on was a few times they looked like their running between the wickets might have been a bit dodgy, and some of the shots at the stumps were ordinary. Now, during the lunch break, I went down and had a chat to Richard Gabb, the wicketkeeper and the captain of South Australia. He said, we couldn't hit a barn door. They were his exact words. The number of chances we had, we couldn't hit a barn door. So you would have thought then, Victoria gaining the ascendancy, but when the speed humps became apparent, they collapsed. 1 for 73, 2 for 83 for 84 for 95 for 91, 6 for 97, 7 for 99, 8 for 99, all out for 104. And you know how, Phil, you've seen a lot of sport around the world. I saw one of the best smiles I've ever seen today, and that was from Satish Kumar Srivanas, his mother-in-law, was watching the cricket, and she came up and said hello, and obviously I knew that there was some connection, and I said, are you enjoying the cricket? And I won't in any way pretend to get the accent correct. She was glowing, and Satish came along and said hi, and she looked at him, and I thought, now what's she going to say? Is she going to say, you bowled well, 9 overs, 3 for 13? No. She said, can you go and get me some food, please?
Yeah, look, between Srinivas and Sargent, Srinivas 9 overs, 3 for 13, Sargent 9 overs, 2 for 14. They blocked up an end and then started taking wickets. The opening pair between them scored 80 runs. The other 9 batters scored 24. Quite
unheard
incredible.
of.
Also incredible, joining us through the week, Kate Johnson. Kate, you've been keeping an eye on the action around the city. What have you got to report at the halfway mark in a lot of these matches?
Yes, we're watching the grand final now, but there are still Div 1 matches underway with WA 6 for 240, over 45 overs against New Zealand. Queensland 5 for 250 off 45 overs against Queensland. And the ACT 1 for 197 against Tasmania.
Yeah, I think that better won Queensland against New South Wales. But everywhere else there's a decent runs. We've had the lowest score. But we almost wrote Victoria off yesterday when they were skedaddled for 140 and then their bowlers came to the fore. So this game is not yet won, Peter. It reminds me maybe of, we had those series of test matches in Sydney.
Yes.
Where we had the final day and Australia needed a low score and somehow really struggled to get there. It's going to be a nervous start.
Well, Satish Kumar Srivanas, who was kind enough to have a chat to us as soon as the innings had finished, he made some really relevant comments. One in particular was, as soon as the last wicket fell, Richard Gabb had called the troops all together near where the track was and stressed the importance of saying, all right, we've got some wickets and we've done some good work, but the match isn't over. We now have to make sure that we can push and get on with it. And I questioned him about whether there was any turn in the track. Not too bad. A little bit, but no gremlins. And he was of the opinion that the South Australians, to get away and start well, and the batsmen are already out there in the middle, that's the key. They have to start well. They can't lose quick wickets because that game could swing either way.
They made a change with the batting order too. Andrew Belsic, who batted in the 8th, didn't bat against the ACT, too low in the order, was in the 8th position against Queensland, was stumped for 3, and in the 6th position against WA, he scored 28. He's out there as an opener, along with John Rankin, who has scored runs every game. He's one of the leading run scorers for the Silverbacks, 87 runs for the tournament, a high of 52 against Queensland. So they've changed the first opening partnership, which went for 34 against the ACT, none against Queensland and 9 against WA. Pre-planned or adjusted for the condition of the game, who knows?
Gee, they're leaving themselves out there for a while to stew in their own juice. They've been out there now for 3 or 4 minutes. The game isn't going to start for a few minutes.
Well, the Victorians have been happy to take this as slowly as they want, and we saw a pretty... it was an innings that was behind time.
Yep. Slow, in other words.
Slow. We went the 3 hours, but only because it only went 38. If it had gone the full 45, we might have been half hour or so.
What do you think now? You've seen enough
I wonder
cricket.
if this is a little bit of gamesmanship maybe, or one last address by the captain or coach. Does remind me of a footy grand final West Adelaide played at one point, and the timing was out. The run sheet said run out at this time after half time, when in actual fact it's approximate.
Oh, okay.
And everyone was else out, and W hadn't come out because it wasn't the time on the run sheet.
No,
yet.
right. Well, there's a
Has
bit of
anyone
toing and froing down
seen
there.
the Victorians?
I don't know, but there's a bit of what's going on downstairs. That's the captain. The captain just walked past Richard Gabb. He's disappeared now into the dugout down below. But
Which is fine, because he's not an opening batsman.
no, but he was yelling out a few thoughts and theories to the two that are out there in the middle. That's Rankin and Belsack.
Yeah.
And they're just waiting there.
We did. Here they come now. We delayed the start because they arrived late. Now that's not anything to do with the Victorians. That was the fact that the buses got stuck in some traffic this morning. But yeah, whether it's I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe
they're
running one final address to G up the troops, because they're going to. Everything's going to have to go Victoria's way. They're going to have to be super sharp in the field. Their strike bowlers are going to have to strike early. The run rate is 2.33. So SA can take, at this point, they can take all the time they want. If they want to see off Morris and Dew and still be out there with few wickets, I think they've got the game in the bag. Kate, what have you got for us?
Yeah, this isn't the only grand final going on today. New South Wales out for 170 over 43.5 overs against South Australia.
Now that's Division 2.
Yes,
Okay.
important information. Thank you, Phil.
Yep.
In Division 3, Victoria 9 for 128 off 45 overs against New South Wales. Division 4, New South Wales 5 for 253 off 45 overs against Queensland. And Division 5, South Aussies out for 26 off 23.3
And
overs.
is that game over yet? Has the other team?
I think they've just given up, walk it off, grab their subway and
Because that was a fair while ago on 26. I'm assuming the other teams come out and probably won that by now. And yes, Kate, you'll start to be working overtime as we start to see what the second batting team does and whether they're on target, whether a low score is enough or a high score not enough. But we're just moving the sight screen again.
It's, when we sit here, and I say because we've sat opposite each other or worked in the media for a long time, most times we get a gut feeling about what's going to happen. It's like the side kicking with the wind in the last quarter and they're a goal down and you think they'll win. Nothing would surprise me in this game. Nothing.
No. Come back to me at the 10 over mark and I'll have an idea. Again, without numbers, we're a little bit struggling with the Victorian ID. We'll do the best that we can. But there is a Victorian bowler coming in, and the first delivery...
They're still appealing. The keeper's saying, excuse me, didn't you hear me, Mr. Umpire?
Now, my hearing is not that bad, but that sounded like bat.
Looked like there was a bit of wood.
Yeah. Okay. Umpire's going to have a fun day if they're going to appeal everyone like that. Unless I'm very much mistaken. Or maybe it came off the pad first, then the bat, who knows.
Belsack's batting and his wife's here, so be careful.
Yeah. Always careful, Pete. The mic is always on.
No, I'm only talking about pronunciation
Oh,
of Andrew.
pronunciations?
That's
Okay.
all. Gee, I like the field. I like the aggression that's being displayed by the drain man. Let's just have a look at the field for the right arm over the wicket. We've got a mid-off, a cover, a backward point, a slip, looks like a gully, a point, mid-off, short cover, and there is a long off. So they're about the place. I'm like you, Phil. They're just going to be noises all the time.
Yeah.
Good game.
So Belsack correct, and it's a Morris who has the first pick of the bowling for Victoria, James Morris, who is the pick of the Victorian bowlers, taken a team high 10 wickets for 65, conceding just 2.6 runs and over.
Oh, I like this. I like that. You know, you wish you had a few radio mics that we could pick up the noises.
Yes.
Close handy.
Yes, well, you know, sledging, one of the tournament rules, it's in the rule book, sledging is allowed as long as it's not personal and funny.
What'd you say then?
It has to be funny. You could just imagine, you know, I'm going to report you to the match official because you sledged and it wasn't funny.
No.
Should mention this is for the Sterling Hammond Cup. Last played for in 2019, first played for in 2016. We have tournaments in Sydney, Orange, Brisbane and Perth. Victoria have won it twice. Queensland have won it twice. Victoria are the defending champions. They've had possession of the cup for 3 years in lieu of there being no tournament.
That cup over to my left there?
That is the cup to the left. Our boss, John Douglas, is
I hope our boss
keeping
isn't going to keep it there.
a stern, secure eye on it.
Give it back.
The Greengrove Sports Centre Cup. Okay.
Looks good.
Yes. If it hasn't got champagne in it now, it will in about 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, let's just see what's happening.
Anyway, first over was a maiden. Exactly what Victoria needed. Might just be a game of patience.
It will be, and I'll tell you who's got a lot of patience out there. He would be the most patient man in the universe at the moment. That's Matthew Drain, who's virtually gone around to every fieldsman and moved him half a millimetre, moved the other guy another half a millimetre. He's now up at the non-striker's end, or the striker's end, sorry. What's he doing now?
Yeah. I mean, the speed of this game.
I know what he's done. He's become one of the proclaimers. I could walk 500 miles. He's still out there, still pointing. He's a surveyor.
Yeah, and
This is quite extraordinary. Have you got your stopwatch on him?
Look, I don't want to because I feel like I'm going to labour the point. And look, it is a championship game. But we've seen games played at a really wonderful spirit and a really wonderful speed.
Yeah, well,
until today.
Go on, Drainey.
Okay, we're ready to go. Thank goodness for that. Okay.
Right. Okay. Drainey wasn't included
I
there.
was about to say, the wicket keeper went up. Needed some friends for that one. Very, very confident appeal by one player. Obviously, he didn't quite get they weren't singing off the same hymn sheet on that one. That one's off the bat. We're going to see a run. Yes, we are. We might see a couple. Won't go for 4. Rankin is thinking of 3. Belsack saying no. He can have another hit. And SA are off and running.
That's a good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely shot. Weren't even game to appeal that one, Walshy, as it's Bloomfield who's been brought into bowl. So they're not going with the Dew-Morris combination. Bloomfield, who's taken 2 wickets, 2 for 42 off 16 overs, going at 2.6 an over. So, unfortunately for Victoria, the run rate coming in is just 2.33.
Yes, the climb up this mountain isn't all that much, but the fact is it's money in the bank or runs on the board, 104 of them.
Bloomfield, who's a lefty. And a nice quick single. Moves the tally to 3 and will be... It's going to be a nervous time. I mean, as you would expect, there's a national championship up for grabs. SA's never won it. Victoria, the defending champs, sometimes think it's their divine right to win it. I might get in trouble for that, maybe not.
Just be careful there.
Yeah, be careful. Yeah.
Oh, good tight scrap.
But it's fair to say most times when Victoria do play SA in a sport, that Victoria, due to their larger population size, are usually the favourites in most sports, I would think.
Well,
or they think they would be.
No, it's a fair call. I can give you my definition of disappointment when it comes to interstate rivalry in a sec.
Well, Sack has not quite found the gap, but enough to get a run. I'm intrigued by this.
Well, I'm, as you would know, as the end of the over, it's no wicket for 4, with Rankin a couple and Balsack 1 and an extra. That's in reply to Victoria being bowled out for 104 after being none for 73. Being a Hawthorn supporter and barracking for them all my life and never deviating, when the Adelaide Crows stepped into the competition and played Hawthorn in 1991,
yes,
they gave them one of the biggest shellackings of all time.
Get some hawk on your fork was the cheer squad banner we made.
I was just horrified. I thought, how long will this season be? And lo and behold, Hawthorn won the flag in 91 out at Waverley with Angry Anderson singing the song.
Against the Eagles with the Batman card.
That's it.
And I think Hawthorn also picked up, they came into that round 1 game against the Crows. It was just an incredible night for SA Sport. Hawthorn came in as the pre-season premiers as well.
They were
back when it used to be a pre-season comp.
Yep. Which just shows with sport and how, that's why we just have such a passion for it. You just never know what's going to happen.
No.
You don't know what's going to happen in this game
the
either.
Game.
But you can't tell much with Roddy Lynch. All you can hear about is someone yelling out a lot. I know that much. Good contest. None for 4. There's still none for 4. That was a
concede, and that. Morris yet to concede a run halfway through second over. Each bowler can have a maximum of 9. 9 overs, that is. And again, every Victorian fielder is inside the circle.
Your eyesight's better than mine because I can just see the circle.
Well, yeah. Some of them that stand a bit outside come in by the time the delivery's bowled.
The ground here is quite spectacular. That's a good shot.
And will that carry? No, it'll hold up just. They'll gain 2. Total goes to 6 first runs that Morris has conceded. And for most overs, here's the thing, for most overs, that's all SA need. They can.
Yeah, we did notice earlier on, Phil, that we had a few boundaries and it was bouncing along. The old biros were flashing.
Yep. Last delivery, the third cut out to point, no run. 3 overs, 0 for 6, chasing 105 to win. back. You're looking grand final day across the Australian Veterans Cricket Over 50 National Championship. The West End scoreboard working overdrive here at Woodville. South Australia chasing 105 to win, have survived the first 3 overs without conceding a wicket. They're just under the required run rate. And again, Peter, we've got Captain Drain.
Yes.
Is he moving the field or conducting an orchestra?
I think there's a bit of both. But still, he's got to see whether or not he can drag a feather out of his hat or rabbit out of his hat or do something, because they need a wicket pretty badly.
Yeah. It's going to be Rankin on strike. Heavy drive despite the slight misfield. The important thing about that misfield was the ball was misfielded in front of the body. So no chance of a run. Kept the stumps in front of the ball.
Now, what are they doing? They're changing from the off to the on, and the two fieldsmen are actually just going to the different positions.
I'm surprised. Yeah, okay. In the air, that was almost the perfect change. Now, did they just move a taller fielder and moved a shorter fielder to short square leg, and that just went over his head?
Yes, perfectly judged. The umpire at square leg didn't have to get out of the way, and the fieldsman just behind the umpire had to grow half a dozen inches in a hurry.
Yeah, and I wonder if there was a fielder half a dozen inches higher that was in that spot a delivery ago. That's hit hard. That's going to be at least a couple, might be 3. This will test everybody's legs. Runner and fielder, they'll run on the throw. Needs the link, and all of a sudden 7 runs are from this over, and you feel like SA have been unchained.
Good shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
These two look pretty comfortable out there.
Comfortable enough.
1 run away.
Mind you, I mean,
comfortable.
as we saw, it takes 1 over, 2 wickets that turn the whole game. And that's got past mid-wicket. That'll be another couple. This is going to put South Australia well ahead of the run rate. 8, 9 off the over already.
Gee, how good's Rankin start being?
Yeah. Well, he was 2 from 4. Belsack has taken the responsibility of seeing off Morris to a certain point. 0 for 15, I reckon. Yeah, 0 for 15. No run there.
We talked earlier on about the fact that if you can nudge and push and get a few early on and build that score, you feel comfortable. Well, that is exactly what South Australia is doing. Now, the call there from the middle was how many balls left, and that was to the scorers to our left, who've told him there's 1 to go.
Okay.
That's a good way to find out what's going on. Just yell out at the scorers.
Yeah, well, I always reckon in this kind of game, the closer we are to the scorers, the better. That is the end of over number 4, the best one for South Australia. 9 from it. They have a run rate of 3.75 and the required run rate from here of 2.2.
Oh, it's a bold start by a team that would have been, I think, a bit dishevelled midway through the Victorians, who were just getting the runs and cruising along to what looked like it would be around about 140, 150, but they're out for 104.
It was such a strong start, like first 5, 6, 7 overs, and then slowly SA tightened the screws to a point that eventually the wickets fell, and then they just they almost sealed the door up.
This is a good start. There's good body language out there. And in particular, and I'm going to put the mockers on this bloke, Rankin just looks full of confidence out there.
He's 9 from 7. Belsack is 5 from 17. Morris is a danger bowler. Rankin decides to have a slash outside off stump. Still there to tell the tale. This is the last day. We started on Sunday with just a handful of games being played due to all sorts of inclement weather. A little bit of rain around on Monday, but not enough to stop a game. And since then, the weather's been kind enough to let games be played to their full extent. Today, it's glorious. It's probably
it's
about...
hot today, isn't it?
It's in the low mid-20s, which the fact the sunshine is out directly is probably the big thing. Tomorrow is where you start to get a bit hot. 31 is the temperature forecast tomorrow. In the Adelaide CBD, it's 23s. That's a shot, and that should be 4. So I think what they've decided to do, Rankin's going to play the shots. Belsick's going to hold up an end. And that's a big 4 against Morris, who's the danger bowler.
Just seeing what's happening. Oh, the skipper's gone down to get the ball. I didn't see where it had gone, but I just moved across and had a look as we showed the replay. And we'll see that again. This is pretty much, we mightn't say it, but pretty much the best shot of the day, I reckon. It was a magnificent stroke. Along the ground all the way, and still got out to, it's a very big boundary out there, Phil, very big. There's a slip and a gully, a backward point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Backward square leg, this one hit down the ground on the follow through, not fielded cleanly, but knocked down by Bloomfield. Morris out there, and there's no run. Well, it's time for another chin wag with the boss out there. Trey having a talk. You wonder what he can't say. They need wickets, about that simple. Good start by SA, and none for 15. And they'll stay at that total. It's dabbed away just behind point on the offside, and there's no run. Pretty tough for Victoria now with only 104 runs, repeating.
Yeah.
I think a surprise by absolutely everyone. 1 for 73 and then out for 104.
It's 4 off the over too, so they have met. That is the end of over number 5. 0 for 19. Run rate required 2.15.
Spin coming into the attack, and we do see it fairly often now, Phil. When we see a spinner coming on, they elect to keep the cap on.
What was the one we saw here on Tuesday? We saw the Leighton Hewitt. He had the cap on, he had it on backwards. I've never seen that in cricket before.
That's different.
Of course, it was so radical in tennis back when Leighton did it. And
well, I reckon this is not making a comment that's with rocket science, but when the spinners came on for South Australia, the game changed completely.
Yes, it did.
And now the Victorians have elected to bring spin into the attack, and I wonder whether or not, as we've got quite a few fields that have been sent out into the deep, the next 5 or 6 overs might give us a real good look at how this chase is progressing.
yeah, so Bloomfield went for 12 off 2 overs. Morris has gone for 6 off 3. Just that one boundary, really, not much else. Morris, the danger bowler. The other one is Grant Dew, and I'm just waiting to find out if this is Dew who's coming in now.
Information sharing, Phil. The comments being made by the captain are quite audible. We can actually hear them from here. And he's calling out to his fieldsmen and telling them to be specific about where they have to go. And he really is directing everything that goes out there. It's very good captaincy. What are we in the 5th day? over, none for 19. Good start. Chasing 104. And we might be, my friend, we might be getting ready for just a slow period of play where there's not a lot of action. Just push, nudge, push, nudge.
Yeah. See off the dangerous bowlers. They can only bowl 18 overs combined and get the runs elsewhere. Quick single, went an offer. Ooh, I saw a piece of wood topple over and I thought, was that a direct hit? No, it's just the batsman dropping the bat.
Interesting too, you see about these South Australians going for a walk, those that haven't had a bat.
And this is Dew bowling. So Dew and Morris, I think the fate of the championship from Victoria's perspective is going to be in their hand.
And another piece of useless information which could develop into another trivia
Well,
question.
you've only got a couple of hours to get it all out, Welshie, because we've been sharing a lot during the week.
Well, I'll just let this bowler flick the next one down, and I'll give you a very interesting trivia question.
Okay.
And it's called Namesake.
Okay.
And the trivia question is a namesake for Victoria,
Well,
who played in
just
2 premierships.
Just hold that. We'll take a break. Be back with the question very
Okay.
shortly. Sorry, Peter.
That's all right.
Welcome back. We've got a car alarm going off in the sort of vicinity of my car. If it keeps
is it?
going, I'm going to have to go and check it out. But it's been going for a little while. Morris continuing. Played off to mid-off.
Ready for it, Phil?
Oh, okay, so trivia question. How could I forget?
Yeah, trivia question. Namesake. Namesake, Victorian player. Namesake. I'm pushing hard so that I'm not going to deviate from the game plan. This ball is whipped away behind square, but straight to the fieldsman, who's at backward square, and they can't run. I played locally in South Australia. I called the game quits. I worked as an around-the-grounds guy or as an expert on the AFL. I played in a premiership for a South Australian team. I played in a premiership for a Victorian team, and I'm now coaching. That's a tricky one.
Okay, we're talking footy?
Yep.
Okay.
Talking football.
So, I've got to get
Started
cricket out of my mind, baseball out of my mind. I've got to put my footy.
I'll get you to put your
Disky.
footy boots on again. I'll wait till this ball is bowled and it's pushed back down the ground. There's no run. So played it locally.
Yeah.
Then decided to play in the Sandful.
Yeah.
Well, he played locally. Then, of course, he played in the AFL.
Yeah.
He did some work when he stepped away from football in the media as a football expert.
And went back to coaching.
He played in a premiership in the AFL. He then played in a premiership for Hawthorn.
Oh, okay.
And is now coaching in the AFL. Namesake.
Okay.
And sometimes you see it on the grass in the winter.
Oh, frost. Dew. Oh,
Dew, you've got it.
Dew. Oh, bloody hell. I'm thinking Morris. I'm going through all the Morrises in my head, and of course I'm at the wrong end.
No.
Thank you, Welsh. I should have thought you started that when Dew was bowling. Was it half a chance? Not quite sure, but it's going to pull up. Yes, if you think you're going to win this game by hitting 15 boundaries, think again. That's going to be a pretty casual 3, which is all SA need.
Oh, that's good.
Yes, Stewie Dew, that's he's had quite the career, hasn't he?
He has. Well, think about it. He played for the Bulldogs, Central District, and did brilliantly. Then, of course, he worked in the organisation that I worked for as an around the grounds or an expert was just so good with his articulations. He accepted a loud shirt from me at the end of his stint, which I was thrilled about. He played in the 2004 Premiership with Port Adelaide, then went to Hawthorn and played in the 2008 Premiership for Hawthorn against Geelong, 18-7 to 11-23, just in case you forgot that score. Woeful kicking by Geelong, but Hawthorn won. And now, of course, he's coaching up north in the Gold Coast. Did you like that question?
Not bad, Peter, not bad.
And the answer, of course, is Grant Dew, who plays for Victoria.
Yeah, I'm just disappointed in myself that it took me that long to...
I'm tired now.
Yeah, you're going to have a bit of a rest. Mind you, don't rest for too long, because I'm not sure how long this... If South Australia keep at this pace, it could be done pretty quickly. Well, at least that's what South Australia would hope. The longer this drags on.
Well, I reckon that what they've done now is they've thought, right, we're at the casino, and we've dragged out the best card that we've got in the pack, and we're going to have to bowl spin.
Yeah, well, you've got the two best.
Through. Yep.
So as it turned out, that combination of Srinivas and Sargent was, wickets and no runs at either end. Victoria just could not cope from that. That's what Victoria are trying to apply here. But so far, South Australia is just meandering along as they need to. 23 without loss. They're all up. Appealing as if the championship decides on it.
Interesting call, because he played over the top of it, and I reckon the keeper thought that it might have hit him on the pad, on the full. I don't know, but let's have a look at the replay.
Explorer Caravan replay is set to rock and roll. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine with that, but we'll give him the marks that was the best appeal that they provided. Actually, more than one went up. For 23 in the 8th over. Belsack's had enough, comes down the pitch straight to mid-off.
I reckon he would have been disappointed by that. I reckon he'd made his move before the ball was delivered, and he was too far down the track to try and put it away.
This time off the back foot drive, similar region. Same result, no run. Some of the crowd found a nice bit of shade under a light tower.
Which light tower are you looking at?
I was looking at the TV, which was...
Oh, sorry.
I think James is mobile. He's usually our one. One of the lovely things about Woodville Oval as a spectator facility is you've got, as that's the end of the over, is you have all the different facilities you could want. You've got the undercover grandstands when it's wet. You've got the grass hills for the kids when it's dry. You've got terrace seating if you bring the deck chair. You've even got, on match days, the footy club balcony, which is a pretty good spot to watch the footy. So, an oval that pretty easy to get to. It's got a facility for everyone. Here, 8 overs. South Australia going as slow as they ever have, but they are still ahead of pace. Their run rate is 3.29, their required run rate is 2.16. I've got Kate Johnson to my right, jotting down scores all over the place. She'll join us in a sec with some updates. I'm intrigued by that Div 5. Surely we have a result in the Div 5 when SA scored 26. I think they were playing New South Wales. Surely New South Wales have got that by now. I come to think of it, when the Redbacks scored 29, that was against New South Wales as well.
I know. That's a long time ago, Phil.
So things that, Wayne Phillips will bring that up from time to time. Usually after he's talked about his 150 on Test debut. But no.
I think that Silverbacks game you mentioned is just so good that They just aren't updating the website.
Oh, they're not updating. They've gone home early.
Yep.
Let me see what I
Leave it
can
in the
find out
moment.
for you. So what is Div 5 Grand Final? Okay, Div 5.
But in Div 1, ACT recorded 197, so Tas needs 167 to win.
Yeah, you're right. You are spot on. No update. And that 26 we had a long time ago. 4 ducks in that inning. Top score was 10 by... What's Chook's name?
Chooker?
Ian Haslett?
Oh, Chooker's good enough, isn't it?
No, well, there's an I Haslett who's top scored with 10. Not sure if that's Chook or not. He's a well-known ABC listeners up in the mid-north region. What have you got out yet? Yep.
Good test now. Vic's with a spinner. Vic's need a wicket. And there's an edge through the vacant slip called for 2. If that is going to happen, no. That's the other thing about a 2, Phil. There's no dashing back for a quick 2 or an easy 3 or what. Slowness, and I think the wear and tear of the players is starting to take effect now because they're only coming out in the 1s and 2s.
Well, just keep an eye on Rankin because he didn't exactly run smoothly that run.
And look, you're spot on. He's doing something. He's
I think he needs a drink.
Indicating that he needs to speak to someone from the club rooms. There might be a change, you know. When I'm saying that, I don't want to jump at shadows, but he did give the impression that there might have been an issue, and as we see him walk from one end to the other.
So we're through. The score is 0 for 24. Let's take a break after 6.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
One thing about the spinners, they get through their overs quickly. Just missed a full toss that was hit back by Rankin. No runs scored. This is the second delivery of the over.
I reckon you might have picked something here, Phil. I just don't know whether Rankin is feeling 100%.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think any of the players that are playing their 4th game in 4 or 5 days is feeling 100%. Back that one out, no run. So the runs have dried up here for South Australia. Just 1 run from the last 2.5 overs. Kate's got some more updates for us.
Yeah, Div 1 updates. WA scored 240 and New Zealand need 209 to win. And New South Wales 250, whereas Queensland need 195 to win.
Okay. So they need a further... I've got you now. Can you just talk for a sec, Pete?
Single off the next ball. Pardon me. As I pile into insignificance with Elsack to come in and face the neck ball and push it away on the offside, and there's no run. Rankin is there. Elsack is there. Elsack now waiting. Victoria just searching for a wicket, and that's a beautiful shot off the front foot. That's a boundary. Belsack advancing and hitting a glorious cover drive, and that zipped across the lush turf here at Woodville and over the rope. That's as good a shot as he's played. He's 9. And the score is, let's have a look, it's 28 now. That was a powerful blow, but more importantly, it was a blow that found the gap. Now we're seeing a change of gloves out there with Rankin. And there's a bit happening too. There's a bit of water being sorted out there by Andrew Belsack because it is quite warm. It's not officially a water break, but the players are being looked after and are taking a slurp because it is quite warm. We'll wait for that over to change. Oh, pardon me. It hasn't on the board yet, but it will. It's no wicket for 28. And the skipper, Matthew Drain, doing the manoeuvring, as is the parking attendant, and getting things sorted for Rankin now. And Drain goes in to be silly mid-on. He's got the helmet on. He's in close and hoping there might be a bat into the pad and in the air for him to take a catch. He waits now. Outside the off stump, good shot, just the one, hit behind point for one. And they walk through for the single. Rankin's starting to get into the flow again. He's 15. And the score hasn't ticked over yet, but I can tell you it's up to 29, chasing 104 for victory. The Vicks went from none for 73 to be all out for 104. This ball to Belsack, who does neatly. Just leant forward, let the ball come onto the blade and tickled it away via slip. And they walk through for one. So clever play, intelligent play. And Drain now has gone to the opposite side of the pitch. He's in close, looking to see whether there could be any bat pad and he might be able to gobble it up.
And for the first time all tournament, Peter, we've got a silly fielder.
Well, there's a lot of silly fielders out there. There's the ball to be tossed up. Hit by Rankin down the ground on the onside. But he can't burst through the fieldsman who's down there. And there's no run now. Drain, what was going on there? They're having a chat, the two of them? Drain and Rankin. Well, they're okay. Next ball, Rankin stretches forward. Big shout, I'm watching you, umpire. Are you watching me? No, you're not, you don't have to. Okay. No decision goes. Anticipation of the Victorians as Drain gets in and gets really close again because he is searching for a breakthrough. He waits. On the move, that's a good shot. Advancing down the ground, Rankin gets the one run and moves to 16, I think. And the score up to, according to the board now, I'm hoping it's okay, at 10. It's no wicket for 31.
Yeah, I reckon that was possibly run 32nd. What they've done is they've moved Dew's end. He started from the northern end. Now he's bowling from the southern end.
End of over, none for 32.
It's the end of the 11th. So 32 after 11 is, 2.91, needing 2.15 from here. Yet to lose a wicket. They're taking their time, but SA have got the time to take. And the main thing is if they can see off Morris and Dew, they're halfway home. And again, the composer extraordinaire is, it's not just the placement of the fielder, it's where the which fielder is going in what spot.
He's got to run all the way out the other side of the ground.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if this does go the full 45 overs, these teams might get to the McGarry room by dessert, I reckon.
Right. The field placing is I'm quite puzzled by it because the lusty blow from Rankin, if he hit it in the air, he's going to have to hit it about 80 metres in the air to the fieldsman.
The other thing is, do you need to be on the boundary in that spot? Are you really defending a 6 at that part of the field?
Well, there's plenty of room on the offside, away from cover for the easy single.
I often watch, and sorry to bring up, look at the back foot down. I often watch, outfielders in baseball. They don't stand by the fence. They stand 15, 20 metres in front of the fence. If they get a fly ball, they can run back to the fence. Yep. So Do you need to stand on the boundary rope? Well, as a sweeper maybe, but just thinking that puts a pretty big gap between extra cover and a very, very deep extra cover. And this time it goes deep. And no, it's not going to hold up again. Made it easily.
Good running.
Good running for 3.
I love the way they were talking to the Victorians down below were calling out, and the Victorians in the dugout down below are saying 1 ball's a take, 1 ball's all to take. In other words, just the one for a wicket, just the one for a wicket.
So halfway through the 12th over. This is Rando who's having a bowl. Didn't get to have a bat, he was the 12th man. Swept to a sweeper behind square, just the single. Couple of deliveries before our next break. With Kate Johnson, Peter Walsh, Phil Hurden, been here through the week, enjoyed this tournament. Veterans cricket, one of the fastest growing arms of the sport. Watching this has tweaked an interest. Check out your local Cricket Australia website. Definitely done. Into a big fielding gap. This will be 2 if they want to take it. They'll do that with ease. Last delivery of the 12th. A good over for South Australia. I've got them on 39 without loss. We'll take a break. Back with more.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Some of the crowd here by the fence, not sure if they're SA or Victorian fans. Right now it's the Silverbacks chasing 105 to win, 0 for 39 in the 12th over. Belsack is 15 off 39 with 1 boundary, Rankin 22 off 33. This time the finger goes up. And the opening partnership ends on 39. Belsack giving out LBW, I think. And for Belsack, he's going to be out for 15 off 40 deliveries. Held up an end for a while. Eventually falls victim to Jew, who claims his 9th wicket of the tournament. And a big one for the Vicks.
Oh, big one, all right. Yeah, he's having a chat, having a chin wag as in one direction he heads, and in the opposite direction, I think we're going to see Thomas Felicia.
Yeah, but Leisure is interesting. When he was due to, well, has been the opener. In fact, he's been the one to face the first delivery every innings except for this one. And maybe they've just got a little bit smart, the South Australians. And I'm just wondering if Belsack was playing almost a night watchman kind of role to see off Morris and Jew, and now they're better batsmen coming in. Maybe, just a thought. With more thoughts, Kate Johnson with some scores around the grounds thanks to West End.
Bit of grand final updates for you. New South Wales first innings scored 170. SA 2 for 69 off 12 overs. That one's Div 2. Div 3, New South Wales scoring 3 for 69 off 22 overs. Victoria in the first innings got 120 runs. New South Wales got 253. Now Queensland 3 for 63 off 14 overs.
Thanks for that, Kate. WA New Zealand playing for 3rd, Queensland, New South Wales for 5th, ACT and Tas officially playing for 7th, but they just want to win. Just get us a win before we go home. And the fact that our game is a little bit behind the others, based on that, indicates we'll probably have all those results for you before we're done. If not, the My Cricket app. Just encourage you to say good day on YouTube. Good day to Tom, who's enjoying, I think he was enjoying some of the highlights put on during the lunch break. Thomas Valger. First against ACT was out 43 off 43, then a 3rd ball duck, and then a 10 ball duck. So maybe that's why he didn't open after that. He'll be keen to get off the mark here, which he will do on that delivery. And SA move one step closer. Up to 40 now.
Long way to go, buddy.
65 to get. By no means over based on what we saw this morning.
Yep, looks like the skipper. What's he going to do out there? He's taking his cap off. Going to put it back on again and staying close, I would suggest.
So Drew, the wicket taker, 1 for 5, heading towards the end of his 4th over. So he stopped the flow of runs.
But you know how we've had nicknames all throughout?
Yep.
Matthew Drain has officially got a nickname, Megaphone.
Okay.
He's yelling and screaming, and that is fine.
Is that one you gave him, or you?
Yeah, no, I just thought of it then.
Megaphone.
He's very strong with his vocals.
I think he's. I reckon I call him the composer, the way that he's moving the arms. End of the over.
Well,
1 for 40.
So far, watching this game, to me, the standout and the one who could be responsible for pushing South Australia towards victory is Rankin. He's looked to be the power hitter. I don't think the injury that he may have is causing any sufferance. And to me, he just looks like the player.
Looks comfortable.
He does. Of course, anything could happen. There's a lot of Rankins running around in sport. There's
Yes.
one that's going to be running around for the Crows next
Some
year.
with an E on the end and some not.
Oh, testing and teasing continues.
Just working out who it is that's going to be bowling here. It looks like Morris from the other
Yeah, I
end,
reckon you're right, mate. I
but,
reckon he's come back in.
I mean, the Victorians, they don't, whatever weapons they have, they've got to use them. They've got to try and get a chain of wickets like they did to Tassie yesterday, 5 for 7. And they've almost got to use their best bowlers. Dew is 6 off 4 with 1 wicket. He's doing his job. Morris is 9 for 0 off 4 overs. Bouger the cut, good for 1 run. Total moves slowly but surely to 41.
You wonder what the shed's like for South Australia at the moment, Phil, as to what the talk is, whether you've got some who do the talking or others just sit there in silence, never too sure what's going to happen.
Well, they'd be clapping every run, and it's going to be done with singles and twos. I don't think we're going to see a lot of boundaries today. Next in, based on the previous lineups, Graham Crawford, followed by Richard Gabb. And then their main batsman, Leith Davies, so whether they move any of those three around. And all of those have scored good runs. After that, maybe Darren Martin scored 54 against Queensland.
What are we up to? We've only got 13 overs.
Only gone 13 overs. Yeah. They're moving at just over 3. They'll have, a maiden here, and then they'll have a 7 or 8 run over. They've kept it ticking over quite nicely.
Good take down the offside. Gee, there's some good wicket keeping skills.
Was that a...
No.
Okay.
My bet is there's a lot of Victorians listening today, so I'm going to give you some score updates for the Vic teams all across the state. In Div 2, Victoria got 194, with Queensland 2 for 29, 11 overs.
We've had F. Jenkins, who's joined us a bit late, saying, what did Victoria get to? Well, they got to naught for, 73 before losing their first wicket, all out for 104.
In Div 4, there's another showdown between SA and Vic, with SA scoring 164, with Victoria now 2 for 74 and 18 overs.
Now, we have a player who's gone down, who's
just lying there.
Copped something with the eye, maybe?
He might be just stretching. Or he's fallen asleep, I think, too.
No, you're looking in the wrong spot. I'm looking at square leg.
I'm looking here.
I know you're looking at the guy doing some stretches.
Oh, right,
okay.
yes.
The issue was behind square. No, looks like everything's okay, I hope. Just when all the team members started coming over, either it was to congratulate him for a good field or he'd come to some strife. 1 for 42, last delivery of the 14th over. Played away defensively.
And if you're itching for those Victorian scores, Div 5, Victoria got 229 and now Queensland 3 for 68. And in Div 5 there is a Victoria showdown, so there'll definitely be a Victorian winner out of them. Vic 8, with if you recognise Sinclair and Ashby are in that team, 153 they got, versus Vic 7 with the likes of Keane and Davitas. They got 5 over 56 with 15 overs. You can catch that one at Collins Reserve.
I hope some of them will know. I mean, how do you tell the teams apart if they're all going to wear the same uniform?
Yeah,
like it's hard enough as it is.
That's right. And of course, Team 7 would not want to lose to Team 8. They might get a regrade next year.
That wouldn't be bragging rights, would it?
Well, it tends to be the games you talk the most about. We've had a couple of the ACT gentlemen from the Canberra North Cricket Club, and they have 2 teams in their over 50s, the Gold Eagles and the Blue Eagles. And apparently the Eagles versus Eagle games are the most anticipated ones of the season. And we are all gathering anticipation here to crown a champion. And I think it's going to take a while, Peter.
It's push, shove, not too much hurry. There needs to be no hurry. They've only lost 1 wicket, but the Vics on song with their spin bowling. And earlier on, we made mention of how well the bowling of Satish Kumar Srivanas. 3 for 14 off 9 overs. How good was his performance?
Well, Grant Dew bowling now was 4 for 14 off 9 overs against New South Wales. Found the gap, hit it towards the umpire. There won't be a fielder there. Another run. Just chipping away bit by bit. Can't be too far from
a few Victorians feel warming up, but I have absolutely no idea who they are.
Exactly. Okay, that one well watched, as they say. 1 delivery left of Dew's over. This is his 5th. I think he's conceded 7 runs so far. But he's only got 4 left after this. Defended back. 15 are in the book. South Australia 1 for 43.
Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything was okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived two lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Ezra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
As you can see, a beautiful blue sky day here in the South Australian capital. The West End scoreboard at the drinks break after 15 overs has South Australia 1 for 43, chasing 105 to win. By my calculations, they need another 62 at 2.07 runs per over. And what they've managed to do is see off a fair bit of the two danger bowlers in Morris and Dew have both bowled 5 overs each. Sensational economical figures. Morris 0 for 11 off 5. Dew even better, 1 for 7 off 5. But those two can't bowl all 45 overs, and SA is prepared to play the waiting game. Keep ahead of the run rate, but don't rush things. I suspect once some other bowlers come into the attack, they'll start to loosen things up. So with Phil Hurd and Peter Walsh, Kate Johnson as well, we've been here all week. We thank the West End scoreboard, Explorer Caravans for the replay, S&W Seed Company. Much needed drinks break for everyone. Findex, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sport, SA Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, the Oval Hotel, as recommended by the ACT Fireballs, the Roof Climb, and the MTX Club for those that like to be regulars in prime position. So just looking to see who this is who's come in to bowl. I said no numbers, so we do have to just work off live cricket when we can. Third delivery of the over coming up. This is a new bowler, Richard Saniga. Saniga's taken 3 wickets for 86 off 19.2 overs during the tournament. Ooh, gets Rankin to air that one a little bit. Not far enough to be a catching opportunity. So he's got through 4 deliveries here without conceding a run. This time finds the gap beautifully between point and cover point, just for the single. Rankin moves to 25. Batchelor just out there for 2. The sole player dismissed so far, Belsack, 15 off 40 deliveries. That's the over gone, just the one conceded. So the last couple of overs, just a couple of singles in totality. I suspect we've got another bowling change. We'll let you know who that is shortly. That's hit, depending on the spin. Will it be stopped? It is a boundary. Waiting to see if the fielder got up in a hurry, did not. Got to chase the ball to the cricket fence, so that'll help the run rate a little bit. Boundary off the first delivery. And Kate, you've got some score updates for us?
I did give some Victorians what they wanted, going around the state with Victorian scores now. Time for South Australia. In Div 2, New South Wales got 170 now, 3 for 82 with 15 overs versus SA.
On target then, I would say, the Div 2 Silverbacks at the moment.
In Div 3, SA got 188 with WA now 2 for 94 off 26 overs.
Evenly poised. Maybe they need to get a wriggle on a bit, but they've got some wickets in hand. Nicely played. Good for 2. So this over they've decided to, with the new bowler in play, they've decided this is the over to play the shots a bit.
In Div 4 SA, 100.
Ooh, did that have anything on it?
I'll just repeat myself there. SA in Div 4, 164. With Vic now 3 for 96 off 21.5 overs.
Okay. Probably Victoria's advantage there, if I heard right. Gislingham is the new bowler, looking to complete his first over of work.
Phil, I just wandered down to where the Vics were going in for a slurp, and I wanted to hear and pick up the voices of the boss. And they don't surprise me at all because he is such a positive person, Matthew Drain. And as he was walking from the ground, he was calling out to his team, don't forget about New South Wales, we were 3-0 at such and such.
Yes, I heard that bit.
And he was nominating all of the games that they'd played.
Yeah.
In other words, we're a wicket away from being right back in this. And he wasn't angry with his words. He was putting it across. In other words, the game is in the balance. Keep plugging away. And I just like the way this bloke operates.
Well, SA have hit the 50 mark of 17 overs. They got 6 off that over, which has improved their run rate to 2.94. Their required run rate is now under 2 at 1.96 an over. So 50 scored, 55 to get, and 28 overs to get them if they don't lose too many wickets.
How many's Rankin, please, Phil?
Rankin is up to 31. Rattleser is 2 off 11.
Isn't it interesting about how someone's batting well, and in every other form of cricket, even in the 20 overs or 20-20 or the 50 overs, they can go on and bat as long as they like. But here we're thinking, oh, he's getting a bit close to that 50 mark.
But if you get that in a game, I mean, this is state level. You think more of a club game. You get 2 batters in form that would just bat there all day.
Yep.
And I think the idea is to share the load. And it does mean probably the team that's more of a team is going to succeed more than a team with a couple of really good stars, at least batting-wise.
Yep.
I mean, it's always been the case with the bowlers. You get, got to have at least 5.
True. Look, as I said, we watch a lot of cricket, but maybe it's because there's not a lot of people around, but the vocal tones of the Victorians, and all positive, there's no sledging or anything, but they're all encouraging each other, and it's clear from what they're saying from where we're sitting.
There's still encouragement, and I suspect there will be until the final ball is delivered.
Well, that'll be tomorrow afternoon, so we'll just have to wait.
You weren't planning to do anything tomorrow, were you, Peter?
Oh, I'll get in the car and drive off into the distance. I think it would be, pardon me, would be ironic, but I'd love in some way to see Richard gab about the place if they're getting really close to that score.
Well, he's down the bat about 5 or 6, so you probably wouldn't want to go too much lower than him without the blood pressure starting to rise.
Yes, I must just tell you about my little wander in a sec. And the wander itself was just to get some fresh air and go for a stroll and to meet people and to ask them if they're enjoying how they're going. And without question,
that was a maiden,
my
by
favourite
the
person.
way. 18 overs gone, 0 for 50. 50 got, 55 to get. Victoria, well, they really need 9 wickets.
I met Satish Kumar Srinivas, his mother-in-law again.
Oh, okay.
And had a wonderful chat with her about how she was going. And she asks the hard questions.
Okay.
Did you find any food?
Yeah.
And I said, we've got glucose snakes upstairs, but that didn't seem to appease her appetite.
No.
So we spent a few minutes and she just said she was so proud of Satish. Isn't that lovely?
Yeah. Nearest food from here, there's a petrol station. I believe it serves coffee, Peter.
Oh, does it? Not really.
Just up to the northeast of here. I've called in a couple of times next to the bus stop 19.
Okay.
I've needed to make a pit stop on the walk to Woodville.
That's a good shot.
That's lovely play in the gap. They're going to go for 2. That's all they need each over. Mission accomplished for this over. They can shut up shop.
I saw one of the local identities, and you've had to help me with this, Phil, because I haven't lived here for quite a while. But I'm pretty sure it was Malcolm Ashwood.
Oh, yeah, rule book.
And he's the one who called through. He puts a lot of books out. He's a Norwood man.
Yes.
He just wandered through it. It's good to see. You know, he follows his sport. He loves being
Didn't
involved.
come up and say good day, Malcolm.
Yeah,
Very
just to call
disappointing.
in and have a look, and it's really good to see that sort of thing happen. Because, as this ball is played down the ground on the onside for no run, you've got to look at it and you've got to think to yourself, we're a fair way away from anything out of the ordinary happening, but if something does happen, South Australia doesn't beat Victoria too much in sport. Let's be honest.
Well, when was the last time we had a men's cricket team in red win anything?
Well,
that's
there you
put up
are.
in the air, comes down safely, just a one.
Now, ask that question again, please.
When was the last time we had a South Australian men's cricket team wearing red win anything?
Yeah. Give us a ring now on 1-800.
Let's find a prize. But they haven't won yet.
No, it's too far away.
They haven't won yet. Couple of foul shots and it'll be like a shark to blood. But that over is done. Jeez, another one is in the books.
Very good news through off the mobile phone. The horse that we were hoping would do well in Bendigo has in actual fact earned some more oats for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, okay. So Jew is 6 overs, 10, 1 wicket for 10, but he's only got 3 overs left to bowl.
Yep.
Oh, that's good when...
Well, I mentioned it to John and he just looked at me as if to say, you know, you're joking, mate. You couldn't pick your nose, let alone a horse. And so I said, yeah, okay. So I moved off and moved back, walked past, winked at him and we knew.
Who laughs best sort of thing. That's missed most things. Let's see if that's a bye, leg bye or otherwise. Umpire's moving out of position to signal something. We'll add 1 to the total. No, that came off the bat. Okay.
One more's the call. One more. Won't be any more. This ball pushed back down the ground. There's no run. The score stays at, according to our board here, 1 for 53.
Well, they're halfway home now. They're just over halfway home. 1 for 54.
Hey, what do you reckon the time is? Just don't look at your clock.
Oh, too late.
Yeah. What day is it for a start?
It's Thursday. It's
Are you
opening
sure?
day of home opener for another sport that I got to go to in about an hour and a bit. How many hours we got to go? Oh, jeez. Okay.
All right. Well, I'd just like to say this now, and I'm sure that we'll have time afterwards to wrap it up, but...
We may not. Oh,
I
I may not. You're the wrap-up man today, that's for
sure. Do we have lights that will come on so we can see what we're reading?
Yeah.
But just a little comment, if I may, and it's to the staff that have worked with us, the technical staff behind the cameras, and those that have worked so diligently at their trade. Of course, I'm talking about John too, as John Douglas is our executive producer. But in thanking them for their friendship and their support and their assistance, a massive thank you to all of the players from all of the clubs, and that includes the officials like the umpires. And I've been annoying the you-know-what out of people.
Yeah.
Nobody has said, no, we can't have a chat. And I congratulate them for being involved in this spirit.
Yeah, and it's
cricket.
something that they would, unless they have a profession that involves it, be something that's pretty unusual. If a guy come out with a microphone and say, hey, let's talk, and whatever you say is recorded in perpetuity. They're not media trained, which actually probably means you get a better interview in certain places. But yes, I think the assistance from everyone has been really appreciated.
And you don't expect it. Oh, he's got a wicket, and oh boy, is that vital.
Just need to see who it is that's gone. Rankin was on 35, Voucher was on 2. Neither one is turning around at the moment. So help me out here, boys.
Oh, what a blow at the exact time.
At the halfway point.
And we're still waiting.
Crawford comes out, Graham Crawford. That I can tell you. think it might be Rankin, and if that's the case...
Yeah, he's got the lid off,
hang
so...
on. No, yes,
Rankin.
it is. It is Rankin, you're quite correct.
He removed the lid, and you could see it's gone without any hair, and he's so disappointed.
So, second wicket to fall.
Man doing the
Bowled.
warming up, as you've so accurately said, is Crawford. But then down below, getting ready for his toddle out into the middle is Richard Gabb.
So, Crawford comes out to bat. Crawford, who has 0, 15 and 10, 25 runs from his 3 innings.
Oh, this now just becomes a little bit more interesting, doesn't it?
He's batted the first drop in the previous games, comes in at the second wicket here after they promoted Belsack up the order.
Now, you'll be able to tell me in a moment, as Crawford faces his first ball, the demise of Rankin. Have you got his score there for us, please?
Yeah, 35 off 59 deliveries, 3 fours. Only 4 boundaries in the SA total of 54. Only 2 extras, and that's important.
It is.
Victoria have decided that if South Australia are going to win, they're going to have to earn it, and they're not giving any free runs away. Well, just 2 is remarkably low.
So that wicket falling with a score at 54. And we want to say over number 20.
21st over, yeah. First delivery of the 21st over, I think.
Thank you. And the field's can creep a little closer, and the sound effects coming from their oral cavities are a little more noisier than they were an hour ago or an over ago.
Well, I mean, SA have been out here for 20 overs. They have not put the game away.
No, it's true.
No run to that one. We've already had a run off the over.
I thought Kate's returned, and I'm thinking, could be coffee, could be Diet Coke, could be a pasty with sauce. Wrong, wrong, wrong. It is dry touchscreen.
Sunscreen.
How good's that?
Yeah, important.
Could have been anything.
Yeah.
I'm just looking after your head, mate.
Thank you, Kate.
Can't rep the Bunnings hat all the time. Logical.
21 overs gone, 2 for 55. Got 20 or 21 overs, so 24 remaining, 55 gone, 50 to win, 2.08 and over. Why not? Well, then we go to something, because we will not be... That trophy is not going to be cut in half. Now, they'll play a super over, or they'll have some tie-breaking... If you really, really want, Peter, I've got the tournament handbook in the back. I can look it up if you really, really want to know. Do you really, really want to know?
We did have a close one the other night. Only a one-run result.
Well, see, that was a prelim game. That would have stayed
Yeah,
a tie. This
true.
is for a championship, and we're not going to have a tie. So I'll leave you to call some cricket. I'll go and get the handbook and have a read.
Oh, good on you. Thank you. Phil Hurden, who is working diligently at his task, and when he leaves, the problem is that all of the stuff that works on his computer and his iPad and all that sort of stuff doesn't work anymore for me. Kate, what have you got for us? If you've come back with a slip, slop, slap, which I appreciate, we'll just get you to get involved in a moment after this ball, which is bowled. Another wicket has fallen. And South Australia lose 2 for very little. And all of a sudden, the game spits out some fire here at Woodville. Chase is 105. Target, that's the target. It's now 3 for 56. Kate, talk to me about what you've got.
What I do have is I know that WA scored 240 runs and now New Zealand is 3 for 95 with 18 overs. That's in the Div 1 competition. Also, if we take it over to Ingle Farm, Queensland scored 250 runs with New South Wales 6 for 92, 21 overs. And the last pool of the Div 1 competition, ACT 197 with Tassie going 3 for 82 off 24 overs.
Thank you, Cage. Richard Gabb. He's out there. I saw him gnawing on a salad roll and slurping on some water during the lunch break. And he was the one who gave me a classic comment about we could not hit the side of a barn with our throwing early. He won't be looking at the side of the barn to hit now. He'll be looking at no rush, push and prod and probe, but get these runs. They are now 3 for 56, chasing 105 for victory. And we are into over number 20. And there is a Hush. There is a Gab. There is a Victorian bushranger. We can call them the bushrangers.
Okay.
The man who has continued to be the police officer out there, Phil, is the man who won't be drained by the end of this day. He's just gone backwards and forwards, waving, gesticulating, doing it all is Matthew Drain. And he now is fielding in a most unusual position.
Yeah.
He's about 10 or 15 metres away on the leg side at square leg, but short square leg. And he still didn't hear what he's saying. He's still yelling out.
Yeah. There was Crawford out for a duck.
Crawford for no score. This ball off the front foot, driven hard out to short cover, and there's no run. 3 for 56. What a teasing game this been.
Yeah.
Gab. What do you got there for us, Gabby? Swings into one outside the off stump and it whistles through to the keeper. Slaps into the gloves. No appearance, your worship, from the ball. That's the end of the over. And it's 3 for 56. Excuse me. Hooly dooly. Wine's McGooley. What's yours? How good's this finish going to be? Three for 56. That's the South Australian score. The target is 105. Phil Hurden has resumed his commentary position and brought with him more information than I've ever seen from anyone carrying. But you've got what we need, have you, Phil?
Not just yet, Peter, but I know where it is. So.
Good. Keep looking. This ball will do what? Right arm over the wicket, outside the off stump, and the check shot. They go for a run. They better move. They do. It was a clever shot in the finish from Vadjar. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Vadaljar. He held back on the shot and just nudged it away, and they went through for 1. 3 for 57. Good noise that we had earlier on. That's dissipated. Just the smell of blood down there. Don't know. The South Australians are feeling fairly comfortable. Talia's Roman sandals now. They may have yet a task to perform. There's no noise out there, Phil. Nothing happening. What's going on out there? There's nothing going on. It's the skipper, Matthew Drain. He's wandering around, going from player to player. This is extraordinary captaincy, and I'm saying it in the most positive tone. He's still talking to players and bringing them forward and back and making sure he knows exactly where they want to be. This ball from Gab, and he pushes it out, so it's captain to captain out there, and there's no run.
Oh, I've just gone through the tournament handbook, Peter. Nothing.
Nothing. This ball, Gab outside the off stump, cuts hard off the back foot, out to forward of point. There's no run. Tidy over.
So all of a sudden, South Australia stuck in the 50s. Fall of wickets have been, tell you that in a sec. Does that get a run? Yes, they'll get a quick single shot. The stumps, if that had have hit,
yeah.
Umpire would have had to make a very, oh, there's some overthrows. Unfortunately, the poor Richard Gab has sprinted to survive the throw, run about 15 metres past the wickets and has had to turn around. He's probably run 3 in that, but only gets 2.
But didn't he get advice from everyone down here?
Yeah, run. So that'll be 2 for him. He's off the mark. 22 overs, 23 overs are in the book. 3 for 58, I think. With that, 3 for 59 is the score.
Thank you. Teasing competition. What a fascinating finish.
We're now at the halfway point.
Right.
So 45 overs, 23 gone, 22 left. You can see they're just above on pace, needing a further 48 runs.
Well, you want a spine-tingling finish in any competition, and I reckon we're going to get one now. You might just hear bat on ball down below. That's the next batsman getting ready to come in and bat as they push and will run for 1 run. And we're going to get applause, you know, Phil, from every run now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's been that way. When it's a short target, a tight target, every run is so critical. Every misfield.
Yep.
Let alone every wicket.
Well, Leith Dawes is down below us and he's practicing. And the ball's been
He's
thrown to him.
SA have got, once, if SA lose 2 more wickets, then we're through most of the really good batsmen. So
Bill Hurden giving us nothing at all in terms of positivity.
No, I'm just saying why Victoria, because that would be 5 down. Only one player, Darren Martin, has scored more than 20 from the rest of the team. But grand final, people step up.
They do. And remember these
And it works the other way. Nerves make a big difference. Just thinking at the moment there is a... Interesting that the umpire here, and this must be a left-handed, right-handed thing, the umpire is at point, not square leg at the moment. Is that just because they can't be bothered crossing to and from?
I think
Is that a common
it's a
thing?
good call because they've got to make sure they can see and also not impede what the fieldsmen are trying to do. As Gad was a bit careful. He pushed and ran and then all of a sudden thought, where's reverse gear? And he found it and got back. Waits again. Launches into a drive and gets through! The ball won't run all the way and they might get 3. They might think 3, they will think 3. Reason being, Gab's legs were pumping. He's like one of those puppy dogs you took for a walk and you put some aerosol batteries in or wherever it is, and away he went. Didn't he run quickly, and he got back for 3. And that's 3 for 60 now.
Yeah,
or more.
3 for 63, I got it. That was Gab. Yeah, he's up to 5 now. The target reduces to 42.
And you can hear through our FX microphone strong comments from Matthew Drain, the captain. This game is up for grabs.
We're heading towards the 24th over. 24 are in the books, 21 to go. Don't go anywhere, folks, as we go to a break.
Explorer Caravans 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Yes, we do thank all our sponsors. Explorer Caravans bringing us the replay, West End, the scoreboard, and Kate's around the ground updates. Won't be too long before we'll start crowning some champions, I think. S&W Seed Company, the drinks break, one of those coming up in about 6 overs. Findex, Nelson Teamwear, Annex Ice Sport, Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, Savka, Saka. Some wonderful activities at the Adelaide Oval. The MTX Club, the Roof Climb and the Oval Hotel, plus the Government of South Australia, AP Insurance, and I'm sure I missed a few. Thank you all for your support of this wonderful tournament this week.
Well spoken, Phil. And I want to add something very, very quickly after the first ball of this next over, where Drain hasn't sorted his field out yet, just on prostate cancer. Go along to your doctor and get a blood test. That's all it takes, a blood test. Nothing more, nothing further intrusive. A blood test, get yourself checked out and see how you're travelling. It is a blood test. That's all it is, nothing more. Please do as you should do, and then get in contact with your mates and stick together in mental health in these tough times.
Gab's 5 off 8, Badger 4 off 31. Gab's on strike, has a swing and a miss.
Help me about Gabs, please.
Yep.
Is he the sort of bloke that, like, he just played that shot there? He's not going to mess around, is he? He'll play strokes.
Don't know him well enough, to be honest, Peter. Just what I observed. We did see him, I mean, that ACT game in amongst the rain showers, he hit 53 off 28. He went ballistic, but the conditions required him to go ballistic because they had to get the runs before the heavy rain came and the game abandoned. Different setup today.
Pardon me. You ever feel like your life is, I'm not saying it hasn't got meaning, but all of a sudden, like they were pouring with rain the other day, and now these two sides are playing in the one that matters.
Yeah. Nicely played in the gap. This will be 2, if not more. That is the short boundary. Desperation by Victoria. They'll run 3. A run saved by the desperate fielder. Whoever you are, well done. Could that be a vital run in the final result? You wait and see.
Go Gabby was the call. And he did go, didn't he?
Look.
He had the red gear on. It was like the red gear out of a greyhound box.
The
Number
hearts
1.
of the South Australian cricket community are right behind him at the moment. Misfield. This will bring 2. This is becoming a good over for the Silverbacks. 5 from it already.
Now it's Drain's turn. Takes a walk, has a look, and has a talk to his troops. Come on, Vic. We're in this game. Another wicket, another one.
Scores around the ground. Kate, what have you got for us?
We have some grand final scores for the other divisions. Div 2, New South Wales scored 170, with SA 3 for 118, 21 overs.
So that means they've got about 52 to get and about half the inning to do it. So, yeah, SA in good spot there.
Div 3, Victoria got 128, with New South Wales 3 for 121 off 33 overs.
So New South Wales are almost there, just 7 runs to tie, 8 to win.
And Div 4, New South Wales 253, with Queensland 4 for 122 off 29 overs. And Division 5 still hasn't updated with those 26 runs. They've called it a day.
Yeah, fascinating. It is Div 5, so
it is the grand final.
They might be a little bit short on resources for the Div 5 scorers, maybe.
Just on that too, you know, we're thanking people. The scorers have done a brilliant job.
They have.
Yeah. No question about it.
3 for 68.
Sorry, Phil, the Drain's doing
Yeah, The trombone, you play at this point. The clarinet, you go here. 20 overs to go, 37 runs to win, so it's under 2. It's really a case of can a partnership steer them home?
Oh, the gap man almost wandering to the pavilion with the willow tucked under his arm for being caught behind, but no. He just gives me the impression he's not going to hang around out there. He's going to do something. For the second time in 2 deliveries, a plain a miss. These diminutive fellas, they don't mess around, Phil. They're just ready to go.
Gibbs there, 8 off 12, which is probably the fastest of the batters out there today. Just sort of bounces that into the turf and takes off for a single. 3 for 69. 36 to win. Victorian hits 7 wickets. You really do think if it goes the full 40, if South Australia don't get bowled out, surely they'll get the runs with a run rate under 2. So it's up to Victoria to create a collapse similar to what they encountered this morning.
Who's that yelling out down there? Someone. There it is.
It could have been a whole bunch of things. In the end, it's a dot ball.
When you think about it, though, you're thinking about a state playing a state. It's not a suburb playing a suburb.
No.
This is the real deal for bragging rights if you can beat an opposing state in the level that you're playing at.
I mean, at the over 50s level, first tournament 2016, Victoria are, won 2 out of the 4, Queensland 2 out of the 4. SA hasn't won any. SA has picked up a over 60s back in 2019. But never an over 50s. There's your over. 26 in the books.
And that score's right, is it 3 for 69?
3 for 69 is what what my scorers are telling me. Belger, who's just mainly spectating, 6 off 36. Gab 9 off 15.
Just imagine, you think about all the possibilities. From our vantage point here, we can see some of the players, and I can see Satish Kumar Srinivas. Will he get a bat? He's downstairs, his hands on hips, his mother-in-law walked past to give him a thumbs up. He might yet be out there.
We don't have the actual batting order. Thankfully they've got numbers and they walk out in front of us so we can pick the new batter up very quickly. It's often the one dismissed that we've got to just check on. But this is the captain, Richard Gabb. Bowler to be determined.
I was going to say Jew, but I think I'm guessing. He had the cap on, but there's quite a few of the Vicks who've got caps on. Sorry,
and they've
Phil.
moved 2 fielders. In between them have to travel about 80 metres to change spots.
That's the boss too, doing all these manoeuvres. Matthew Drain, as is his want. I was going to say there's a big gap out here, but there's a fieldsman right where we
we've
are.
got a sweeper right underneath us. But usually you place a field and there's a gap, and I guess the gap is over the top of mid-wicket. And there's no fine leg or third man.
Oh, good shot.
Through point wouldn't be too bad either. That's a lovely shot.
He's pretty powerful hitter, isn't he?
Yeah. 3 for 73. Boundaries have been at an absolute premium. That is just the 5th boundary this innings.
5?
Just 5.
Gabby's the call. There's a few Vicks bowlers warming up. One to our right, the left arm swing bowler. It's hard to pick up who because they don't wear numbers. But I'm suggesting that.
Do you reckon if they ever come back here, they'll change that.
Gab on song, batting brilliantly. He's played the next shot just as well, but not as powerfully. They'll get one and they'll come back to complete two. And his legs are pumping out there.
And this is Dew, who's been so good. First 7 overs, 13 runs. He's gone for 6 so far this over.
3 for 75, chasing a winning total of 105.
30 to win.
Next ball. Pulled away with power. Out towards the boundary at mid-wicket for 4. He hit that so well. Stepped back and went thwack, like what you read in a Phantom comic.
Yeah.
And away it went for 4. 3 for 79.
Richard Gabb has decided they're close enough now. And I think they've almost got a partnership going here where he said to Valja, you just stay there. I'm going to try and hit us home. If I get out, you just stay there.
Waits again. On the back foot, punches hard for 1. Beats the infield. They'll come back for an easy 2. They won't try and run 3. There's no need to try and run 3. They get through for 2. And the score now moves, can you believe it, into the 80s. Hasn't this come quickly in the last 10 or 15 minutes, Phil?
It's been a big over for South Australia.
You'll have to hit me with the stats for Gabby on this particular over. He's
3
almost
for 81.
completed it.
24 to win. We're going to take a break after this delivery.
What's happening? There's still a Victorian, a left armour, who's warming up, giving the impression he'd like to bowl very quickly, and he'd need to soon because Victoria desperate for a wicket. It was 1 for 39, 2 for 54 and 3 for 56, and now it's been a big fat duck egg. 3 for 81. Last ball of the over. Gab faces, stretches forward, plays away on the onside with no power. Doesn't need to. That's the completion of the over.
We'll take a break. Back soon. Well, an over that went for at least 10 runs has broken this one open for South Australia now. 27 overs in the books, 81 runs on the board, 24 needed in 18 overs. That's a run rate of 1.33. So I think the equation now, if it wasn't before, it is now. If either Victoria have got to create a collapse for the ages, or South Australia are going to get the runs. Badgley, who spectated a fair bit of that. Not sure if what he made contact with there to get it past the keeper, but it's a wide and a run. I wonder if that counts too. It should count the 1 for the wide, 1 for the run.
I think it's just the wide. But look, I'm not 100% sure.
We'll find out in a sec if the score doesn't.
But just on that too, none for 73 at one stage, Victoria, out for 104.
Yeah. So, yes, and South Australia are 3. At this particular point, the scores are probably even. The Victoria kept on losing wickets. Once that first one fell, they were never able to put up another partnership of more than 10. That's around the corner. They're thinking about a run. Not sure having a mid-wicket conference about it is a great idea.
Sargent picked up 2 wickets, and Satish Kumar Srivanas 3 for 13. You picked him up early in the piece, and he was a dominant player, wasn't he?
He was fantastic. And as a duo, unstoppable. Another wide. They're all adding up. 3 for 83. 3 for 84, sorry, it is now. Going to be another run here. 3 for 85, and we're down to 20 to win.
This game has changed around. Always a tight one, but then, well, it was when the captain came in, he said, I'm going to go a little quicker, change gear.
Yeah.
What do you do if you're the Vic's captain now?
You just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, you've got to create wickets. It's the only way you're going to win. So that's, tight field, tight bowlers to a spot. I'm not a cricket coach, Pete, but I think it's pretty much what Vic have done. I mean, they've kept the run rate slow. SA have been very patient. They've taken the runs that are there, haven't done anything too rash. There's your over, 28 gone. Just checking where we're at with the score, 3 for 86, 19 to win, 17 overs to go.
And some Div 1 scoreboard, thank you to West End. WA scored 240 with New Zealand now 3 for 135, 26 overs. Div 1 out at Ingle Farm, we got Queensland 250 runs with Queensland 6 over 132 off the 28 overs.
Thanks, Kate. Now, here's our Victorian guy now. That's the good news.
There's one left, Walsh. We've got to know if ACT or Tassie are going to walk away with a win.
Just giving you a big drum roll for that. Thank you, Phil. Here's your answer. ACT scored 197 and now 3 for 116 with 29 overs against Tasmania.
Ooh, still anyone's, that one.
Now, the change for Victoria, the guy that we were talking about, Phil, who was doing the warming up, left arm swing bowler, he's got the long-sleeved white top.
Yeah.
But that's all I can tell you.
Once we work out who he is, it'll be easy to identify from there.
He's having a decent chat with the boss. And the boss hasn't played his last draw, but...
Oh, look, if you're not going to play it now with less than 20 to go,
yeah.
Field looks a little bit more spread out for mine. Reckon a little, not quite dab and run, but...
Yep. Well, the danger man is a player who is at the non-strikers end. That is the captain for the South Australian team, Richard Gabb, who has batted brilliantly. And let's not forget the support that he's received at the opposite end.
Well,
Belajar, who works it cleverly around for runs. They might get 3. They might think of 3. Gabb's is going to run hard. He'll get back. He'll get back easy. He says it. He'll get 3.
I think they're starting to feel it, the South Australians. Belajar gets up to 10 off 38. He's been so patient. Gabb's 22 off 25. The bowler I'll have for you very, very shortly, I hope, Peter.
Please do.
No, it's not him. It's Madonna, not out Madonna, who did get out today. So Chris Madonna, is he the last hope for the Victorian team? With the margin now 16 to win.
Well, last time Madonna was in Adelaide, she swung on a giant disco ball at HQ Club.
You would remember that, Phil, wouldn't you?
Yeah, look, that was the generation of just about everybody here when Madonna first broke into the music scene back in MTV.
She ended up donating that disco ball to Adelaide.
Oh,
really?
Was that before Countdown and Molly Meldrum? Or
No, that was probably towards the end of Countdown. I caught the tail end of Countdown.
Yeah, I like that.
Must-watch viewing. It's quite easy to go from Countdown to the ABC News. There's a
wow.
There's a
what a segue, buddy. Gabb attempts to cut that away behind point, where there's an umpire out there protecting and talking to the players, but doesn't make the grade. And the score stays at 3 for 89 in 105. In 105. In 28, they need 105.
Need 105, 16 to go. Gabb on strike to Madonna, lashes out. Quick single to mid-off is there. 15 to go. Run rate's picked up. It's funny, this game is almost, the 2 innings have almost gone in reverse. Victoria started strongly, slowed down. SA started slow, are starting to pick it up. End of the over. There's at least 3 from it.
Have you started to relax, or do you still think that there could be another twist?
losing the last 7 wickets for 13 runs.
We've called that. Kate's called that a few times through the week.
For Victoria to win, that's what's got to happen. They've got to take the last 7 wickets for 13 runs. Not totally out of possibility. You've got to get the runs, but I like the speed that South Australia are going. It almost means that if they keep at this rate, Victoria have got to get a wicket in the next 2 overs, or else this is done.
Yeah, and is that Big Morris coming in again? I think it is.
We'll confirm once he's bowled a delivery, and my cricket can tell me who's out of whack with the overs, then I can tell you.
I just think that might be the big man now.
Yeah, well, he's been so good. Wicketless today. There's a shot and a really good field. Is that the captain? No.
No, he's not tall enough.
No, not quite.
We were trying to work them out. I think the skipper's out on the other side.
Yeah, that was a great field by extra cover, because if he had not have fielded that, that was at least 2.
That's a good
Try
shot.
again, another good field. So SA taking off the shackles and playing some shots, and only some really good Victorian fielding is stopping them from sealing the deal. 3 for 90. 14 to tie, 15 to win. That's skied. It's catchable. It's dropped.
No!
Oh, gee, that's what you don't want to see. Good time not to have a number. I'm not saying he's just dropped the cup there, because it's going to take more than 1 wicket, but they did everything to go their way. There's the... He almost juggled it perfectly.
He had 3 goes at it,
Yeah.
and you feel it because it hung in the air so long.
Yeah.
Now, Gabsy wants something too.
Okay.
He might want
After
some water.
2 brilliant pieces of fielding.
Yeah.
Of course, after all that, they also just add further inside. I reckon they took a run as well.
They did.
So it's 3 for 91.
And where do you turn if you drop a catch? Doesn't matter where you go, they're all looking at you.
Yeah. Find the deepest hole you can and hide in it, but yeah. At least there's not a big screen video showing replay after replay at the ground. That would be a little bit too hard. Archer didn't know much. They're going to go for a quick single. Shy at the stumps. Oh, Gab has got them. He's got small legs, but they move at a rate.
They pump. They do pump, and what he's done is not only coming to the crease and being aggressive, but sensible running, and he's really worked, and he hasn't been afraid to swing hard at the ball. He's hit some really good shots into the deep, and you just got to get the impression he's quite prepared to do it again with this ball about to be bowled.
Last drink spray coming up. That's skied and caught. And the quick fire inning of Captain Richard Gabb is taken on the drinks break, just to add one more element of suspense. We will take an ad break, Kate. As soon as we come back from that, we'll get your scores around the grounds. Don't go anywhere, folks. This game, I reckon it's only got a couple of overs left, the over 50s National Championships.
With these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them when they're told are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
Welcome back. There it is, the wicket here at Woodville. Still a beautiful day. We're into the final stanza. There is 15 overs to go. I don't think the number of overs are going to matter. South Australia chasing 105 to win, a 4 for 92, but a wicket's just dropped of their quick scorer in Captain Richard Gabb. Not 100% sure to confirm to you just yet. As good to see our executive producers come back, because we were just wondering what we're going to do post-game. There's your scoreboard, 4 for 92. Kate, I did promise. Let's go around the grounds thanks to West End.
Yeah, if you're wondering what's happening in the Div 2 Carnival, Queensland scored 257 with New South Wales, 5 for 151 with 31 overs. More Div 2 for you. Vic scored 194 runs with Queensland, 8 for 80 off 27 overs. ACT, WA, 105 with ACT catching up 0 for 106 off 13 overs.
So just run that last one past me again.
So WA scored 105 runs, and now ACT has now got 0 for 106.
Wow, so they've won. They've caught the total without losing a wicket.
That's pretty good. Well, we talked about that earlier today, about reaching the 100 partnership.
Yes. That would have been, we'll have to check that one and see if they had a couple of retired hurt. Well done to the ACT. Not sure if they're going to get a win in the Div 1, but their Div 2, that's a great effort to beat WA.
Talk to me about nerves. Talk to me, Phil, now about Leith Dawes, who's got 100 on his back, and he goes out now with his best mate, Thomas Vladlija, and these two guys sit with a score at 4 for 92, chasing 105.
Leith Dawes is perfectly capable of seeing this home. He got out for 4, he was 4 not out in the ACT, so they didn't get out. He was out for 43 against Queensland and was 51 not out against WA. So he is SA's leading run getter. He needs 4 runs to have 100 to match his jumper for the tournament.
This is a big build-up
in a normal situation, and sorry to keep going back to baseball, but I see this a lot in baseball when you're down to the final inning and you've got to get 3 outs to win the game, and how stressful pitchers get and fielders get and everybody gets trying to get those last 3 outs. It's reversing in cricket. It's really getting those last 13 runs.
Yep.
They got all the time in the world. They've got 6 wickets. They really almost have to put all the, to me, and I'm not an athlete, but to me, put all the extremities out of it and say, I just need to get some runs, play this ball on its merits, forget the fact that there's an inaugural championship and a national championship at stake. Just normal delivery, play my normal game, because that's good enough to win.
Right. Well, standing there, waiting to come in is my favourite Martin, and that's Darren. He's down below. He's as toey as a Roman sandal, because he gets the chance only if some crumbling happens in the middle. We'll soon find out. We start the next over. Just outside the off stump, it spins through and there is no push and no result. 4 for 92. That's the SA score. Chasing a win. The total that they are working at is 105.
This is Dew's last over. You'd almost say, let's just play this out. Let's just have a maiden, get him out of the attack, and get the runs next.
Yep. And
That's
what we'll do
one
is
idea.
we'll say when the game finishes, we'll be down there to capture the imagination of who, of which team. We don't know. Next ball, shout for LBW down leg side.
Half-hearted.
Now, there's
And
to
they
be a
need
side
some
screen
help with the
manoeuvre.
side screen, and there's
Yep.
no one down there, so this is going to delay it a little bit further. There's
He's making some.
Rankin and Belsack decide where the appointed side. Although a couple of the Woodville, actually it's lovely. A couple of the Woodville District Cricket Club players have come to assist. Says he has certainly played that last shot like he didn't sight it.
4 for 92, South Australia. Victoria, all out for 105.
I saw Victoria get totally entangled in the 90s.
Next ball. Push and a nudge. It's all right. It's pushed back down the ground on the offside. Fielded on the follow through as we get near the completion of the next over, which won't matter because it's not balls that we've got in mind. We've got runs and wickets. Next ball is driven back down the ground on the onside, but straight to a fieldsman. No run. Tidy over.
No one outside the circle. It's interesting. It's a leg. No, it's a 5-4 off field.
Next ball over pitching, but driven back down the ground. Not fielded cleanly. A bit of soccer stuff there, which the Australians didn't manage to do very well against France in their 1-4 loss. But that's the end of the over.
That's Dew out of the attack now.
Well, Dew was gone, and we've got Victoria calling a meeting. The Vics have a meeting too. Is it the
9 overs, one for
the state
25
election this weekend?
I've just about had enough of elections, to be honest, this year, Peter.
I think there's a fair bit happening of a bit of a talk fest.
We've had 3 in South Australia, state, federal, then local. Plus the US midterms, which seem to get a lot of coverage when you don't get to have a vote.
I know.
So
here's Leith Dawes.
Yes, is about to face up for his first delivery, facing Morris, who's the most formidable bowler left, 1 for 13 off 6, and of course he was the one that got out Richard Gabb with his last delivery. So let's look at the field, mid on, mid off. They're circling around pretty much. Sort of a, I'm going to have to check this position here. Sort of a silly mid off to silly point position. Not right up to the batsman, about 2/3 of the way down the wicket. Big over. And Dawes wants to move that scoreboard along. Misses everything. And it's a wide, so it does move the scoreboard along. 4 for 93.
He would have been disappointed about that, Phil. That was well wide of the leg stump, and he couldn't get a tickle on it.
Had he connected, that was a given too. Oh, they're coming. He's gone. Oh, that's huge. That is a huge wicket. Momentum swing heading to Victoria at the death. 11 to tie, 12 to win. 5 wickets in the shed. Day just got out for a golden duck.
Yes, and we said the ball before, he couldn't tickle it away. It was called a wide, but he just couldn't get any blade on it. And there was so much territory that was not looked after down there, but doesn't matter.
So the wickets for SA, 1 for 39, 2 for 54, 3 for 56. Then a steadier there with Grubb and Valja batting, 4 for 92. Dawes, 5 for 93's wicket. Valja is still there, 11 off 48. He's at the non-strikers end watching it all happen. Morris has got his second wicket. He's in his 7th over, so he's got a few more to go. Is he the magic man? Pulled off 4 for 6 yesterday. He's 2 for.
know, I just thought there could be something totally out of the ordinary that could happen. We could have our man of the match who might be out there, Satish Kumar Srinathas, who bowled brilliantly.
Yeah.
He could still play a role in this game.
That's found the gap. They're going to go for two. No, actually, they're going to go for two. Okay. And the margin narrows.
There's a bit of tension up here in the press box.
Yeah. Well, we got a few interstaters who've made the journey over to help out with this. 5 for 95.
It's Bo Derek. Bo Derek to win. The big 10.
10 to win. Martin on strike, finds a lovely gap on the offside. It's going to be a race to the fence. They're going to keep it in and keep it to 2. 7 to tie, 8 to win, 5 wickets in hand. We're down to single figures.
Come on, boys, the call. You can tell a Vic, but you can't tell her much. That's what they're calling out. The South Australians are.
They're going to let you back over the border. They're going to take away your birth certificate, Walsh.
Oh, no, I'm driving back via Port Lincoln.
So Martin, 4 off 3. Bachelor 11 off 48. Martin on strike. He's decided to play the shots where he can. No run there. 1 delivery left of the 32nd over. Again, the over count really irrelevant, except in terms of what bowlers can and can't be used.
Now, what are they doing here? Have they got a fieldsman right down on the boundary, or is he actually off the field? No, he's off the field.
He's off the field, has to be. That's dabbed into a little gap. That'll be a quick single. Keeps Martin, who's decided I'm going to leg by, keeps him on strike for the end of the over. Yeah, that's just, I reckon it's just a very nervous Victorian spare who can't bear to be at the bench and is just, he's a bit like me in a tight footy game, just wandering around in my own thoughts. Play it into the gap. This is runs. It won't be a boundary. It's going to hold up. But this, if they want, could be 3. They've decided to go on the throw. All right. They've hit the 100. Peter Walsh, been a pleasure calling with you, mate. We'll see you post-game. He's off to do some post-game interviews. The end is nigh one way or the other. SA an epic collapse or a historic win. They've hit the 100. A boundary will see South Australia the national champions. 3 will tie it. The field is pretty much as tight as you can get. Every Navy shirt is inside the circle. Five for 101. The trick now is to break that circle for South Australia. In Victoria, they need a handful of wickets. It's Sanaga bowling. Well, he was Sanaga bowling. That's his 8th over gone.
Div 4 grand final update. New South Wales scored 253 runs, with Queensland 6 for 159 off 36 overs.
They need to get a wriggle on. They need about 10 and over. So, not sure that's attainable. Okay, this is Morris. Victoria's last hope to Martin. Good shot. Batsman was well inside the crease. And they'll reset the bails. Victoria all out for 104 towards the end of the 33rd over. SA have taken their time. Trying a piercing drive straight. To extra cover, no run. And that extra cover pretty short. So they've got a point, a cover point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a gully, a wiki. No, we just played it offside again, no run. On the onside, backward square. Sort of a mid-wicket. Mid-on. Here comes Morris. Played into the offside, no run. For James Morris, this is his 8th over. At the start of it was 2 for 18 off 7. Hasn't conceded a run here. That's played into a gap. It's now 5 for 102. 2 will tie it, and that was a leg bye. 2 will tie it, 3 will win it. This could be over in one delivery. This comes in Badger with the straight to point, rips the throw back in. And that is Morris's 8th over in the books. I want to thank our sponsors, West End, all the scoreboard updates, and it's been great to have Kate Johnson with us, keeping track of everything else, allowing Walshy and I to keep our eyes front and square. Explorer Caravans with all the replays, S&W Seed Company Drinks Break with Findex, Nielsen Teamwear, and Excise Sports, South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, the South Australian Cricket Association, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, and the Adelaide Oval with the Roof Climb, the Oval Hotel and the MTX Club.
And the bowl of lollies in front of us.
And the bowl of lollies, yeah. The crew here, James, Oscar with an honorary presence, bringing the snakes, Tommy of the production, Rob, Liam, our boss from Dartfish and Sports Interactive, John Douglas. Been a big week, but the end is nigh, at least on field. Off field, there'll be a gathering for the ages at the Adelaide Oval tonight. Win or lose. Minor well down, no run. You've just joined us, 5 for 102. 2-2 tie, 3-2 win. Coming into bowl at the moment is McDonough. 2nd over, 4 off the 1st. Played up, bump ball, heart and mouth just momentarily. Bump balls have got me ever since I was a kid watching it. They still get me 50 years on. McDonough turns. And skedaddles the wickets. And this one ain't over just yet. McDonough gets his first wicket today. He gets his 3rd for the tournament. For South Australia. 6 for 102. 2 runs short of tying and 3 runs short of that cup. Victoria needing 4 wickets. It was Martin who made a reasonably quick 7 off 17. Badger is on 11 off 52. Coming in, Sean Williams, who will face McDonough. Williams has scored 5 not out, 9 or 4. He doesn't need to score a lot. In fact, he might just want to hold up an end. And that Badger, who's been there for 52 deliveries, faced 52 deliveries, work out how to break this circle. Heading towards the end. 2 deliveries left of the 35th over. McDonough coming in from the southern end. Williams is happy to have a first ball sider and let that go. Deliveries left is not an issue. There's 61. 2 to tie. No, 1 to tie. Just check. Let me just check the score here. Hang on. No, it's 2 to tie, 3 to win. So just a note to the producer, it's 6 for 102. Last delivery. You can almost hear a pin drop. Defended into the slips. And now I think it will be in the hands of Tom Vajla to find a way home for South Australia. He'll have the strike. Ten overs to go. South Australia, they beat the ACT in amongst the showers. Queensland, they scored 245 and got to the top order of the Maroons early. Different kind of game up at the summit yesterday against WA. Not sure if they'd scored enough. WA started strong, but some tight bowling saw them over the line. Today, a wonderful combination work from Satish Srinivas and Tim Sargent. To turn the game into an epic Victorian collapse after a magnificent opening partnership. So it looks like Vajla is just waiting for that one bad ball from Morris, who's in his last over. He's 2 for 18. Dew finished 9 overs for 25. Saniga 1 for 16 off 8. That's played, it's missed. They're thinking about the run though, won't risk it. And that makes sense. So where is the gap in this field? Everybody's in the circle. A player on the offside moves to on. We've got a mid on, a mid wicket, a really forward square, a backward square. The drive down the field straight to mid off, no run. We'll take a break if we go to the end of the over. Vajla seems happy to play for that. Whatever presentation there is afterwards, there was an official one at the Adelaide Oval tonight, but we have a cup here, so I assume someone's going to collect something. We'll bring it to you live at the end of this game. Vajla has found the gap. They need 2. There's your winning run. And the Silverbacks have the silverware. The over 50 national champions are the hosts, the South Australian Redbacks, in one of the toughest and tightest cricket games I've seen in some time, where every run was at an absolute premium. And the key batter, Tom Vajla, ends up with 14 of 56 deliveries, hits the winning run, and the South Australian cricket community can exhale and start celebrating. Let's go down to Peter Walsh.
Hey, that was pretty good, Skipper. Well done.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, we made it interesting, but the depth of the group, we got there. Yeah, very special.
You made it interesting. It seemed to me that you adopted the attitude of you're not going to go and poke about, you're going to go and strike the ball if it's there to be hit, and you put those little Energizer batteries in and you were running up and down in a hell of a hurry, big fella.
Yeah, I think the key to these sort of chases is intent and not sit around and wait. Otherwise, you know, magic starts happening against you and all that sort of stuff. So come out and start to take the game on and run hard, pressure on the fielders, look to punch through the gaps, and yeah, it would have been nice to continue it, but thankfully the boys got there.
Yeah, some good stuff that was played out there too. You had two skippers who wanted to play the game in the purest of spirits, and that's what happened.
Yeah, yeah, cricket's the winner, as they say.
Yeah. Go and enjoy. Well done.
Afternoon. I'm not sure. I understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
Why is it hard to use if you did take 24 to use it for I can play and use it. I don't think
Tense, could have gone either way. Spirit of cricket was the winner today. It was a really bold game by both teams.
Absolutely, Peter. It was a great game for veterans cricket. South Australia were deserved champions based on today's effort, which didn't make enough runs. But the spirit of which it was played, as you said, was the main thing. A great promotion for veterans cricket and all those men and hopefully women out there in coming years that want to play a really good standard of cricket for their state, which we're really proud to do, and I'm sure South Australia are as well. So congratulations to South Australia becoming the champions.
You barked out a lot of orders, you had a lot of confidence in your troops, and still we didn't know who was going to win right until the very end.
No, well, it was always going to. We really needed to turn 104 into probably 150, so our field placings and teamwork was going to be important. As I said, it was never enough the way it turned out, but they batted a little bit better than us, and certainly the bowling was probably similar. It could have gone either way in that respect, but yeah, just didn't get enough runs on the board, and we tried to as hard as we could, and that's all you can ask for at any level at any time.
You didn't win the game, but you can take away, Matthew, a lot of pride. It was an outstanding performance by Victoria right throughout the tournament. You don't hold the trophy, you don't hang on to it, but I'll tell you what, cricket kicked a few goals on a football ground today. It was stirring stuff right through until the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. It was, as I said, great promotion for veterans cricket. We had a really tough draw, and we were really happy with the way we played through the 4 days. Having to play 4 days straight as well was always going to be difficult, but there's no excuses. South Australia was a better team. Some of our guys are sore, but the effort is all we can ask for, and the promotion and the spirit of cricket, as you say, for veterans cricket and cricket in general. So played in the right manner. So great for this game.
There'll be a lot of handshakes now, and one from me to you, my friend, because the Victorian team led so brilliantly by yourself. You stood tall. Well done on today. You didn't win the game, but you won some friends, and thanks for being so cooperative right throughout our coverage.
Terrific. Thank you to all the organisers and sponsors of the carnival, including our committee and sponsors of the Victorian team as well. It's been a mighty effort to get here. We've had really limited preparation with games played, so we just appreciate everyone's help and the promotion of the game. And being on live stream as well. So we hope this takes the game forward in many ways. So thanks so much.
Well done. Thanks, Matthew.
Thank you.
Matthew Drain, a very proud man, so he should be. He has led this side brilliantly, but right at the very finish, we didn't know until the last 2 or 3 minutes that the game would be won by South Australia, who will collect the trophy. And that's going to happen very shortly, because James Orchard from the SACCA has got the trophy, and he'll be giving it to South Australia very, very shortly.
Well, congratulations to both teams on making the grand final. Congratulations to South Australia for winning the game. Congratulations to the Victorians for making the grand final. Without being patronising, it is a magnificent achievement for all you guys to be on the ground. I played in this carnival 3 years ago rather poorly, and the biggest problem was physically being able to actually run and do all of those things like your body, like your brain thought you could, but your body didn't quite let you, is a difficult thing. And so well done on being here. I'm sure you've all put a lot of preparation into your bodies, and not to mention the skills. So it's great that you've been able to come here to Adelaide and participate in the carnival and to get to the grand final. Veterans cricket is really important to the cricket family. It's easy for young players to play the game. It's not so easy to get older guys to play the game. So thank you on behalf of the game as well. Matthew, commiserations today, but if you'd like to come up and say a few words, that'd be great.
So first of all, thank you to the organisers of the whole tournament, national championships. It's a great privilege to play for your state at any age, so we all as a group feel really privileged to play, whether we are in the first or the 8th team. Secondly, congratulations to the South Australians and Richard as captain, deserved winners today, so well played. Clearly had a great tournament, so well done, and all the spoils to you. Thank you to the umpires for a great effort, and particularly the umpires in general in the competition, most of them having travelled from interstate and with day changes and having to play and umpire on days off. So that's a big effort in itself for everyone, but particularly umpires. So thank you. The facilities of Woodville Cricket Club, so thank you to them. Thank you to the Victorian organisers. We've had a difficult preparation with weather, etc., but we've worked really hard for a number of months now. So, and clearly thank you to our team. We've worked hard prior to this, and we've bonded really well as a group of men, which is we didn't get the spoils, which is disappointing, but I think we did create something special with some exhilarating moments in our 4 days. Finally, I think Veterans Cricket also was the winner today. Many of us, either personally or family, have had perhaps aspects with physical illness or physical impairment or maybe even mental illness, and I think the belonging that Veterans Cricket provides, the opportunity to provide a national carnival and club cricket and the growth of it finds many people of our age and above, and hopefully women in years to come to play this great game and continue to play this great game and find opportunities to represent their state and also, as I say, find that sense of further belonging as we get older. So thanks so much. Congratulations against South Australia.
Well said, Matthew. So I'd now like to invite Richard Gabb, Captain of South Australia, to accept the winner's trophy, and you can, and to hand out the medallions to your team.
To them, and thank a few people first. So I think there's a huge number of people that need to be thanked for all of this carnival, and hopefully Drainey's definitely hit up on a number of them. Telf and Lara and Ian Campbell and Craig Thomas behind the scenes organising grounds and regrounds and reorganising buses have done a ridiculous job. I've sort of had a little insight into the amount of time they've spent reorganising grounds. Telf started this 3 years ago, and has organised it. This is for the 3rd time, which is insane. They've been brilliant. The umpires, not just you two guys who did a great job today, but everybody, really impressed that you've travelled across the country to come and umpire here. So it's not just South Australia's best umpires, but it's best umpires from across the country. It's massively appreciated, so please keep doing that. That's fantastic. Give them a round of applause. Woodville Cricket Club, I played here a long time ago and I had a huge amount of fun when I was here, but this is a little bit special compared with that, so I'll try and keep myself together. And our scorers and team managers, so Vicky and Michael from our side of things, you guys have been amazing. Happy birthday, Michael, on his 60th. Yep, could have been doing amazing things, but he's chose to be out here, so we really appreciate that. And then finally, to our beautiful families that support us. We all know cricket is a very time-consuming thing, and the cricket widow is a wonderful animal, and we love them immensely, and we thank them very much for their support and allowing us to do what makes us happy. Finally, to the Vic boys, tough game of cricket today. The pitch didn't really allow sort of free-flowing scoring, but you guys have obviously had a really strong tournament, winning all your games in the minor round, so congratulations on that. I know you'll be back strong the next time round, and hopefully we can get together tonight and have a beer at the Prezos and develop some new relationships across the competition. Do you want me to take this now, or you want me to do these things first? Okay, cool. All right. Could you just open that for me? We started our campaign a long time ago. Like, this has been building for forever. In fact, there's a couple other people I should thank, which is our selectors. So Mojo and Fav have been building this list for, I think, over a year. And it's been developing and the whole lot, and we've had so many games and tours and the whole lot. They've done a brilliant job putting together 11 beautiful blokes that bring so much to the game. So we started our campaign on the concept that we have 4 battles to win the war, this thing being the war, and we dug in. We haven't surfed on one person's back. Everybody's contributed, everybody's stood up when others struggled, and we've really worked together beautifully as a team. We're really good mates. I think we were pretty good mates before we started, but this has just made it even more. So if we go in, lovely. If we go in batting order, let's go in batting order for today, which was Andrew Belsack, the machine, in the field with the ball and with the bat. His batting partner, and Billy, walking wounded a little bit. His opening partner, John Rankin, also, if you want to win a race at the moment, find JR, because he's going to struggle. He's been brilliant for us with the bat all game. Tommy Vajla, who opened for us a bit through the tournament and then batted 3 today, got us through at the end. Fantastic, mate. Number 4, where we're up to, is our northern gentleman, Graham Crawford, who's been done a power of work with the ball on these wickets that are a little off speed and scoring us runs and being great in the field. Moving along, we have the best beard in cricket, Leith Dawes. Has him and JR have been fantastic help for me as vice captains. I'm not necessarily making the decisions on my own. We've got 12 people contributing to what we're doing, and I just need to pick the right brains. We then roll into who's after that. We're up to, Darren Martin. Daz has been fantastic in the field and scored runs for us again. And then Sean Williams once more runs, more quality fielding. And then we go to Simon Tape, who we're pretty sure isn't 50, but apparently he's got a birth certificate that says he is. And then on to Satish Sat, who I didn't bowl him in the 3rd game, and he's been fantastic in the last 2 with the ball. And rolling on to Tony Hickey, the machine, with the ball, and whacked us a couple of really good runs the other day. And the absolute jet, the Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, Tim Sargent, who's just been brilliant for us. He gets older, but he doesn't get any worse. Thank you so much, mate. And I think I'm lucky enough to jag one myself. So it's been a pleasure and an absolute privilege looking after these boys for the week. Thank you so much.
Well done, Richard. You can MC next year. Well, thank you very much, everyone. Well done again to the two teams that are making the final. Thanks to all the supporters who've come and watched the game. Thanks again to the umpires. It's been a fantastic week for veterans cricket, and you should all be very pleased. So well done, and I hope to see you again next year.
It's not just me, it's about us. Not yet, not yet, not yet.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. You know that. What you can do? No, they rub it on their arsehole. Wait, what? Oh, bitch. That's one.
Oh, I've got to give you the tip. We were pretty edgy. We were on the sidelines and you weren't. You were out in the middle. What was it like in those last few minutes?
Oh, look, the last few minutes were pretty comfortable, I thought, until we lost Dags' wicket. And I thought, well, I know we only need about 3 or 4 runs, but you never can count your chickens, so best to go around and just take them one at a time, I guess.
Talk to me about the butterflies or the feeling of adulation when you knew that you'd grabbed that trophy.
Yeah, no, it's just a total relief. Like 105 is not a big target, but on a pitch like this and with a bit of a slow outfield and also with a great side like Victoria bowling at you with a lot of pressure, you think it's a fantastic thing once it happens.
It was a tight game too. The Vicks were none for 73 and then lost a truckload of wickets for not too many, and all of a sudden it was a gettable target.
Yeah, absolutely. Our bowlers did extremely well in hours 2 and 3 to really restrict the run rate and gain wickets at the same time. Put us in a position where we could really choke them out, take wickets and then keep them to the small score.
The final one, what does it do for your cricket, a win like this? Not so much just a win like this, but a week like this where so much has happened.
Oh, it's fantastic to play with guys that you really haven't met before. You've played a game or two, but to spend the week with them and go through all the games, you know, the highs and lows, it's just fantastic.
Well played, and thanks for chatting with us.
No worries, thank you very much. Cheers.
Guns out, JR. Have a look at big they are, Frank. I know, that's why I say it.
How proud are you? You were playing in a winning team, you picked up 3 wickets, you had a relative there, a close relative, didn't have to bat, and you stood there, and I heard you say at the end, I think we're going to have a little drink tonight. Is that what you said?
I'm a teetotaler, so I'll be having some soft drinks.
Yeah.
But definitely the boys will they deserve to enjoy and have a good drink and have a good chat as well. The batting, although the pitch looked a bit difficult to score runs freely. The boys got the job done, although with a few hiccups.
What does it do for you and for your cricketing when you're playing at Vets cricket? You're playing with a group of guys you really get on with, they respect you, they like you. When you walk away with a win like that, how do you feel right now?
It's absolutely satisfying. Any victory is satisfying, and I've been playing with these guys for a while now, for a few months together, and we know each other very well, and they respect me, and the same vice versa as well. So it is really good to be with them and play the game you love a lot. So it gives you that extra bit of a thing for you to come in, put that effort, and play this great game of cricket.
And a final one. What are you going to do with the cup? Are you going to take it away? You're going to give it back?
I'll be giving it to Gabby. Yeah, that's his property now.
Good on you. Well played.
Thanks, Peter. Thank you very much. Thanks for your support.
Thank you. Oh, there's the superstars that are playing this game. Extraordinary day. It was hot. At the start of the week, it was a shock. All it did was rain. But then, no one rained on this parade. It was a beauty. The Vicks, none for 73, heading for a truckload of runs, and they fell apart to be knocked over for 105. In the chase, South Australia got the speed wobbles. They worked, they pushed, they prodded. Gab came in, the captain. He was in a hurry, and when it got to over 100 with only a couple of wickets falling, you thought they could get across the line. It took a few tantalising and teasing moments on the boundary line to watch them eventually get that couple of runs and win the final by 4 wickets and grab hold of the trophy that they desperately wanted to wrench from the mitts of those that crossed the border, Victoria. It's been a wonderful week of veterans cricket. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've had lots of fun. The winners today, South Australia in the Vets over 50s. They at Woodville defeat Victoria by 4 wickets.
Your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.
I was probably a little bit lost not knowing where to go and what was next after Dad's diagnosis, but they just keep steering me in the right direction and also helping me in the way that there's help for me if I need to talk to someone. And every time Dad comes in for his appointment, they come in and they speak to Dad, and that before he's even in here, and just check how he's going, and not just physically but mentally as well.
I've kind of lived 2 lives in this one lifetime. So one was the life back in Pakistan, and then the second one is over here in Australia. When you move as a migrant, your whole mindset changes. I really need to understand how my financials are going to work.
Azra's taken my advice very well, and quite frankly, she's in a very strong position.
Having financial freedom is a dream. It's absolutely, I think it's a must.
Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Explorer Caravans presents two of Australia's most respected brands.
That promise something for everyone.
Viscount and Franklin Caravans, each with over 70 years manufacturing, bringing back old memories and creating new ones. Caravans packed full of style and features.
They're exciting and new.
Service and quality you've come to expect. So let's explore Australia. Explorer Caravans, 345 Prospect Road.
Come on in, we're expecting you.
Often I'm with these men when they're actually diagnosed with prostate cancer, and many of them, when they're told, are in complete shock. And the first thing they'll say to you is, I really didn't think I was coming in to be told this. I thought I would have just been told that the biopsy was fine and everything's okay. We're in an extremely privileged position to be able to support these people and their families at one of the most stressful and vulnerable times of someone's life.
Plant your paddock for free with S&W's huge Aussie seed giveaway. Go into the draw to win $5,000 of S&W seed of your choice when you spend $1,000 or more on selected seed products. You've got to be in it to win it. S&W Seed Company, your partner in the paddock.